And you're not listening. It is your choice to make a little mockery. It won't do. Further down the line, still surrendering, trying harder to forgive you. Candlelight has gone out. Some will win and some will lose. Nothing much else to say. Thought I was searching for something. Door has closed, not a sound. Take a look as I am now. Still I smile and don't speak. Will you please slow down? Slow down, slow down, slow down.
Seeing monsters out your window. No, you can't sleep, you pretend though. You don't have to play the hero. Cause I got you like you got me. When the earth shakes, when the bombs scream, until our last breath, every heartbeat. You know I'll come running. side by side. You know I'll come running when you need. I'm coming. You know I'll come running. You go to war, then I'm going with you. Pick up my sword, yeah, there's nothing I won't do. When you sound the alarm and the chaos is rising, leading the charge, yeah, I'm coming, I'm fighting. Swear on the breath that I breathe, I'll never retreat, yeah, I'll be your army. You go to war, then I'm going with you. Pick up my sword, yeah, there's nothing I won't do. When you sound the alarms and the chaos is rising, leading the charge, I'm coming, I'm fighting. Swear on the breath that I breathe, I'll never retreat, yeah, I'll be your army.
Took a swing at a wrecking ball and I prayed for my downfall, and I found a way to reconcile, cause in my heart it's not worthwhile. It's a bloody battlefield where some go down, others heal. In the end it's all the same. All you can do is play the game. Oh, do we say goodbye? Refuse to question why. I'm sad to say I'm sorry, so lie. Pretend that you're okay. Swear that you will stay. Keep trying for one day. I'm sick of all these lies. Don't care if I capsize. There's nothing left for me to hide. Don't wanna live a lie. Too many lows, too many highs. Too many things to criticize. And so I leave it all behind. Don't wanna live a lie. Life kept spitting at my feet and forced me down a dead-end street when all I had went up in flames, burning only dark remains. I cover up every part of my skin, oh, 'cause I don't like the person within, oh. I know I'm the one to blame. All I can do is take the shame, oh. Do we say goodbye? Refuse to question why. I'm too sad to say I'm sorry, so lie and pretend that you're okay. Swear that you will stay. Keep trying for one day. Whoa, I'm sick of all these lies. Don't care if I capsize. There's nothing left for me to hide. Don't wanna live a lie. Too many lows, too many highs. Too many things to criticize. So I leave it all behind. Don't wanna live a lie. Sick of all these lies. Don't care if I capsize.
Oh no.
left behind, and I've lost everything. Forever living in the dark. I feel so alive. Still remembering what I want, but it ends with you. Candlelight has gone out. Some will win and some will lose. Nothing much else to say. Thought I was searching for something. Door has closed, not a sound. Take a look as I am now. Still I smile but don't speak. Will you please slow down? Slow down.
I feel like both teams could be slightly blindsided by really good drafts, so it is pretty up in the air. But I don't know. I would give OG a very slight advantage because their potential should be a little bit higher.
Okay.
Due to their recent wins, that's how I'd surmise it.
I already approve of their first pick. Keep it out of Nigma's hands, and I'm sure No Tail has seen Puppey play enough puck that he'd be comfortable playing it as well. And of course, they still can put it core, no problem.
Yeah, exactly. This puck here, it's not as simple as other teams where they will just have to put it onto mid lane. You see that in maybe the low division, or even if Nigma were to pick it up, for example. I think, interestingly enough, I love the fact that Nigma did ban out this first phase Morphling, just because of the prominence of these Morphling combos that have been being shown. Of course, OG, the Earth Spirit plus Morphling, and then if we've seen Secret, the Morphling plus Dark Willow as well. So when there's so many variations of combo, you now have to take it away. And
Dig this.
there's a Shaker.
Yep, this is my favorite answer to puck. It is very difficult to kill the Fairy Dragon, but grab a hero with 3 stuns, especially now with the new shard. I think it's just the best pickup.
And it's even more enjoyable when the Shaker misses all 3 stuns on the puck, and the puck lives. But if he hits them, very good.
There's the Keeper of the Light for OG this time around.
So Tundra actually used a Earthshaker Coddle combination, and to me this feels like OG potentially kind of block picking it just because of how strong that combination was for Tundra and how it pretty much secured their early game with the defensive capabilities of Keeper Light pushing out all the lanes, Shaker being able to stop any aggression onto the side lanes or mid, and then so I think this is maybe a block pick just to ensure that Nigma doesn't have this amazing kind of double support opening.
Doesn't it seem like a little unusual to pick Coddle as third pick there, with knowing that all the best combos are going to be banned out in the second phase, or is that like advantageous to like force those all out?
I think the map mobility is more the value of Coddle for this team than it is like having that dream combination with the mana return and cooldown reduction. So if you want to use all your bans now, Nigma, on what, Bristle, Ember, maybe LC, I think they're okay with that.
And that was I was gonna say, if they didn't pick Coddle here and Nigma did, then OG are kind of forced to waste 3 bans when they like to be more creative with their bans.
Yeah, exactly.
Covering kind of like these potential core picks that might work out. And also knowing this first pick actually, is Topson just gonna play it, right? Like we mentioned like flexibility, but now that we see the Coddle, it's like, is it really gonna get flexed? It could be 5 or mid still, Coddle being 4, but it feels like this is just the mid lane, and Nigma have covered it with just all stuns.
Kind of cool to see Lion from being ignored the first couple weeks, and now he's we seem sprinkled in here and there, and Nigma valuing him enough to pick him in the first phase. But if you have the right hero matchups, the amount of disable that you provide is insane. You can kill offlaners so much.
5 seconds remaining.
And with the 2 supports selected, they can start banning out some of the supports they don't want to face, like the Clockwork.
Yeah.
That we've seen quite a few times on the side of Nigma.
Kuro knows that matchup well.
Yeah, he does.
Both of those supports are food for a clock. There's no way you let that through. You're going to need strong laners, though, because the Nigma support duo is... You want to be active, if possible, but you need laners that threaten kills. And in theory, you'd like to have 3 semi-independent cores, specifically for the offlane. I really hope Mind Control is set up for success. I have felt bad for him because I feel like there are some games he's just asked to do too much. And as offlane nowadays, you just need help. If you can get yourself into the game and you're able to self-sustain, then it's all fine. But if you're ditched too early or given a very unfavorable matchup, you just don't do anything. It's why we see effectively the same 3 offlaners in most of our CIS games: Beastmaster, Enigma, and Lycan. They buy a Necro book, they're just fine.
Now it will be interesting to see what hero Mind Control actually gets to play this game, because his most played heroes, Bloodseeker, Beastmaster, Darkseer, and it's like 2 of them are now banned out. Do you really want to pick Darkseer?
You do not want to pick
exactly.
Darkseer.
So it's like we're gonna see Mind Control maybe push to another kind of hero. Enigma's still available for him as well, but that then puts Enigma into a very let's just wait and farm kind of pattern. And against OG, often not that good.
Can you guys explain the Drow ban to me?
It's really nice against 2 supports like this that are very susceptible to silence, and they also just sort of feed in 2 or 3 marksmanship procs. In addition, there's a puck. You don't want to play as a puck against a Drow. And it's just one of those heroes for Nigma that I think activate their draft. I love the DK pick. Like, if you have a Drow on top of that, suddenly you have no damage issues. You have the control advantage. You have better team fight. And it's like, oh, crap. Like, how do we actually kill this Drow?
The smart thing about this pick, though, is it puts OG in the corner of, if you are flexing this puck, you need to decide what's happening with it soon, because Nigma can easily put this DK in the off lane with the Shaker and just have play a passive farm lane.
Yep.
They could easily just put it into that mid lane if it is the mid puck. And because Nigma,
Monkey makes a lot of sense. You want to deny it. It's also incredible against the Dragon Knight wherever it lanes, so you've got a lot of flexibility now.
I will say, back to your question about the Drow ban, often when teams get to these second phase bans, it's based on if your carry was playing the hero, what would you want banned out? You know, it's like, rather than what's good for your team, sometimes it can just be like, I don't want to play against this. And mid one is one of the few carries that has tried playing Drow, so he might just have a higher respect to, if they get Drow, they auto win, just because he has a high regard for it.
This is where the green hero comes out, Viper or Venomancer.
Or Razor.
It's
similar in the style. Yes.
If you're I mean, some people say my eyes are green, some say they're blue. It's pretty much the same thing.
It's greeny blue, yeah. Oh, good, mate.
Okay, all right.
No.
So
about that one, but
Razor going to give them a matchup decent setup against Monkey King, so gives them some flexibility there. Decent offlane hero sometimes.
And the important thing here from Nigma, this is pretty much the foundation of how Vikin beat Nigma in that in the game the other day. You know, the offlane Razor, this mid DK into a puck, and it was a very strong lineup. But it was based around the lanes were very obvious. And right now for OG, they got a bit more flex. So they could maybe play some mind games here where maybe the monkey goes mid, the puck's suddenly a 5, they pick a strong carry.
But you've got Kuro with last pick.
So of course.
In theory, this Razor DK are so open, they could be anywhere. I've seen mine. I remember
anyone
mind
can play
controls
it,
build on Razor. He used to go blink and BKB, and I loved it. It's
good.
also surprisingly effective against puck because you can't really ever stand next to a Razor. You have such low armor. If he pops ulti and you start trying to hit him, it's not going to end well for you. And he can effectively ignore the signs plus a natural BKB buyer. So the Ag's timing for puck will be big, especially because the Monkey King threat of the Wukong.
Okay.
So it's a Seb Monkey. Likely now.
So it makes me think that the Naga Siren support is definitely on the table. Something OG used a lot in their first couple series. And that's what they're looking for potentially is another support. So
it's somewhat counterintuitive to pick a melee carry against a Razor, but Ursa's arguably the best because you're gonna kill him quickly. It's the Fury swipe stacks that actually add up, especially in the laning phase. So you're not as threatened by the Link, especially after all the nerfs, as say something like a Sven would be.
And again, the key thing is if OG want to put this puck into mid, against that DK, it's always the idea that puck cannot rotate away because DK takes your tower, and you force your supports to have to come mid. When you have a Keeper of Light plus one kind of open spot support, that support has to be able to come help mid to mitigate that DK pressure on 6. And that's why Nigma with this Razor combo, the Razor into Monkey works really well. Good call on the Naga ban.
That's a must ban. That would have just given OG this insane team fight combination with all of this control. And then the Ursa to fall back on that. You just can't play against the Naga. There's Nigma here.
Makes a lot of sense about the DK there, yeah. Most teams deal with it well by killing DK like as he hits 6 and pops his ulti, but like you said, because Razor would be offlane, then that means that the core is solo against Razor and isn't going to do as well when the supports rotate.
I honestly, if I was OG right now, I would prefer probably to sack the puck and leave him mid and just try and pick up a strong position 5 that can start bullying this Razor, if it is in the offlane that the Razor is, because Coddle Monkey has so much wave clear, they should be fine top, that's whatever. Puck should be able to wave clear mid, needs one support at 5 minutes, to help that tower. It's all about this bot lane right now for OG. How can they unlock their game to ensure they don't have this Razor threat, plus the DK taking mid tower, and they're losing multiple lanes? Ban at Nigma, okay, yeah.
Yeah, that's the sort of hero. That's why I was thinking Venomancer as well, because suddenly you have this ability to kind of create this impassable area. You stop the blinks, and it's this just huge AoE damage threat. Enigma kind of represents the same, and it also would give them a ton of tempo. Because of this Earthshaker still being in-game, you can get away with a lot here for mind control. If it is his hero, that'll be last picked. But I just get the feeling, and I think a lot of fans at home have been hoping for this, that it's just straight up save last pick for Miracle, give the man what he wants, and tell him to go carry the game.
Which he definitely can do.
yeah,
Sometimes. He's all right.
he's okay at the game.
Yeah.
You know.
It's a very hard pick here for OG because you'd think about active nature, like maybe to try and pressure that mid. Naga can move there with the illusions to defend tower. Earthspirit likes to make plays, but of course these heroes are banned out. So my mind kind of goes to like a Phoenix, but They go for Mag. Okay.
There it is, dude. It's back. It took them a while.
Right,
We
nice.
haven't seen this in Europe, but it's still active in China. And this, to me, is what OG's bread and butter truly is. This will be either Seb's hero, or I suppose it could be No Tails. I think it's more likely No Tails. But
Oh, yeah, true.
this is damage amplification. Like, this is what then they have Ursa Monkey King. Like, they don't fear the late game anymore at all because what do your BKBs do now? Like, you're going to hit them so damn hard.
We've seen actually one Magnus played by Burjui 21 days ago. He won 100% win rate.
There you go.
This is the
Burjui
second
can
one.
win with it. I think OG could too. But this is where you got to get toxic. Venomancer.
Oh,
No.
all right.
No. No.
Let's not make that a thing.
If Meg ends up being a support too, he can just skewer away Razor.
What?
The right lineup.
I'm in his mind. You guys
All right.
doubt. This
All
is
right.
it right here.
Well
Okay?
played.
Oh, of course, it's against us. Yeah, okay, all right.
3
Yeah,
melee blink
Yeah, it's
required
fine, yeah.
heroes. You get the vision.
Yeah. I started playing more logic to it. Yeah, okay. So.
Well
Division-
played, Kyle.
Division 2
yeah,
coach.
Kyle. Yeah, Kyle. Stop.
Don't doubt.
You were acting so well, then you ruined it. Okay, so Venomancer, Shaker, it will pressure the Earth. That's really good. And yeah, they're playing all out for strong lanes. The Razor gets to play into the Monkey, the Venom gets to play into the Ursa, the DK gets to play into the Puck.
Yeah.
I've just described 3 heroes that hard counter
Yep.
a core-for-core matchup. Therefore, when thinking about why Kyle was suggesting Venomancer, it makes a lot more sense. Thank you, Kyle.
You've got stuns galore. You just need damage and map control, area control. That's the Venomancer in this game. There's no Enigma possibility.
All right, final words on the draft from you, Purge?
That sounds pretty convincing, and Nigma is great to catch in the late game. It should be easier for them to take skirmishes and fights, so I think I like Nigma's draft better too.
All right. Thank you very much, T.
No, yeah, I love the fact that they have this kind of core-for-core counter in every role.
Yeah.
I simply just fear after the laning phase, once they get to breaking down the high ground, if they make a mistake, if they overextend that they did in previous series, suddenly this empower, this kind of damage amplification that Kyle talks on about will take full effect. BKBs will dismantle the side of Nigma. So.
Same fears, same exact fears.
Yeah.
Both teams have a path to win the game,
Yeah.
but they're at odds with each other. You need to play a very clean game as Nigma
Yes.
and take fights on your terms. As OG, it just like you catch them off guard for a moment, suddenly there's 2 empowered cores, an RP on 2, like everybody dies, and suddenly you walk into Roche, no problem.
Exactly.
So
right.
anybody's game.
Anybody's game. That's the way we like it. Draft is done, and it is time for us to jump into the action together with Cap and Fogged.
Anybody's game, and that certainly is said in the history as well. You go back between these 2 captains, Kuro versus No-Tail. You go far enough back and you see a dominant history for Kuro against the various teams that No-Tail had. But this year, especially TI9 with OG managing to claim that 2-time championship, they go on after that to just continue to dominate Nigma until this last tournament. We had the Epic League where finally Nigma were able to achieve some semblance of victory with a nice 2-1 against OG. Now feels like the playing field is wide open, Fog.
I feel like I could listen to you do that all day, Cap. Listen to that background. Look at that history. What beautiful. Honestly, Austin, as usual.
I mean, I love any series that is packed with a story that all you have to do is open up the book. You know, it's written there in the
Yeah, it's true.
pages.
It absolutely is. Yeah, no, this should be an exciting one. And what a better game also where it's the classic between these 2 teams, and we're seeing Topson on Monkey King, Seb on Magnus. We've got some really signature things. GH on his Earthshaker. You know, we've got some really fun stuff. And yeah, I mean, this is the second time now I'm seeing this Razor picked up versus Monkey King in the DPC. I'm wondering to see how it's going to be done. I think it was Viking yesterday or the day before that did it, and it was successful. It looked pretty damn good too, so I'm wondering if it's going to be the same. I think Nigma has to play a very clean game though. I see the potential for disaster coming pretty quickly if they start making too many mistakes, because this OG lineup, it scales very hard.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I love the fact that Kyle painted it as sort of the OG style. So we're going to have a 5-man movement into OG, starting off with the Fisher Seb. He's going to have to go for a skewer play if he wants out of here, but he's just not going to get the chance to do so. Some chain stuns go down. They give the first blood. That's going to go to Mind Control. They should be able to get 3 bounties out of this, though, if No-Tail can stick around long enough, which he should be able to. Grabs that one. On the other side of the map, we've got Mid One, who should be able to get 2 there. And,
No-Tail? Ooh, okay.
Okay. Well, there is a Dragon Tail if he really wants to blow it here. Miracle, I don't know if they have enough to really kill No-Tail, as they're going to be a bit lacking in damage in all this. Miracle, is he All right.
It's not worth it. Yeah, I don't think it is. They won't get the kill. They'll have to chase him way too far. He'll get like a second orb off and then mana wasted. So, okay, cool. Yeah, nice little exchange there. So it is, 3 bounty runes, it looks like, for OG. And it is My Control who gets the first blood. So My Control has some Windlace enabled for bottom. Still a slow hero. He really needs the Earthshaker. And now the fact that they actually used the Fissure early on means the lane positioning now for the Veno is not where he wants it to be. So it's a little bit hard now for My Control to start.
Weehaw keeping just enough distance there between him and Topson, keeping that 4-stack of Jingu out of the way, but Topson continuing to keep that pressure up and does have the Boundless Strike if he wants to nab that extra bit of lifesteal now if he wants. This is going to be, I think, a fun matchup to watch because I have to imagine, Fog, this should be favored for the Razor, but you never know with Topson lanes.
Absolutely, and it's such a perfect. It's so perfect too, right? It's all you're thinking is Weehaw saying, you know, why Monkey King? You know, it just keeps replaying in my head for some reason in this matchup anyway. But we'll see how it does end up going. As the Link, it's going to be very problematic. He can at least dodge some hits and all that with the Mischief, and he is a bit of a speedier hero. 15 movement speed. He's able to just constantly get the Jingus on the Razor anyway.
Yeah, and if he's able to constantly get those Jingus, he's not going to be forced out of lane. Next thing you know. Do you think you go like a fast pair of boots here for the Monkey in this matchup just to continue this kind of movement speed advantage? So he's already got him coming out, so...
Maybe he is going to win the lane.
Yeah, it seems
Maybe Monkey
like
King is going to beat Razor. Yeah. We'll see. Level 2 Link is where it gets a lot stronger. Level 1 Link is pretty bad, so that is one thing for Weehaw, and he's going to need it.
No-tail.
No-tail.
Continue his run of space creation, though this one does cost him his life. It's still securing Seb a lot of CS, though, in that bottom lane. Especially for a Venomancer lane, I'm sure you can't be too discouraged by that.
No, and we didn't actually get to talk about that initially, is the lane setup, right? This is OG putting this lane down here. They want this Magnus to be soaking the pressure from that Venomancer. They want the Ursa top in this matchup. And mid one, he's going to be getting this decent farm, but Soxa might actually die. He steps up too far.
Yeah, and a little bit of body block. Nice double stun there from Kuro. Kuro, trying to stay heaven windbound. He does manage to get off the Fairy Fire, so he'll be okay. As Topson, once again, getting those stacks up. And all the damage that Weehaw's doing doesn't matter that much harassment-wise, just because Topson should be able to get some lifesteal. I don't know, actually. How long does Static Link last compared to his Jingu stacks?
It looks like Jingu lasts a decent amount longer, actually. A good chunk of it.
Yeah,
so he's actually going to have the exact base damage to counter it, because it's 70 damage that he has, and he had 70 damage stolen. So I think Monkey King's actually going to end up coming up pretty okay in this matchup. He actually going to win because he doesn't have to buy regen, while Razor does have to buy regen. So, okay. Learn something new every day.
Yeah, that's pretty wild that he can actually, that Static Link wears out. Because if he had a bunch of damage stolen and his Jingu's going to round out, he's just going to have to lifesteal for a low amount. You know, but because he's able to wait it out, he lifesteals to full every time.
And he's actually dodged, I think that's the second time I've seen he dodged both ticks of the plasma field with his Mischief. So he's even making Weehaw use a lot of mana. Topson's just playing the matchup very nicely, as he would be, right? He's super comfortable with it. And maybe we're also just, you know, putting out there buff Static Link early levels, as it's pretty weak at the start.
Yeah. Or maybe even nerf the timing on Seb. Okay, he's going to be all right, but...
No nerfs, Cap. Only buffs. We don't want nerfs in Dota. Buff everything.
I guess so. Power creep is real. Invis found for Weehaw, but he doesn't have a bottle, so it's not like it makes much of a difference. And, you know, Fogged, if you were thinking about that saying, why the Monkey King, the follow-up to that is just ban the Monkey King, man.
Just ban the Monkey King. Look at this Monkey King, 1900 net worth, Razor 1300. He's got a good level advantage, too. Razor walks up. Orb of Venom boots, gets the Jingu stack. Now it doesn't matter if he gets linked.
Stun up in the top lane, this Ursa. He's taking a lot of damage here. Miracle. It's surprising to me that a Dragonite lane is allowed to actually be so offensive. They are almost managing multiple kills here so far. Just the one on Soxa, though.
And they're actually getting like side pulls off. It's very surprising, actually. As a Ursa Coddle lane, usually you'd be able to push a lane in, especially into a weakish support like Lion. But yeah, they're doing a great job up top on the side of Nigma for Miracle. We actually has the TP out of mid.
Oh.
Wow. Okay.
Well, that pretty much tells the tale right there. 17-5 compared to 24-13. Weehaw seems like he doesn't really have much of a place to go anymore, especially with the potentially continued boots advantage. I mean, if Thompson managed to get his phase boots before Weehaw gets anything at all.
He has 80 boots. He has 80 move speed on him. There's just nothing they can do unless they have a GH rotation to set up for this. But even then, Thompson, like, he's holding the skill point. Even if you get static linked, you pop Wukongs, your Wukongs is still doing full damage.
Yeah,
so if he does go for that, he can.
They're going to try for it right now, see if they can block him in. He gets the Jinko stacks up. Thompson is going to actually level up there between
nice.
damage hits to be able to jump into the trees.
Okay. I thought he might actually just pop the ulti, like skill the ult and pop it, but I've seen him do that a couple times too where he saves that point. It's nicely done to trickle away. And that's definitely a concern for them. If this Monkey King's not getting shut down at all by the Razor and they're getting farm on all 3 cores and they have scale, you know, that's going to be a very, very tough position for Nigma to be in.
Yeah, and I'm going to look back to that bottom lane. That is also not going that well. I mean, considering the fact you have a Venomancer. Oh, jump forward. Miracle. He's coming in. He does actually get a bit of mana to be able to save Kuro. No, the blast comes through. And Saksa runs over Kuro with the Coddle Blast. Miracle's going to have to retreat back to the tower. Big Wave is pushing into him as well. With the Siege Wagon, this could be a deadly moment for him as he's going to be chased down. Dragon Tail, turn around. TP coming in from the Earthshaker. He's going to throw it out. Hits mid one as well as Saksa there. Not able to get the kill on the Ursa, but a nice body block from GH leads to Saksa taking a lot more damage. He is very likely to just keep on running here for a while. GH might be able to kill him with the second Fissure, especially if he gets a hit in right now. Tranquil Boots allowing him to catch up. That's why Saksa turned around. He wanted to be able to stop that extra movement speed. The Fissure, though, is enough. GH with a nice read, being able to run down the Keeper of the Light.
Nicely done. I'm still just looking at this mid disparity. It's pretty large. And that's the thing, is that they picked this Razor and fully to shut down this Monkey King pick, and it's not. And Razor as a hero overall, we know he's not in the best position, especially when you're playing versus something like Ursa and these heroes that can get on top of you and just burst you so quickly. So I'm feeling a little bit of concern for Nigma. They're still farming well, at least on the Venomancer and the DK, but they want to be getting very ahead in this laning phase and very ahead in that early start of the game, first 10 minutes.
Yeah, the CS was a little bit discouraging there for Mind Control in comparison to where Seb was at, but I could see Seb had to actually blow a decent amount of net worth on regen. Now they're going to make a full rotation of both supports.
Nice.
They're not messing around anymore. Thompson needs to die.
Nicely done, nicely done. The max level Link too, so now it actually deals in a good amount of impactful damage, and immediately they make the swing top. They could actually look to help out Miracle, and he needs it.
Oh, he's got the stick charges. Dragon Tail up in 1 more second. Okay, now the Enrage is up for mid one. He can try and go for it, but a Fissure surprises him and catches him out. No opportunity for the Enrage, and maybe another kill. Ooh, Saksa does manage to dodge just enough out of range of the Impale now from Kuro, and no chance of death anymore.
These two should just bruise, partner. Yeah, just Kuroki and GH move from lane to lane. These independent cores are very strong when you do get enabled by your 2 support rotations like this, because they're strong on their own, but without help, they're quite weak. When they get these two, they actually have kill potential rather than just like this passive laning thing for the Veno and for the Razor.
Yo, you see that? What a heads-up move. Thompson died, and he came back with a dust because he saw that Weehaw had a invis in his bottle still. So even though he actually
didn't, too.
Yeah, he didn't commit the play. He could have popped it underneath tower and maybe seen if he could have actually make that dive happen. Oh, running into the 2 supports. It doesn't really matter too much without the Razor nearby though, especially as he gets the Jingu stacks up. He's got the backup here of Seb as well, who's been spending quite a lot of time in the jungle and allowing No Tail to try and hold this bottom lane as the puck. The RP is going to be committed here. The 2-man Fissure. If they don't commit the RP, they're going to miss the chance of killing down Weehaw.
Guess Seb didn't see GH there at first because he was really just stop canceling it over and over again. Now they're going to look for it as Weehaw is still quite low and they have the Boundless in 5. He has Jingu stack. He still has 1 Jingu stack.
Oh, just outside of range of the Aftershock stun there. Rolling on through, Seb, second opportunity. Uh-oh, the chain stun, Thompson. He's going to die for this relentless aggression between him and Seb. Now they get the level 6 on GH. The Echo Slam goes down. Seb falls as well. 2 cores dying on the side of OG, and a third one en route to the battle. As he's going to go for this kill on a Weehaw, but he's going to get kited around a little bit too much. Dragon tailed up. They're running out of mana, though. GH doesn't have the mana to support any further disables on mid one, so the Ursa will get out, but he didn't get the chance to have a rebuttal there. 8-1 now to the favor of Nigma with a 2,000 net worth lead.
OG with some slip-ups there, just holding on to the RP too long. Nigma turn up with the numbers, and Miracle with a nice TP in. Although he's not going to get many hits on the tower, it's very effective as he's getting the build up toward that Midas, and it opens up the lane for Kuroki up top to get his 6. No-Tail looking to punish that. Every time you do see those 5 positions in lanes alone, we'll see that happen. But in the meanwhile, we see Mind Control gets a lot of time bottom, level 8 on the Veno, and he can start to take the tower.
Yeah, No-Tail was also gifted a lot of time at the bottom lane. He got a lot of solo experience, and he's going to make use of it here in top lane.
Nice.
Getting the kill onto Kuro. Thompson, though, they can't afford yet another death on this guy. They just keep on bringing multiple cores to this lane. I mean, Fudge, it feels like they say, we've got a Thompson problem, and we're going to make sure he gets exterminated in this game.
They're addressing him so nicely, too, especially because they saw that Puck, the one who can actually counter gank, he used Coil top. So immediately they make the move on the Monkey King mid. Coddle can't actually help in that regard in comparison. These two supports on the side of OG, they can't help to set up for kills or to help protect people nearly as much as the side of Nigma does. They need the Coil to pretty much do that, or they just can't actually help.
Yeah, now that Mind Control, as you said, was gifted so much great time at bottom lane, got to a point where he was so dominant, the Magnus rather, couldn't be there. He takes that bottom tower, and now he can camp top lane and say, you know, you're going to have to go through me if you want to even out this this map advantage.
And he is into the perfect matchups, right? These 3 melee cores that ideally, especially one of them wants to get a blink. So he is just very good timing, and they're actually going to sandwich up toward him while he's pushing the tower. Look for Sox in the back.
They are going to be able to catch Soxa here. Now, mid one is still looking to be able to take this fight. That's because Thompson is going to be able to hop into the trees. A good position for the Wukong's command. Coil goes out, and they quickly surround Weehaw, bring him down pretty quickly. Nigma just going to go ahead, not fully back up, though. They might try and go back in with the Wukong's command down, and Miracle still operating with some of his dragon form. They were hoping to still make use of this, but No-Tail, get away from that cliff. Miracle was looking to throw the Dragon Tail there over that ledge, but no such luck. And no luck on that rotation there, that smoke rotation. I think they were hoping to catch the Ursa in the act of farming up that Ancient stack.
Yeah, just try to catch the Coddle and just catch the Ursa and slow them down. They do get wards, though, to watch the area. Well, they had them already there, but they get it out of range, and they get to at least identify that stacks are being made, which they probably knew was coming. They swing, take mid tower, so sure, they lose their Razor, but they got what they came for with information. As Seb Bottom is forced to use the RP defensively.
Ooh, that's gotta hurt. That's just one more ability on cooldown, which Nigma, they already made that read. They said, okay, if they've blown Coil and they've blown Wukong's command, we just take that mid tower. Now they're gonna retake control over this triangle.
And playing active, as they have to do in the early game. They don't want to give OG downtime to build a farm with this Magnus, Ursa, Monkey King, very just farm-heavy lineup that OG has gone for, very greedy. And this is exactly what they need to do. Yeah, GH, he walks in, gets himself a nice neutral. They're just farming the Ancients as a group.
Thanks to this defensive ward. Oh. A long-range finger from Kuro will bring down No-Tail.
The Dream. And Miracle now, he's able to go for a Midas with this 4K advantage that they have. That's going to be able to at least have him to the position to keep up with this Monkey King, keep up with this Ursa, and be this actual carry. Be that one position DK that they need him to be.
Yeah.
This is really, really nicely done so far by Nigma in these last few moments. Just look at this, just swinging around. Everybody always looking for kills, always looking to threaten this passive OG lineup.
I mean, Fox, I was going to ask you, what do you do as OG when the enemy team takes your triangle? And I think the answer was you take the enemy's triangle, right? But Nigma, they're one step ahead with that great ward, but now they forced enough rotations, they're going to go ahead and punish Mind Control for being so far forward. They saw 3 people at the bottom area of the map. They say, okay, this Venomancer has got to pay for this positioning. He does manage to get off his poison, so it looks like No-Tail is 26 charges.
Ooh,
he'll have to pop that to survive.
Yeah, I get, like you said, yeah, great moves from Nigma, and this time they will be able to punch back, but it does feel like OG, it's completely ulti-reliant for them to ever make those moves. While Nigma, they can make non-committed moves a lot easier with this Earthshaker, with this line, with this DK with such a good start. they can easily set these things up. It's a lot harder for OG to force them. Let's see what Sox is able to make happen with his next recalls, because that's one thing that we haven't seen used too much, is just the outnumbering and just the swinging of the map to be able to read stuff. They have a ward bottom, so they right now see that Nigma is postured as at least 3. See if they look to bring the numbers on OG.
Yeah, good opportunity to, because it doesn't take much, right? With this kind of lineup, Nigma definitely have to snowball a victory with a Dragonite carry. On the other side, OG, they've got the Empower with Monkey King and an Ursa. Like, if they are given a static game, they will outfarm Nigma and eventually take over the game.
Absolutely, yeah.
4-10, 3,000 net worth lead. And they do have that vision to bottom lane, but we haven't seen that move you're talking about just yet. Instead, they're going to have 3 sitting at top for now.
Yeah, they're gathering actually top instead. Like I said, it's a fully an ult reliant team for them to make these aggressive moves. So when puck coil is up, they can look to actually make something happen. Topson doesn't have his, but they at least have like 1 or 2 ults to have something go on. Because, you know, Coddle and Puck, you can't make moves. You don't have stuns.
Yeah.
It's just really tough. As a Blink Dagger already done now on GH.
Oof. That is quite terrifying. It also means he has enough gold that he'll be able to save up for the shard if he wants it. When we start
Mind
getting
control.
20 minutes. Mind control
They're doing
again.
the recall, but the TP's already out.
Gets away. This fast move from Nigma up to top lane that they're already making. Nice read from GH. He knew exactly where Seb was going to be positioning with that Blink Dagger to try and escape. Seb, he will try and draw out as much time as humanly possible here, but it is very likely he's going to die. Maybe they even get a Finger of Death stack. No, Kuro's going to say, that is a resource I'm not willing to use here, especially level 1 Finger. Topson, though, does do a little bit of split pushing in the meantime.
He's got the full fighting build, though, on Topson. Only the 1 point in Primal Spring, so it's a little bit tougher for him to make it work. Now, another recall happening to at least move him out of that top side. Enigma reading the maps perfectly, though, getting these good trade plays as well. Now taking top tower.
Oh, he getting very
Miracle will have a blink
aggressive.
soon.
He seems to know the mid one's kind of alone here, and he's going to force something out. It's going to be in the enrage. See if he can get the kill before the rest of the heroes come in, and he will. In fact, now, with the supports here, he's still got a lot of damage. They've got to be very careful in kiting around this Razor, otherwise it could be death for one of them. Weehaw trying to escape for the trees, but no such luck. Mind control. Hot
GH
on
is
their
swinging.
heels. GH is going to swing downwards here and maybe catch No Tail with his Blink Dagger. Does long range Fisher, but unfortunately the Blink doesn't take him far enough to chain that stun.
That was close, though. 1-0-8 on GH, having an excellent game. Already queuing up the shard instantly, of course. And OG, it's just, yeah, it's still the same name of the game for them. Just get the farm. Mid one still not having the Battle Fury, and that's also interesting to point out. Is he's still double down for Battle Fury even with the Magnus. Just definitely feeling like he needs it and wants to have the scalability. They want to just take it to late game. Enigma, they don't want that. Look at this invasive play immediately.
Excellent
Right on top of the
opening
ward.
with the Echo. This time the Finger of Death will be used, and this time Kuro will collect that stack in order to stop the Ursa. And they can even take some of that hard camp stacks. You can see OG, they are on full-on ratting mode. Topson, oh, maybe not. Maybe they feel like with this split up here, Weehaw is separated enough from his team that they can maybe make a play. Uh-oh.
Oh.
Don't think that was quite close enough to see Topson. But this move is becoming more and more dangerous as now Wee does have a lot of heroes behind him. They're going to start off RP into the Wukongs immediately. Just everything they have. Take down the Razor and don't give Nigma the chance to be able to respond. Not even a word.
That's the way they have to with this lineup. It's just a full committal of ultimates. On Nigma, it's much easier for them to just set off these small pickoffs. So now it's where they respond with the Razor, and what does Nigma want to do to hit back as those ultimates will be down. You still have to deal with the puck coil, but they do have a lot of ways to be able to play around that. And Miracle, he's actually, he was going to go for the blink, but he's having a really good time of just walking around and farming. He's just going to get the Radiance.
Yeah, I wanted to talk to you about that. Midas into Radiance, like a double farming build. Like, how good can a Dragon... Oh! Seb, still spotted by the ward here. But he will manage to get away.
DKs can scale pretty damn hard, and this miss rate will be annoying for Ursa and Monkey King to actually like itemize first, because they don't want to get the Monkey King bars. Topson is found again by Kuroki.
There's just no way out of this, not with him already using his stuns. So Another big pickoff for Nigma. Surprisingly, the net worth isn't like cascading their way just yet, but it does feel like OG is having a very hard time for pretty much everybody but Mid1. Actually, Mid1 doesn't even have that mod farm. I thought he was going to be the farthest up there, but it's actually Thompson. I guess he's just been picked off one too many times by these smoke gangs.
They're just playing the space creation game, and Nigma's playing the full pressure game. And yeah, Nigma's doing a good job of continuing that pressure. It's every time somebody shows in a lane, they just start running at them. Look, Seb shows bottom for like a quarter of a second. 2 heroes start just immediately going for him.
Yeah.
No blink on Miracle, but he's got an arcane rune, so at least he can just pop DK form to just farm and push out these lanes while GH hunts.
This is why Seb is so quick to be able to blink or skewer the way at the moment's notice, just because he is, as you said, kind of in that space creation mode, trying to actually push in lanes and do so aggressively without getting picked off. Now, Thompson's going to try.
OG.
He might be
They're
able to catch him
down
here. GH hits him. The Dragon Tail stun. The rest of OG is coming in hot, though. Saksa, he's going to look to be able to save Thompson, but the Echo is enough to be able to bring down Thompson. There goes a bunch of their damage. Now with mind control, throwing out the poison. This is going to be a lost fight for OG, as they don't even get the chance for much more than Saksa to get away. Mid1, who is kind of approaching that team fight, will be retreating, but that was, I think they had vision of him. GH.
It looks like it. Can't quite get him, but Nigma just set up for the fight perfectly. Seb actually blinked like behind the shaker to skewer him into the DK to get a good RP, but instead the Echo Slam goes off, breaks the whole initiation, and that was OG. They were actually looking for that fight. Saksa was recalling, maybe looking for some type of number advantage, but Nigma just too fast this game. The way they're moving around the map, they're just like, they're moving faster than a team which has recall around the map, which says everything.
Yeah, certainly.
No
They
tail.
start off with a stun onto No Tail, and there's such long-range stuns. Now, Miracle got a little bit low there, but fortunately the Hex stops. Oh, what a boundless strike! Onto 3, with the Wukong's already out. Kuro's certainly dead, and they're going to pull him back in. Seb on the other side. The trap is laid, and OG slam it shut onto Nigma, catching multiple cores, and it looks like they're not going to let mind control get away either. A TP out, and he stuns. Oh, they didn't have anything. Well, at least he's able to get away. Nigma retreat with both Weeha and mind control.
And OG finally hit back hard with their big ultimates, as Weeha is in the midst of all this. He's under his own defensive sentry, so he knows he's a bit safe.
But if he runs
for a target.
up, he's going to be spotted by that sentry, Seb. They see him for a moment. He's like, nope, I got to get out of here. Blinks forward. Still has to skewer, waiting for the Razor to reveal himself. Mind control's actually going to be banned. The jungle here, that's troublesome. He's going to be run down by Mid1. He needs one more hit. Fortunately, that low cooldown, thanks to Saksa, Mid1 is able to stay on top of the Venomancer. Meanwhile, Seb's trying to get away with the skewer. Mid1 back into the Ancients. He's going to hop, turn around. He knows he's probably dead, but he just wants to get Kuro's kill. That's a double for him. Maybe he can still kite this out, but Mid1, Weeha, he's going to be able to run him down. Managed to get the slow. Mid1 turns around, does what damage he can before his inevitable death.
Big hit back though from OG. They lose their Ursa. He gets 2 kills while dying though, and they get to split push all the lanes. Thompson able to force in top super hard. Seb actually somehow surviving, dancing around the Razor during the whole midst of it. So a big win for them. If they can do that and they can just build some time for their ultimates to come back up, that's where they thrive. They have to just play around their ults on OG.
Look at this
15
read.
seconds till Wukong.
The 3-man stun, and then the show up. The Echo comes right in, maybe to be able to save. We push the edge of the coil, but not quite broken. He's able to steal away the damage from Thompson. Thompson not going to make it out. A double kill for Miracle. The savior of GH protects his boy and Weeha to keep him alive. And once again, OG, they try and cobble together some sort of team fight to surprise Nigma, but as you've been saying, man, Nigma have been excellent reads of just moving around constantly.
Yeah, GH in particular, right? 2-1 and 14. He's involved in the majority of the kills. He's always swinging around and getting these stun combos. They almost were able to get the Razor there. They did do it a little bit before their Wukong was up too, but you can see OG's trying to play a little unpredictable, where it's not, hey, we only are playing with our ults. We'll play with one ult if we can find the opportunity. But yeah, Nigma, again, good reads. And keeping this lead consistent. They can't make too many mistakes, as we said, because the game could snowball out of control for them. So this is still pretty good for them. Level 18 on Miracle. He's still in a very comfortable spot.
Weird part is that, like, because you've seen so many OG games, and I actually have seen it in this game specifically. Seb
up top.
He's going to get picked off. Miracle use the dragon form for this one. Even if he does manage to get a skewer, he likely will bring the dragon with him. Saksa, he's going to be found on the other side of the map. Nigma not wasting any time whatsoever. Saksa with a really good force staff, but can he get away from all these AoE spells? They guess the wrong direction. They guess right.
Is
he
he
goes
really?
left. He's still hidden. He blinks, and GH cannot catch up to him. Just a bit too late. Nice space creation there from Saksa.
But instantly, Nigma, they smoke, and they're going to look for mid.
Oh, they're going to spawn Thompson. Managed to hit him. Thompson, he's going to have to
Oh
try.
my
He
God,
tried to go
God.
for a TP, but Miracle was already there. Again, Nigma, they were just chasing
fast.
bottom lane, and all of a sudden, they're already into the triangle of OG. Kuro's catching out Saksa as he tried to escape earlier. A blink away from Kuro, though. It looks like Nigma are actually going to call a timeout here. They say, this is good enough for us to Roshan, gents.
40 seconds without Thompson, yeah, for sure. And they've got good ward coverage on the high ground, too. Just geez, these swing arounds, I cannot believe how fast they're setting up these moves. And we're looking at which items have been picked up in the last few moments. My control is Crimson Guard, so they're quite a lot stronger in the fights. They'll see Saksa for a sec. An easy jump from Kuroki with Blink and Finger.
Yeah, now with the coddle down as well, very, very unlikely that OG is going to be able to contest.
Yeah, no ways of really getting easy vision into the pit either.
Yeah.
The orb can come out from the puck, but No-Tail, he's very underfarmed, and Kuroki with Blink can just catch him super easily now. So they're going to just have to give this one up. Does look like. Yeah, Nigma is just, they're sweeping so quick across the map. It really feels like they're the team with Coddle at the moment.
Yeah. No, absolutely. It feels like in some ways they're using the movement speed of their heroes. Like this Razor is just booking it around the map constantly thanks to his passive, the Dragon Knight. His Blink Dagger in Dragon form, buffing
Look at
him up
bottom.
as well. They're immediately bottom lane. They just finished up the Roshan. The Aegis was just dropped on the ground, and the Spider's already... Oh, Kuro!
He catches
Hits
Seb.
the impale right as Seb came in for that RP. Now he's just going to have to content himself for maybe a kill on a GH. Mid one's going to get kited around, and Seb, hold that RP for another fight, my friend. You tried, but that timing, it was just too unlucky for Seb. Kuro hitting him with the impale right as he blinked in.
Yeah, these two supports for Nigma really are carrying the fight so hard. All the time they're getting these perfect stuns and setups, and Seb a bit unfortunate on that one there. But again, it's just the way that they can make themselves set up. Like you said, like the Aegis gets picked up and they're already making the move on the Ursa. They're just so fast. They're playing perfectly around OG's slow lineup. Yeah, that's so damn quick.
Yeah, I really think he was trying to hit mid one there, and Seb just blinked right into it. Kuro. We'll never know what the mastermind's thinking there, as he is totally unfazed. As you said, Nigma, in order to win this, they have to play a clean game. And with OG's team fight that they have, like, they can win fights being 6, 8, 10K down.
Yeah, it's been phenomenal swing, phenomenal movement all around, and just getting themselves in this really good advantageous position, even though they've been under the cover of wards some of these times, but OG just are getting outplayed and just getting outmoved anyway, even if they see this coming.
Two heroes at the top lane, so OG, they're going to strike. A nice two-man boundless strike with the Wukong Scout as well. Weeha is going to look to be able to dance away with that, as all that movement speed, he's got to have a haste, and he does. He managed to get away, and they take away the Aegis from Miracle, but OG, they don't look in great shape, and Thompson, at the end of his BKB, gets tagged, not able to jump into the trees, going to be chain stunned up here, as there's going to be a Fissure and an Aftershock stun to chain it together. OG, they take away a life of Nigma, but a life for a life, and that Monkey King is going to be dead for a full minute.
They can fight during their BKBs, but the moment it ends, the jumps, and now Seb, he shows his face.
And he's not going to be able to make it out. Kuro even had the extra damage still in the tank there from the finger, but it wasn't necessary.
So quick with the jumps. Again, both these triple stunners just immediately finding the targets, and now to the high ground. AC finished up just before the fights too for Miracle. There still is a lot of deep push though coming in. They're trying to get the crab, and they will on No-Tail.
Not even a stun necessary. Past the Hex. Finger, breathe fire. And this is very likely a lane of barracks for Nigma with a 16,000 net worth lead. They can maybe even go for 2 here, because the bottom tier 2 is already taken out. They see mid one actually cancel that TP from GH because they saw him being pulled back by the Keeper of the Light.
Always looking for the next thing, though. That's what I'm noticing from the supports from Team Nigma. Even though they're making one thing happen, you're already seeing them looking around the map, looking for the rewards, looking for any type of potential to set up for the next play. Just on point. And now they have all their stuff at the ready again. Even though OG, they have all their stuff at the ready too. Nigma's going to back up and pick up their next set of items and just be in a comfortable position to take the fight anyway, even into all these ults, because of their just this huge network disparity. Weehaw, full BKB. A lot more survivable.
I was about to say, he was kind of sitting there pretty aggressively, but his BKB was on the way on the courier, and now it feels like in many ways he's kind of untouchable unless OG can strike first with that RP. It feels like at this point, Fogged, OG, they're living entirely off of Seb's big move. If he can get the right kind of RP, maybe this game can stall out, but
it's getting pretty out of hand for sure.
4-man smoke
Miracle,
up.
another arcane rune for him. He'll get the jump.
They're going to lead on to mid one. They were kind of baiting him out, but maybe this bait is a little bit too tasty. Nice 2-man RP. The Wukong's man is out, but the BKB was already activated by Weehaw, so he wasn't chain stunned. Miracle, he actually man fights mid one and gets the kill before he dies. Now it's going to be Thompson inside of his own Wukong's command with no way out. The magic damage is too much for him to handle, and Weehaw, what a comeback for him in this game, man. I'm sure there have been a lot of Weehaw haters saying a lot of things about this man, and I'm sure they were having a mouthful when it came to the first 5 minutes, that laning phase, and him just getting dumpstered by Thompson. But he recovered very nicely in this game, and a big reason why they're able to hold out through that team fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see, though, they're able to actually kill Miracle, but the amount that they have to actually use because of this just advantage that Nigma has built up, that's where you're seeing the difference. If they were more on even footing, the DK dies faster, then maybe they can look and set up and get some more kills. But yeah, that big farm definitely coming into play.
And looking back on it, where in your opinion did that advantage come from? Because it certainly wasn't from the laning phase. As we, like the first 5 minutes went pretty well for OG, even if Seb was eventually forced out. He was farming neutrals pretty well. So where did it all turn so badly?
The two supports, GH and Kuroki. These two, they handheld the whole mid game, that whole like 7 to 16 plus minutes when Shaker got the blink dagger. They just went swooping from lane to lane, finding kills, just nicely too, without having to commit ults. They just had to do their stun combos, and they were able to find them a lot of the time. And just honestly, going for Thompson a lot. He has 9 deaths on the Monkey King. They kind of baited him into these positions where he felt like he could do something on Weehaw, and then he'd get turned on. And now speaking of Weehaw,
yeah. Yules onto Seb, stopping the skewer and ensuring that should be able to fight this still with the BKB coming out. He walks away from the coil pretty easily. His mind control should be able to finish off Seb thanks to the Spirit Vessel. He even throws the E-Blade before Thompson can actually get away. BKB pop, turns around, but honestly, the damage just looks sad as Miracle man fights him inside the Wukong's command, not giving a damn apparently about all these statues. A finger of death will make the difference here as it's Thompson to go down first. All right, says Thompson, and I'm beginning to think that's what OG is saying for this game. It's time. Nigma will take game 1 of this series.
super clean. Love to see this. I haven't seen Nigma play actually this clean in quite some time. This was... It was just very nice to watch. You're not seeing many people getting caught out of position at all. I think maybe like 1 or 2 deaths from Nigma shouldn't have happened, but besides that, I didn't see anybody being out of position at all. They're just swinging from lane to lane, making all these aggressive moves. And I love that invasive play where they took over the triangle area. They denied the stacks, the potential for the Ursa to maybe come back, and then they just took all 3 tier 1s and just kept playing aggressive. It was a really nice game to watch from them.
Well, they had to play a clean game, and it honestly doesn't get much cleaner than that. Nick.
And I've lost everything, forever living in the dark. your choice to make a little mockery, it won't do. Further down the line, still surrendering, trying harder to forgive you. Candlelight has gone out. Some will win and some will lose. Nothing much else to say. Thought I was searching for something. Door has closed, not a sound. Take a look as I am now. Still I smile and don't speak. Will you please slow down? Slow down, slow down, slow down.
Seeing monsters out your window. No, you can't sleep, you pretend though. You don't have to play the hero. Cause I got you like you got me. When the earth shakes, when the bombs scream, until our last breath, every heartbeat. You know I'll come running. You go to war, then I'm going with you. Pick up my sword, yeah, there's nothing I won't do. When you sound the alarm and the chaos is rising, leading the charge, yeah, I'm coming, I'm fighting. Swear on the breath that I breathe, I'll never retreat, yeah, I'll be your army. When your nightmares turn to real life and the ground's filled up with landmines, we will face it, standing side by side. You know I'll come running when you need. I'm coming. You know I'll come running. You go to war, then I'm going with you. Pick up my sword, yeah, there's nothing I won't do. When you sound the alarm and the chaos is rising, leading the charge, yeah, I'm coming, I'm fighting. Swear on the breath that I breathe, I'll never retreat, yeah, I'll be your army. You go to war, then I'm going with you. Pick up my sword, yeah, there's nothing I won't do. When you sound the alarms and the chaos is rising, leading the charge, I'm coming, I'm fighting. Swear on the breath that I breathe, I'll never retreat, yeah, I'll wrecking ball, and I prayed for my downfall, and I found a way to reconcile, 'cause in my heart it's not worthwhile. It's a bloody battlefield where some go down, others heal. In the end it's all the same. All you can do is play the game. Oh, do we say goodbye? Refuse to question why. I'm sad to say I'm sorry, so lie. Pretend that you're okay. Swear that you will stay. Keep trying for one day. I'm sick of all these lies. Don't care if I capsize. There's nothing left for me to hide. Don't wanna live a lie. Too many lows, too many highs. Too many things to criticize. And so I leave it all behind. Don't wanna live a lie. Life kept spitting at my feet and forced me down a dead-end street, when all I had went up in flames, burning only dark remains. I cover up every part of my skin, oh, 'cause I don't like the person within. Oh, I know I'm the one to blame. All I can do is take the shame. Oh, do we say goodbye? Refuse to question why. I'm too sad to say I'm sorry, so lie and pretend that you're okay. Swear that you will stay. Keep trying for one day. Whoa, I'm sick of all these lies. Don't care if I capsize. There's nothing left for me to hide. Don't wanna live a lie. Too many lows, too many highs. Too many things to criticize. So I leave it all behind. Don't wanna live a lie. I don't wanna live a I'm sick of all these lies. Don't care if I capsize. Oh no.
left behind, and I've lost everything. Forever living in the dark. I feel so alive. Still remembering what I want, but it ends with you. Candlelight has gone out. Some will win and some will lose. Nothing much else to say. Thought I was searching for something. Door has closed on us.
With the support duo first team, you don't like that. You sometimes like it.
I don't mind it, depends on what pick order you're on, but I feel like for OG, this puck pick, they didn't have the confidence to keep it mid, and this flex just kind of ruined the draft. When they go puck coddle, flexing puck to support like Pudge mentioned in the Weatherman, you have this double support duo doing the same thing, and we've seen Nigma play puck. We've seen them be demolished because they pick puck, and I think OG could have maybe changed up their bans to cover the core puck to give themselves a game. Like, it felt too hard.
It's tough though because
Go for it again.
you could say maybe they go Monkey King instead of the Coddle second, but we were discussing, you don't want to give Shaker Coddle away
No, of course.
to
yeah.
Nigma. However, it is interesting because GH plays both heroes, so perhaps that's one combo you don't have to fear as much. Whereas squads like Secret, they'll have either support play either hero, and it's not really that big of a deal. But GH definitely signature for both. And same bans,
Yep.
nothing changed. OG once again first pick.
And once again, Radiant.
Yes.
Don't let the colors fool you like they did me.
Yeah,
And they
I
go
mean,
for the
no
Shaker.
surprise.
Yeah. Will OG just go straight for the keep of the light?
Yep,
No, they go for
puck.
Clockwork now. Okay, nice. Nice adjustment.
Yeah, because and this is something you'll see in these longer series against these top teams. Kuro banned that out in the previous game, second phase. If you want it, you have to pick it, and they do. This is the answer to Earthshaker classically, going all the way back to when Liquid were doing it, TI3.
Let's hang your chair.
No,
Keep your chair
I can join with the pace.
They said we can
Hold on,
pace.
we can pace. Hold on. Here we go.
We're allowed to pace.
Yeah.
It's just I need to
I
write
like the
stuff down.
pace.
Writing stuff while walking is
The
not
real
good.
question. Okay, nice. Good. I was gonna say the
I
real
like
question
that.
from Nigma is they also have to adjust here. They can't stick to their script because, like, if this was maybe a Division 2 team or even middle pack, DK would be kind of on the question. So, okay, DK into puck, forced to puck to a 5, but they decide to go for the DP flex between mid and 3 just to keep the draft
Yep.
much easier, less predictable.
I really like this too because I think it leans 3 because of how effective it is with Earthshaker in the offlane. It's
Yep.
similar to the Venomancer in the previous game. You really want an offlaner that prefers to get solo XP and at some point can be left alone. So Shaker just securing lane for Death Prophet, you get level 3, you're chilling. And then a block is actually incredibly effective to find kills because DP just outputs so much damage and is just innately survivable.
Yep. Also, I love how you choose to pace in front of the death.
Oh my god.
No, it's fine.
No, I will tell you why he does that. He likes to be
I
closer
can't
to the
see.
monitor
I
because
can't see it.
screen
I'm
image.
yeah, but
blind.
then you have to look down.
Oh, okay, that's good. Please go back to your page.
Thank you.
If you need to see, no, it's fine. Thank you. Get a back rub, off you go. Get another good prediction in, please, Kyle. No pressure.
It's the gamer vision. Make sure you stretch your eyes.
Yeah, I
folks.
can't see
Stare
any
Stare
of
at
that
something
screen,
and
but
blink
yeah.
a lot. There's
Yeah.
an exercise. It's on Google somewhere. I think.
Just get
Blink a lot?
glasses, Kyle.
Just sometimes look
Glasses.
away from your screen. Can also be very good for your mental health.
I had glasses actually, and then I lost them 7 years ago, and I haven't got a new pair since.
Well,
Unfortunate.
Man, if you had a job to buy glasses with, that's really tough, Kyle.
yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe we can do a GoFundMe for him to, what is that going to be, like $100 or something?
No. At least 150. Come on.
I need
Glasses
the prescription.
these days.
too.
frames
I don't
or-
have,
yeah.
I don't
My
have
prescription's
glasses,
changed.
We gotta get a couple of good frames with there. You know, he is on camera.
Yeah, they gotta be
Gotta look
designer.
good.
Oh, look,
No.
look at this. Now just block. There we go. Yeah, don't want to see she. Just see the back of
Can you guys just talk? Can we talk about the draft, please?
Yeah, we are.
Yes, we are. Nature's
stand in your
Prophet
chair.
banned
Yeah.
out this time around. We didn't see it at all in the previous game. Why do we see it now? What makes this a better Nature's Prophet game than the previous?
Good against clock if they lane match up against each other, because then you have control over where battery cell goes, so it really limit clock's
Yeah.
harass and gank potential.
And also Death Prophet, not Lion, so the support duo is still open, which makes a third pick, especially considering Nigma is second pick. Third pick Prophet becomes really value because you don't know whether it's going to be off lane. It could be Miracle's hero or it could be Crow's hero. And it also kind of owns clock in the laning phase.
This is the adaptation from OG where they want to be able to flex his puck and they don't want to be in a corner where they can't. And they're trying to decide, okay, what are the heroes that opens up Nigma's draft to force us to have to try and relegate the puck once again? And yeah, this is how they're covering it. Go for a Viper ban as well. Okay.
Interesting.
It's the philosophy that Nigma presented in game one is why these bans are coming out. The double flex between like off lane and mid that can suddenly cover you into your last pick of the draft.
I will say I like their opening so much. I mean, it's I believe Secret has done this exact
Yep.
opening.
Yep.
But
CIS
it
loves
is-
it as well. Yep.
It is so nice. And I want to reiterate, it's just so nice to see Nigma playing on the offensive. Like that's the style of play I feel like they're the best at. It's just that oftentimes they end up with these really slow drafts.
What was the quote? They're the best early game team in
Dota.
Yeah, I don't know the
yes.
quote, but everybody knows
That
what
is
I'm
it.
talking about. But they just showed us why that is a quote, right?
Nahaz.
Yeah.
That's his Tom Brady, 7 Super Bowl rings. Nahaz, Liquid's the best early game team in Dota. 2 different legacies from 2 men born on the exact same day.
Yeah. Very comparable.
Stop, don't flame him. He's
That's such a strong approach. Just to yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. That's true.
All right, Perch, talk Dota to me, please, to help me get out of this analogy. Thank you.
Klink's ban is a little bit weird. OG did draft it and played against Death Prophet against, I don't remember who it was, but I think 3-3 was playing it, and he ended up buying Mage Slayer that game. It was pretty effective at limiting DP's damage output. 35% of all the damage he does.
Is again.
Cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
The DK.
It's just so solid here. Again, another great hero for Earthshaker to play around, as we witnessed. It's still open. It's one of those awesome second pick heroes. And you really don't want to play Puck as a core anymore. Like, it's just shut down now. And
But like that's the thing, right? I feel like OG they need to have the potential confidence of going, let's not put it into the 5 and just play it into the mid if they want to have that good support. But because they have a different support duo, it also allows the puck just to be a casual 5 hit. Like I don't mind them putting it in the 5 role, but they need to keep the option open, right?
But at least Clockwork as a 4 does a little more in the early game compared to Kotal as a 4,
Exactly.
surely.
Yeah.
Yes.
You have more fight. That's the key thing. And if
Now-
you do put the puck mid with the clock,
here's the
score,
thing.
you can rotate it.
AA just became incredibly high value.
Yeah, that is
And
For OG.
so much so that you could actually feel comfortable coring Puck because of how good AA is against
true.
2 cores that are inherently reliant on self-sustained healing. And I wouldn't mind that at all, but they would have to pick it right here. With the Prophet band, it
Yeah.
becomes even more value in this spot.
I think the only
What if they flex the DP to support those? Is still equal value?
Not quite as much, but it removes the advantage DK has over Puck. Because Puck's issue is that you don't really burst the hero, and eventually you end up dying. But this allows Puck to actually have the offensive pressure against DK, especially with the additional magic damage from the Ice Vortex.
My fear
later
is
in the
it's
game.
too much of an immediate counter where you feel good for like 15 minutes or so, and then suddenly the game becomes more team orientated, and the A is too slow to kind of enter into the game. And also Puck will have half the net, or a third less net worth than the DK. So I think it's maybe too reactionary.
Dark Willow as well is another thing that could potentially give the Puck enough value to be core.
They're eating through so much reserve time for this pick.
Well, this is the key hero.
No, exactly. Yeah, this is make or break in the draft because
Here
Yeah,
we
they
go,
go for
Enigma it is.
Yep.
Different form of pressure. You know the Nigma's going to run at you. This is pure damage, team fight, max HP based, very good against DK.
in the simplest form, it allows for the clockwork to be way more active. It also maybe indicates that the puck could still be that mid lane, because now you have basically a dual lane mid where the Enigma plays off lane. DK doesn't have that pressure.
Do we not feel like it's also a little bit relying on Team Nigma not playing too crisp,
Enigma's such a good hero right now.
regardless of how?
Yeah, it is. It's really just an S tier hero.
Okay.
And
You basically get to win your lane, and it's going to apply map pressure there. And like T said about letting Clockwork be more flexible, it's because Enigma just does well in his lane, and he can pressure by himself without too much danger. So Clock can just show up once in a while to threaten or get a kill, and then go away and go do something else. So it'll help offset the fact that DK is always going to want to pressure mid.
Okay.
Clock's weakness is you don't scale very well, you have low damage output, but you offer a lot of control. Enigma provides all the tower pressure you would need. And in addition, you're still somewhat open, and I like the idea because Clock should be free now to deal with the Earthshaker a bit more, even more sustain coming out from Nigma. That's just so much healing.
Instant Juggernaut. Okay. Yeah, I don't mind that at all. It gives them, like, OG now has these strong lanes and the ability to also take fights, but Nigma, they're so scary. I think they don't have, like, the hard lane counters as much. Of course, the DK puck is still the only one present, but it is now going to be very much an even laning phase.
Well, it's just like, look at the sustained damage output in a team fight from these 4 heroes. Clock and Puck, they run 1 round of spells, that's that. Omni Slash from the Juggernaut. Comparably, Nigma just gets stronger throughout the engagement, plus they have the Earthshaker, arguably best 4 position.
Yeah, to some degree, I think both teams have the same amount of kind of can we fight, can we not fight, because OG, they have Coil, Black Hole, Omni Slash. Nigma, they have Slam, Exorcism, you know, Dragon Form, Egg. Like, both teams, when they enter a fight, they will be blowing everything and then resetting if they don't win the fight, like, cleanly enough.
It's just so much fun. Like, watching this series, like, reminds me why I like Dota. It's like my only big gripe with this DPC is we don't get to see enough of this caliber Dota 2. Like, it's our one shot, potentially until May, to see these teams play each other, depending on how the rest of the season goes, how do they perform at the major. But there's just so much on the line with this series.
That is such a depressing thought, but
Yes.
you're absolutely right. That is actually...
There's lots of good teams that are playing. There's so many hype matches.
That is true, but we want to see more of them.
I mean, I don't want to just watch OG and Nigma play Dota like, you know, 2 BO3s a day for the rest of my life.
Sure, okay, but there's a big difference between 2 BO3s a day and 1 BO3 per 3 months.
But anyway, we have the BO3 right now, so let's live in the moment, guys.
True, I mean, I'm savoring this moment.
Okay, thank you.
Exactly,
Yeah.
we got to enjoy the present.
Yes.
So for OG, I'm a little bit concerned about just the early team fight. It's pretty much Black Hole or nothing. Of course, you have Coil, but it's a little bit harder to really get into the fight happily. So there's a lot of pressure on their laning phase. And they don't really have
GH is a vibe.
Yeah.
I love that man. I haven't hugged him in at least a year.
He gets also more and more huggable
I know.
the longer the quarantine goes on,
Man,
because the hairdressers
they
are
need
closed.
a partnership with Build-A-Bear Workshop. Straight up. I would get a GH teddy bear.
That's pretty
100%.
funny.
Nigma banning out these super active mids that can kind of play into OG's kind of skirmishing needs. If the Enigma gets that Necro 3, pretty much every hero with one item will want to look to cross the river and apply pressure. Nigma, they are a much slower lineup this time around. They don't have these big lane dominators that are going to suddenly just...
Thompson? It's
barrel
Thompson's
through.
hero,
Yeah,
I
it
would
is.
think. Unless they want to give him Puck and
yeah,
last
unless
with
they
no tails, which doesn't really compute.
The play is to go for, like, Grimstroke. Oh,
They
Dark
did
Mid,
do
nice.
it,
So it's just
wow.
Puck mid. Okay,
Okay.
nice.
Is this...
I like this.
You do?
Why not?
So that means that means Enigma moves to the 4, or like what's?
Okay,
the
it
core?
could be a core clock, because
Yeah.
it is a really nice core clock game. I know Seb would play it. But no, there's
it's
a
just-
Darkseer.
It's just going to be Enigma 5,
Yeah.
Darkseer Clock offlane, Puck mid. And it pretty much tells Nigma, you have last pick, you can do all this flexing, you can pick your strong laner to counter our carry, but we have an Enigma in that lane. We can just completely dismantle your ability to play aggressive. And Nigma, nice, okay.
Oh, wow. Now this is...
It makes a Darkseer pick maybe a little bit better as well with the wall. You can make copies of the anti-mage. That's great.
Anti-Mage is like forever the counter to Darkseer in lane because you take
In lane.
away
Yeah.
all of his mana, but of course in the game it can be a little bit topsy-turvy. I like the fact that OG has all this skirmishing. I think they have the perfect recipe to run over Nigma. But yeah, Nigma, they give Miracle the 10th pick, the anti-mage. He is one of the few players, if you say he's playing anti-mage, you go, oh yeah, he'd probably win the game.
Yeah.
Unlike a lot of anti-mage players right now where you're kind of like, are you going to do it? But
Final thoughts on a draft, Purge?
I think other than Black Hole and Dream Coil, they have really difficult heroes for locking down and killing Anti-Mage, and so the fact that he matches up well and he's hard to pressure outside of those big team fight ultimates gives Nigma a really straightforward strategy advantage here.
Yeah.
All right, thank you very much, Purge. We'll come back to you at the end of the series or at the end of the game. Or both.
I just love the drafting patterns. It's like the Kuro's spent some time in the kitchen, knows the recipe now. They save this last pick. They can give Miracle something they've selected already, or this key last pick. I think it's even better than the Venomancer in the previous game. There is nothing to do with the AM. He'll have a free game. OG have got to play flawlessly to take this W.
yeah, I just think that OG, they have the heroes to be able to have that execution. So if they have any kind of right to contend for top 4, this is the type of game that they should be able to win with their tempo that they have to set. So I want to see them do well with it.
Mid one has plus 1.5. More deaths than that, they aren't winning this game. Less, it's possible. You can outscale an AM, but they have to get Necro up. Quick shove waves, fast ags on Darkseer, run at enemy.
What's half a
All
death?
right.
It's 2 or more.
No.
Math. Any math. All right, so we are ready for this game 2 to kick off. Let's see who takes it, and maybe Nigma can 2-0 OG, but secretly I'm just hoping we're going to see a third game to the series. Let's find out what's going to happen with Cap and Fogged.
Well, our panel set it up in game 1. They said, Nigma, in order to win this game, they can't afford any mistakes. And they showed up with some TI-7 levels of performance. Now, going into this game 2, it's OG are the ones who have to be able to play a pretty clean game. So let's see if they can channel their TI-8 and TI-9 performance, Fog.
Yeah, it really feels like they're going to have to kick it up. This looks like one of the freest anti-mage games I think I've seen in a very, very long time. He's good versus all 3 cores. Juggernaut, he can be okay versus as well, as you can play around your mana shield and stuff like that. And there's just no stuns really in the draft. It's a Malefice, a hook shot, some silences, and of course the leash from the puck that he will have to worry about. But the puck, as we know, it's handled. The way that they've drafted themselves, they've actually forced this puck to be a core, and they have the DK matchup versus it. They also have several silences and other control for him too. So it really feels like it's going to be difficult for OG. And I feel like this game is... I mean, I'm looking at Saksa, I'm looking at this clockwork, and I'm feeling like he has to just do leaps and bounds of space, and I don't know what else, because I feel like it's going to be really hard for them.
For sure. It definitely feels like they picked up this puck and this clockwork relatively early in the draft, and they're requiring them to do a lot of the heavy lifting in order to keep this AM shut down, in order to keep them winning fights that honestly look kind of scary, because Nigma do have this this sort of like run-at-you lineup with Death Prophet and Dragonite frontlining with the big old team fighters in the back of Phoenix and Earthshaker.
The battle begins.
Yeah, it's tough for them to really... I just feel like it's hard for OG to make moves again because they have a 5-position Enigma. And, you know, it's similar to like... I mean, it's not exactly similar to a Puck because Puck doesn't have an actual stun or anything at all, but it's very greedy. This hero requires items normally to really be very impactful. If you're walking your hero in, waddling very slow as a 5-position, you're just very easily just get burst down. It's just looking scary. It's looking really just bizarre too. It's standard OG, you know, making things a little bit more complicated, making things look more confusing. And we'll see if they can make it work versus a more standard draft for Nigma. Sure, it's a 5-position Death Prophet, but you know, you see the workings of what they're going for here.
Yeah, what do you think about their decision to downgrade the Death Prophet to the 5 position that we've seen around a little bit, especially G coming in from the CIS scene, and then elevating the Earthshaker up to a 3 position for Mind Control?
I quite like it, actually, this game, especially just... You still do a lot of your job to be able to just be this support and be able to trade and push lane out and all that kind of stuff. And then, you know, the farm priority of the Earthshaker is just more important in this game. They want to be able to just get mind control in this one, and they were flexing. You know, it's just them flexing throughout the whole game and then just picking and choosing at the end, of course. But
yeah,
there's definitely the merits that Earthshaker, he can actually do pretty decently in the game down bottom, as he's going to be providing most of this control in the team fights, and the lane's not that bad. He can actually survive down here pretty decently. Enigma can't threaten and get you killed as this Earthshaker. Earthshaker and Phoenix can actually put the pressure onto the Jug a bit.
Mid one. Nice Fisher there from Mind Control. Puts him to the wrong side of it, and so he takes a few hits in exchange. Kuro showing or attempting to show some of the strength of the Death Prophet. I thought maybe he was going to level up the drain there just to show that he can man fight against the battery assault. It's something that I've been experimenting a little bit around, and it's amazing what you can actually man fight as a Death Prophet 5 because of the drain.
That's actually pretty cool. You have a bit of a longer cooldown, of course, for the restore, but yeah, that's actually a pretty cool concept with it. Because you do have like pretty decent stats to start with, and yeah, all right. I haven't gotten to see it too many times. I've only seen it literally the one game that they did play it on G, so.
And with just a Windlace on Windlace action too, Soxa is actually quite slower than the Death Prophet. I think that's one of the best things. Her base movement speed is so high.
Really cool.
Blink away from Miracle as that is the Ion Shell melee hero threat, so that is the one thing he's going to have to keep an eye on. But otherwise, Animage does quite well against Darkseer in the laning phase, right?
Yeah, amazing versus Darkseer in laning phase, good versus Clockwork too throughout all stages. That's why they picked it. It's a really dream AM game. Nice last hit by Miracle, dropping his Calling Blade under the tower there to secure himself one, not missing it. We're seeing mid pretty even. Sometimes we do see the DKs come out a little bit more ahead than normal, but Pop Topson very comfortable in this one, as we see Soxa and Kuroki going at it, and there's that Spirit Siphon you were mentioning.
Yeah, he was able to, with an Ion Shell and Battery Assault on him, able to stay alive. And blocked in by the Fisher. No Tail does have the Eidolons kind of covering his trail here, but that is kind of what Nigma were looking for. They want some Eidolon kills, and as a result, their CS is looking pretty good between the two of them, as they have gotten a couple of those extra bounties. Topson really trying to put the pressure here on Weehaw when it comes to the harassment. Is keeping him relatively low, but...
Yeah, and he's actually done something I see a lot of players not doing lately. He's actually gone for the phase shift. I've seen so many players actually just go for like 2-2 on the pucks versus DKs. He's dodging the breathe fire. It's something very important that you have to do so you can keep this base damage so you can actually harass him. Topson's actually getting him pretty low because of that. So it's some nice stuff coming out from him there just individually.
I thought for a second he would go for it, but he makes a wise read. I mean, Topson is well known for his Fairy Fire baits, and that's exactly what Weehaw's kind of doing, still holding that in his back pocket. 4-minute power runes. It's going to be a DD on the top lane.
Ooh, a big one.
Yeah, no
Topson
support rotations this game.
Yeah, Topson not going for the bottle rush either. He's actually just gone for stats straight into like the urn slash potentially even just a vessel rush this game actually for the puck. Some games I don't really like it too much, but he's versus a lot of healing and a lot of just tanky heroes, so definitely a potential for Topson.
I have to say, it feels like Weehaw's not going to be able to make that Soul Ring. He's not going to make use of it a whole lot. As bottom lane, they're going to be able to chase down GH. This should be our first blood. That'll go to No Tail.
Oh, wow. That's a bit surprising for them to actually find that kill. The Malefice must have stopped the Icarus dive or something.
Yeah, that's what I believe happened.
That's a kill that you don't see really happening as bottom. It's like Earthshaker Phoenix should be able to stand in. Yeah, he was stunned. Okay, yeah, he was stunned mid dive. So nice play there by No Tail then. Rotation to mid. GH.
Yeah, watch that one again. Yep. Malefice. Right when he was next to mid one, so just kind of set it up for that free kill. Meanwhile, we did try and go for a bounty rune play. GH TP'd into mid lane to help out the DK, secures the bounty rune by the Ancients.
Seb's doing good up top. You know, it's his Darkseer. He's at least keeping himself consistent with last hits. Anti-mage, though, as we know, Miracle, he's going to get full free farm this game, and that is a very big concern when it's the DK also free farming as well, and it's just such a damn good AM game versus Puck versus Darkseer. You always have a plethora of mana void targets when you do look to get involved too, and they just can't catch you on your split push is the big thing. And it really feels like OG's gonna have to start dictating the pace and really looking to pressure towers down super early on somehow with this Enigma jug.
Cutting waves. Seb wanting to stay away from the Animage as much as possible. Meanwhile, this is where the mid lane starts getting a little bit more difficult, and that's why Soxa's already on the rotation here. They're going to bring in the Juggernaut to this fight as well. They really want this kill on Weehaw, but he might still be able to get away as mid one is only level 5, no on the slash up, so no way to be able to close this gap. Nevertheless, he just keeps running at him. Mid
He's
one.
thinking about it. They get the ward down. 2 wards placed down. One on the side to watch the triangle.
Okay, they really want to just enable the Siege Wagon push, it seems. More TP is going to come in as they go for the battery assault dive, but the Phoenix is going to respond here. Diving onto Soxa, gets that minor slow, and is going to keep up with the burn. As long as he lands, these should be enough. Soxa looking for the deny on the neutrals. Wasn't able to wake them up fast enough.
A very OG-esque move, just bringing their safe lane into the mid lane. Very mid-1 rotation, too, that he's been doing a lot to try to get the tower, try to take advantage of the fact that they have the catapult versus the DK. Can't quite finish it, but they do force a lot of reactions, and it will give No-Tail some time to farm bottom versus Mind Control, who... Mind Control is actually not that... Only at level 4. I thought he'd be a little bit better off down here, but...
Yeah, it seems that perhaps the death of the Phoenix early on, without the Phoenix in lane, maybe he was forced back a little bit, unable to get as much CS as he would have hoped.
It also has 17 denies, of course, right? No-Tail getting quite a fair amount with just the Eidolon spawning.
Yeah, that's it's always an awkward point when you kind of have a dedicated dual lane and you're being denied by an Enigma. It's like, we're not getting much experience out of this lane anyway, and there's no way my 4 position can just, you know, run around and do things. The Phoenix isn't really that kind of hero. Nice use there of the wall very early on, just catching the Anti-Mage illusion and just kicking Miracle out of lane. Don't allow him to sit here any longer. Meanwhile, mid lane, gonna go again. Weehaw, this time around mid 1, making the faster rotation, is gonna be able to get on top of this Dragon Knight and go for the spin kill, and it's just enough. Last tag there does put him over the top for level 6 as well, so he has the Omni Slash ready to go. Kuro, he's gonna have to back up.
Nice silence from Kuro.
Oh,
Killing
Soxa.
X3, a very unlikely thing as Soxa rotates in, and maybe they can actually get the second one. No, they can't. Yeah, nice move from Kuro, saving his life, getting the silence point at level 3. Otherwise, he just gets Omni there. And OG just consistently pushing forward to get themselves at least a tower advantage. They want to get these early towers, especially because they will suffer to get them later on. And they need to get early towers versus AM. And Miracle's actually looking to join in.
Echo going out with so many units there. Oh, he actually came really close. Too bad he didn't have more mana. Curl gets chased down by Soxa plus mid 1 there. Soxa, the one to secure the last hit. Mouth is going to stop the Fisher, slowing it down a little bit. Seb should be able to make his way around the wall, no problem. He's plenty healthy.
Did he get like a ton of Eidolons, I guess? I was looking down. I was looking at mid when that all happened. Okay.
Yeah, he had a ton of Eidolons, but sadly didn't have mana for Fisher to finish anybody off there.
We see OG continuing to just put pressure onto these towers. They have to get early towers versus this AM, or it's going to be really disastrous for them. So really pushing the issue forward on mid and on top lane.
GH.
Might even lose a hero for it. Seb.
You're going to lose Seb, and it's traded out for GH, so I'm pretty sure Nigma's quite happy with that one still, though. As you said, the pressure just continues, man. OG, is it something about the draft you're saying, like, they have to take these early towers? Why is that?
Yeah, they have to be able to hunt this anti-mage. They have to be able to get these deep wards down to be able to watch him out. Because there's just, it's a limited game where they can actually gank and punish him.
Nice
Miracle, he actually blinked in.
Miracle, he's going to try and play around with the Centaur. The Centaur stun was really going to help him out here, but it's not quite enough. His blink was just coming up, but the orb comes out first from Thompson, and now Weehaw, he's actually going to go ahead and pop his Soul Ring here to try and fight this, so it does bring him a little bit low. He gets the kill on Soxa, but it's OG who are walking away with the better of these engagements. A triple kill for Thompson.
And you see how adamant they are. Just bring more heroes. Bring 4, bring 5. Just bring the numbers versus Nigma. Just take out these towers, get these invasive plays. Somehow they kill Miracle. Miracle making a big mistake there versus this limited stun lineup. He does go down early. Nice deny by Mind Control.
Yeah, smart play.
For it.
No-Tail does have the black hole, but there is the response there of the silence from Kuro. And yeah, it just feels like OG. I mean, they look at the support duo, Death Prophet and a Phoenix. Those heroes don't represent a whole lot without their level 6s, so all this pre-10 movement has been devastating, and now Miracle's gonna get caught by a hook shot into a black hole from No-Tail. He immediately pops the taunt because he knows that was a massive win there.
And immediately it's on top of a tower, so now they can transition it into a push. 3k gold advantage already. They're pressuring all fronts. It's gonna be 3 tier 1s already. This is huge. Now they can get this access into the enemy jungles. We see both wards are placed already to watch in case wherever the anti-mage goes.
And they TP from the
Weehaw?
mid tier 2 down to bottom lane tier 1. Weeha's here, and he's actually quite low. It feels like they're being forced to so many rotations. They're just being pushed and pulled apart here. Weehaw can still get chased down. Is he going to try and dodge the orb? But they don't need the orb to land to be able to catch him. Weehaw gets tipped as that unfortunate TP. He's desperate to try and keep these outer towers alive in order to create the space for Miracle to carry this game, but they are just being rebuked everywhere they go. OG, they've got all the answers in this game too, Fogged.
They're doing it perfect, exactly like we were saying. Like they have to play this super aggressive style, and they are. They're gonna have Mech already finished on this Darkseer. Noto, he sees the anti-mage mid, immediately ports there, and look at the swing. They take the tower, already start going to claim the jungles, and look to find this anti-mage. Coil's online, they can kill him. Scan's gonna catch him successfully, but they know exactly where Miracle is. They're gonna chase him all the way out. This is exactly how OG needs to play. Some beautiful stuff coming out. And mid one, with his build that I can say he patented in this current patch, not a super rare build, but he's the one who's been doing this a lot. Minus bots. And they find
Coil
Miracle.
with the wall. Can they burn him out pretty quickly? Oh, you know they can. That was a lot of damage. Kuro is going to be able to make it out because the vacuum, he guessed incorrectly there. 2 spots there he could have TP'd out instead. Guesses the wrong one. Still, though, they got what they came for. That was a Miracle kill and a 5,000 net worth lead for OG.
5K gold lead so quickly.
I'm sorry, you seeing that stat, Fox? 31 minutes faster. This very early boots of travel is a little unique for mid one here, and as a result, he's kind of breaking the meta and breaking the stats as well. As now Weeha's going to be dying as the Dragon Eye, unless they can save him. The Sun Rays in on him though. GH is trying to burn out Soxa right now. The mind control, he laid out the Echo Slam, but they don't have nearly enough damage. They go for the egg. They're going to turn around and hit it. Kuro's going to come in. They're committing their life to be able to kill Soxa, and they will manage to get it. Soxa dies, traded out for GH, but at the same time, Miracle, he's being threatened in the back lines by Thompson. Seb's going to run forward and just keep pace with Kuro. Even though he's got the Exorcism out, this is a level 7 Death Prophet. Doesn't really scare anybody too much. The vacuum misses, and Kuro will manage to get out alive, but it's still every single team fight. Nigma is looking worse for wear.
Just such quick plays. It's like the same thing that we saw from the last game from Nigma. It's actually OG doing it this time, just really forcing the issue and just taking advantage of greedy supports. Death Prophet Phoenix, tough to make these fights happen around when it's your cores who have to be the ones to actually set everything up. Just like we saw last time where OG was struggling with their puck coddle. They're just having a really hard time when they're just getting ran at with these heroes. So OG with an excellent start to this game. 7K advantage. Really starting to roll with it as Soxa and Thompson getting super aggressive.
Yeah, it's amazing if you said like game 1, Thompson. Chain stun. This is what they did to hunt down No-Tail's puck, but this is a core puck, a little bit tankier, and as a result is going to be able to survive through that burst. Now he's going to be able to throw the coil out, mind control. He's going to be protected here by Kuro, but not for long. They won't be able to stop this Juggernaut coming in. He looks to be able to throw out the Omni Slash. He lost vision of mind control. Still looking for the die, perhaps. Weehaw represents a threat that mid one can't really go through, at least not right now anyway. They'll back up, heal up around the healing wards, and continue to chase Nigma another time. Seb actually taking the time to use his shovel here for peak efficiency. Does manage to grab the bounty rune and gets away.
And now they swing over. They drop the wall actually on the anti-mage to push him off of Ancients too. And they're chasing forward. They'll find Kuro with this Omni, an easy kill.
Yeah, mid one says it's worth it.
Yeah, they're just chasing forward and diving for these kills. They see how greedy the draft is from Nigma. The anti-mage can't get involved. DK has been shut down significantly in the laning phase, and Earthshaker too.
Oh, Jesus, they just will not stop. Pulling him out of that tier 3 range as best they can with the cogs. Mind control dies, and now Nigma, without that Echo Slam, without that Fissure, and good ways to be able to protect the egg, they may not be able to stop this tier 2 push. As No-Tail's going to be given the surge. He's just going to run at Weehaw, Malefice him. Maybe go for the black hole if he feels like it's needed, but it's not. They've got the cogs pulling it back into the battery assault. They throw out the egg, but honestly, they should be able to get themselves out, no problem. Yep, outside of the range of the stun, and Miracle
full health
is nowhere close. Yeah, they are. This healing ward's doing some serious work for them now.
And they're not going back either. That's the important thing that I'm seeing. They're just using this healing ward. Now they mech up as well. They're healed. Kuroki. That's your full
Already.
Greaves. Sorry about that.
9,000 healing plus the Greaves coming out from the Darkseer. Where's the rest of this healing? It said everyone was pumping out healing. How's that possible?
They must have been receiving healing.
Okay,
from
Earn on
everyone,
Puck.
I think, or-
Yeah. What does the Clockwork do?
Tranquil Boot?
Oh, Tranquil Boots counts as healing?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, okay. Fair enough, fair enough.
Well, it's good to give him credit because we did mention as well that Soxa and Thompson had to step up the way that they made plays around the map. They really have been. It's been a relentless run at Nigma for the entire time.
Yeah.
And they've just claimed themselves this really good advantage to the point where their ults are back up every single time when they look to make these plays. And Nigma, they're just getting hit too fast. This Earthshaker, Mind Control is getting no space to farm. He's nowhere even close to the realms of a Blink Tag.
They gonna catch him. They spot him. Malphus, hook shot. The black hole
Oh, baby.
for the cherry on top. No Tail is dominating. 10,000 net worth lead. And Fogged, I'm not sure how much longer Nigma want to keep this game going. I mean, as badly as they dumpstered OG in game one, it's even worse for Nigma this time around, but maybe an opportunity. Oh no, the Echo Slam, it didn't actually
They're
hit
alive.
Thompson. Now he's going to be pulled back into the wall. Oh, this is a disaster for Nigma as Kuro is actually healing up a lot until the Omni Slash both cuts him down as well as Weehaw. And you know, Mind Control, he's not going to be let out of this so easily either. Another nasty engagement as OG win and win and win.
Never having to go back, always keeping themselves on the map. This Greaves comes in. It's going to be back up in a second, too. They're just fully sustained. The
Oh,
Greaves
we had
for
to
Nigma
walk
not
around
paying
the
off.
tree, and as a result, the Echo did not hit the Aftershock stun on Thompson, so they missed the chain. Oh, Mind Control. That cannot feel good.
From bad to worst, it really gets. 13K gold lead. They've just, yeah, it's similar. It's just like Nigma took advantage last game. OG just fully taking advantage of the greed. And Miracle, he needs so much more time. And even when he gets that time, he's not going to be able to outcarry this. This has just gotten way too out of hand, way too quickly.
Yeah, I mean, what is an Animage that is underfarmed due to a Juggernaut that's running at you like this? I mean, it's going to be a tough game for him to find those openings.
No, it's just him like running around farming. The other four have to handhold as they're just being ran at from all of OG. And Soxa just always finding the targets.
Silence, trying to give the opportunity for the Phoenix to get out of here, but the coil forces an egg, and that in turn is killed, as is Kuro. Thompson. Relentless now, as it just seems like he's almost mad. He's pissed off that his good laning phase of game one was ruined by so many Nigma rotations that he's come back into this game two with a serious vengeance.
It really does feel that way. He's a 9-0 in a Puck versus a DK. They know exactly how to play around it. OG with just no chill. This is no chill mode really from OG. Look at the ward coverage, the sentry coverage too. It's just no hope for Nigma to come back in it. It's just Miracle running around looking for farm, but look at Soxa. He knows where he is. He's going to place a ward defensively on their side so that they can watch Miracle, so they can potentially catch him as well while all the disasters happening in their base.
Hook shot not up for another 5 seconds. Otherwise, this could have been a prolonged chase on Miracle. Still
Pushes
maybe
them
an
away from the bounties though. Yeah, and Thompson's going to swing over too, so potentially they can still find him.
Nigma are actually going to smoke out to this Animage, expecting a move from potentially Thompson. It's certainly coming from Soxa, and Soxa, his smoke, it's going to be broken onto him, and he should die here pretty quickly. The 5th kill of this game in 20 minutes for Nigma.
Feels good killing that Clockwork though. He has been such a big thorn in their side, just punishing all these heroes that just do get punished from Clockwork. You know, Earthshaker and all this, he's been excellent. And now, this Urn still online. They'll find Weehaw with the Midnight Pulse.
Yeah, I mean, the Coil Midnight Pulse is a nice combo. Just a great way to ensure that you get a decent amount of that damage out with very little risk required. Miracle's Courier's gonna die as it heads back through, but Miracle's got bigger fish to fry. He's trying to find farm anywhere he can on the map, but he's being chased everywhere he goes. He's gonna go for a TP out. They spot him, vacuum. Malphus is there from No Tail, and the black hole with the wall just to make sure. And they do indeed have him dead to rights. This is a slaughter, Fogged.
It really is. And I do need to give credit to, because I haven't said it, Notel is doing so well on this Enigma. The 4-1-4 skill build, he started out with 4-1-1, just the 1 point in the Eidolons. It's actually had such a big impact this game. His black holes have been on point too. They're just, they're really just running away with the game.
Oh, Weehaw. They actually do manage to get there. Oh, but the orb rolled him over before he could finish up with a Fisher. Still, though, if they kill mid one, it's well worth it. Mid one has been given all this space. But for what? Maybe for a good fight. A vacuum over to the side. And Egg is on out, but Nigma have already lost all their heroes. So it's GH left alone. That's going to be scrambled eggs for breakfast for OG. And paired up with a nice tier 3 tower.
I believe that's that. OG running over this game. Just it really is a testament of how they played and how relentlessly aggressive they were, of just bringing the Juggernaut in from bottom, just bringing multiple heroes in to just take the early tier 1s, invade the map, take advantage of the greed from Nigma. Never let them play the game that they want to play. Play your own game, just play super aggressive. It's been that the entire game. 11-0-11 on Topson.
Oh! Echo, and his orb has already been used, so there's not going to be a fast way to get out. That is Godlike Spree, given over to Miracle. A glimmer of hope, a small bit of light for Nigma in the darkness.
A very small glimmer of hope.
Very, very small indeed. I can't believe this timing on this Blink Dagger. Mind Control picks up a Blink Dagger as a core Earthshaker, 22 minutes. If they can get another kill like this on mid one, it gets the healing ward out. It's going to be a long chase if they really want this, and it's going to be a very awkward one with Soxa positioning such a great cogs that it ensures the Dragon Knight's going to die first, and Nigma not feeling good about chasing up that high ground. OG Seb still has his Blink Dagger, his wall and vacuum combo, but opts not to keep that chase going.
That's a good call, actually, that you're saying, because Mind Control had double Bracer and some other items. He sold everything to get this Blink Dagger.
Yeah.
He has relegated himself to a full support now, so it is truly a 4 protect 1 from the side of Nigma now.
Yeah, I mean, last game, GH had a Blink Dagger at like 16 minutes, I think, because we talked about he still had time to farm up for his shard, which was coming at 20 minutes. So, you know, it just goes to show a dramatic difference in the first 15 minutes of this game.
Yeah.
Radiant are scanning.
OG, you see how scared Miracle is. Even if they know they're Roshing, I mean, look what it takes to Rosh. It's just mid one and no tail. That's it. They still have the hunting squad out there of Topson and Soxa on the map, smoked up right now, so Miracle can't really show until he sees the puck somewhere.
Really smart. Yeah, really, really nicely done by OG. They're prepping. It's like I was talking about for Enigma the last game. It's just thinking about the next thing, right? They're always just thinking about the next thing, set up for this Roche, set up your wards, set up where anti-mage can farm. Even though you're so far ahead, it's still just in case. Just in case of anything, have everything prepared and done at the maximum. DD, they scout Kuroki in the base too. Juggernaut fully online now with the Aghanims and the Ag Shard with this Maelstrom.
Yeah, jeez. A DD is just an excuse. A two-man hook shot from Soxa. It's not going to get much better than this. An opportunity for a black hole. They vacuum him inside of the cogs to make that 3 inside that little window, with GH going to be the last to fall with the egg down. He's going to buy back, but what good of use is that?
Oh my God.
And dies instantly. That wasn't an Omni Slash. That was a Switch Strike. He's still got that extra firepower ready to go on mid one thanks to the DD. He is just blowing up everybody on the side of Nigma. And where's Miracle? Still somewhere inside of the jungle. You can't blame him either. What's he supposed to do with an anti-mage at 25 minutes? He's not supposed to be winning the game yet.
I'm sure everybody's looking at this and being like, this is exactly what happens every time I see anti-mage. So OG really taking advantage of that pick and just dominating this game from start to finish. 34-7. Nigma, they're trying to force them back, but Miracle just not going to be ready. He still doesn't even have the Basher. He's still just not even prepared to go into this. And they're actually setting up for him. Topson, he's hunting.
He's going to get out. The coil doesn't snatch him. Seb has already used his Blink Dagger, so looks like they're going to have to give up on that chase. Still, though, it doesn't really matter too much. They can just run it right back up to that top lane.
And they have base wards too, so they see poor Nigma stuck inside the base. They're gonna get the D wards, but they see all 4 heroes there. Seb gonna force out the bottom lane. He's gonna have a Hex finished up any moment, so they're already preparing for the later stages. If If Anti-Mage shows up, if he's able to get farmed, if he does get big, they'll have the preparation for him. They'll have the control. Maybe not Thompson, because he looks like he's just going for a fun build, but the rest of them.
Well, it kind of feels like to me for Game 3 that you just cannot be grabbing heroes with long cooldowns and being ultimate dependent. I mean, this pace that both of these teams have set is way too fast for that. I mean, we were having so much action before the supports got anywhere close to 6. Mid was being dove at by, like, it was like a 4-on-4 in the mid lane. And, you know, one side has a Phoenix Death Prophet. Like, that just pretty much set the pace of the game.
Yeah. OG, no mercy.
Absolutely no mercy, and what a pace of the game, man. With mid one going this Midas Boots of Travel build, on top of that going for the level 15 talent, decreasing the healing ward cooldown.
Oh, that's cool, yeah.
Yeah, so he's just made sure we're always going to be on map. There's always going to be a threat of us potentially 5-manning into you, and our pressure is never going to let up. We're never going to have to back out because healing ward's on cooldown for too long. It'll be back up very shortly.
That has been the biggest thing, too. Just them never having to back up. They've always just had their place on the map to look for aggressive plays. As my control shows himself for a second, and he's just dead.
Yeah, and he probably played a little bit forward there because he has a buyback, but it's not like OG had to commit a whole lot. That was just a Swift Slash. Coil being used, they can reset if they really want to, but OG looks like they feel confident that this last minute of Aegis is going to be put to good use. Nigma pretty much have to poke at him, try and force him back and see if they can waste this Aegis, but there's the healing ward. It's up again, thanks to all this heal they've got. Okay, they're going to smoke up, go around. Last-ditch effort here for Nigma in this game, too. Otherwise, we're going to a third and deciding game as Kuro's going to lead the way with the Exorcism blinking in inside of the cogs with the Midnight Pulse already out. A big nuke coming out from Thompson. Miracle tries to show himself, but he immediately gets pulled into the black hole. Another pull in for the vacuum and mind control. He'll die as well. GH is the topper, and that's it. A 5-for-0 team wipe with an Aegis still intact. That says everything you need to know. This was an incredibly dominant game by OG. I mean, fucked. If you thought that Nigma put on a show in game 1, OG, that was the showstopper right there.
Yeah, and it may look like that free anti-mage game where he's not playing versus all the control and everything, but he is playing versus the death ball. And just the aggression that OG played with this jug.
And you're not listening. It is your choice to make a little mockery. It won't do. Further down the line, still surrendering, trying hard. Slow down, slow down, slow down.
Seeing monsters out your window. No, you can't sleep, you pretend though. You don't have to play the hero. Cause I got you like you got me. When the earth shakes, when the bombs scream, until our last breath, every heartbeat. When your nightmares turn to real life and the ground's filled up with landmines, we will face it, standing side by side. You know I'll come running when you need. I'm coming. You know I'll come running. You go to war, then I'm going with you. Pick up my sword, yeah, there's nothing I won't do. When you sound the alarm and the chaos is rising, leading the charge, yeah, I'm coming, I'm fighting. Swear on the breath that I breathe, I'll never retreat, yeah, I'll be your army. You go to war, then I'm going with you. Pick up my sword, yeah, there's nothing I won't do. When you sound the alarms and the chaos is rising, leading the charge, I'm coming, I'm fighting. Swear on the breath that I breathe, I'll never retreat, yeah, I'll be your army.
Took a swing at a wrecking ball and I prayed for my downfall, and I found a way to reconcile, cause in my heart it's not worthwhile. It's a bloody battlefield where some go down, others heal. In the end it's all the same. All you can do is play the game. Oh, do we say goodbye? Refuse to question why. I deserve to say I'm sorry, so lie. Pretend that you're okay. Swear that you will stay. Keep trying for one day. I'm sick of all these lies. Don't care my feet and forced me down a dead-end street when all I had went up in flames, burning only dark remains. I cover up every part of my skin, oh, 'cause I don't like the person within, oh. I know I'm the one to blame. All I can do is take the shame, oh. Do we say goodbye? Refuse to question why. I'm too sad to say I'm sorry, so lie and pretend that you're okay. Swear that you will stay. Keep trying for one day. Whoa, I'm sick of all these lies. Don't care if I capsize. There's nothing left for me to hide. Don't wanna live a lie. Too many lows, too many highs. Too many things to criticize. So I leave it all behind. Don't wanna live a lie. I'm sick of all these lies. Don't care if I capsize. Oh no. Unreal intertwined, and you're not listening. It is your choice to make a little mockery, it won't do. Further down the line, still so.
Game 3 between Team Nigma and Team OG. Team Nigma sitting 2-2 on their score so far. OG 2-1. Both teams kind of need this victory if they want to have a shot to not having to go through wildcards at the major, if they even make it there, because that is not even set in stone yet either. We're joined by Purge, we're joined by Cal, T-Gov, and we are in the draft, and we have the same bans and the same opening, and OG a Radiant again, and what is the same?
The
What is different?
evolution.
That's
the
evolution.
clock.
Ah.
Okay.
There it is.
I don't know if I'm a huge fan of that, actually.
That means
I-
Shaker goes to OG?
Well, no, they won't pick Shaker
yeah.
because they pick clock to block it. But
Yeah.
I would have just left both. You take whatever you'd like for Kuro, perhaps, or even a DP early if you really value it that high. Because now OG just ignores Shaker, and you have a clockwork all of a sudden, first pick overall.
But I think in this position, like, look at the 3 drafts that you had. The bans are the same in all 3 games. Bat, IO, Nyx, Morphling. Puck gets offered up for OG, they take it. In what scenario are they able to pick, you know, Shaker first, Nigma go Clockwork? If you don't pick Puck, Nigma get the Puck. You know, like, this is like the one scenario that they can play for right now.
And that denies, well, not denies, but I'm thinking Nigma goes this clock. They love the clock with with GH Coddle. Because this is a 5 position for Kuro that sort of covers it. The thing is, Earth Spirit Puck can hunt a Coddle quite effectively, so I'm not sure they'll want it in this spot.
It was also
DP also
untouched.
looks good.
Yeah, it was untouched in the last series when it was offered up. Like, so potentially another thing as well. And they go for the Viper. Yeah, like,
Wow.
strong
Keeps
lanes.
getting banned out second phase.
Yeah, we talk about lanes winning games, and they just open up with this clock flex, and
Yeah, good luck getting a kill on any of these lanes. You can't really kill Clock very easily. Viper, tough one too.
exactly that.
I mean,
Love it.
Viper's typically been played as an offlane by most players lately, but it can be flexible. You could put it mid, so I guess it does kind of give them those options right now as a flex.
And that's exactly what Nigma's been looking for. And when you think about these 3 games, the reason why these captains, these teams, they haven't changed like the pick or the side is simply because they think that their strategy is better, and they need to make 1 or 2 adjustments to get there. And that's why we're not seeing like the bans change or the order change, because both captains believe so much in their team and what they're bringing to this draft.
Yeah.
I love it.
It's so much fun. I appreciate good Dota.
Yeah.
Also, Thompson is just on fire. Like, I can't believe how consistent this guy is. Same goes with GH, though. I think for me, individually, these 2 are the standouts thus far. Both shined in the game that their team won.
It would be pretty interesting if Nigma do put this Viper mid lane into a potential puck,
Yeah.
where you both just push the lane out, but Viper suddenly gets to farm up the 2 camps next to your jungle as well, because you're playing Radiant side. Yeah, it's now green. Oh,
It's a weird
mind-boggling.
matchup. Like, Viper is certainly favored, but the old... I don't know if it functions the same as it was in the past, where Puck could never really pressure the Viper, but I remember when people used to counterpick Quaps with Viper, and you would just not die, and Quap tries to harass you, and you do so much damage with Corrosive, it's just ineffective. But the Earth Spirit equalizes things, because if you kill the Viper a couple times mid, suddenly you just feel terrible, because you want to play aggressive, now you're getting coiled, and you're just feeding on
Kill
the
a Viper anywhere, mate, and you'll feel like nothing. If he has like 4 deaths in the first like 15 minutes, it's not really a Viper game anymore. It just becomes like this mobile ward that might buy a BKB if he's a lucky lad. Same bans though from OG, the Death Prophet, the Bloodseeker.
Yeah, Death Prophet's got to go.
Nigma now...
That's
Sorry?
pretty good against Viper as well, too, potentially, because you just decrep whoever is going on, or decrep Viper himself, and then you reset your poison stacks, so that one makes sense.
Interesting thing here is from Nigma. Again, another drafting development. They pushed the Pugna ban from the final phase of bans up into that second phase. because clearly it's been a thing that they're scared of going into that final phase. And in terms of the big picture strategy and how OG just won that second game, I think that's why they're pushing up. It's like, okay, we can't have this much pressure. It simplifies them too much. They can play at 4. They can play it anywhere pretty much.
But they do leave with that the Lycan and the Clinks in, because they also banned the Juggernaut. We saw the Healing Ward being super successful, but the Clinks and Lycan in the pool.
The Clinks was a ban due to the Death Prophet pick, and them trying to keep that up.
Yep. You don't mind as much when you have clock. The thing I'd be spooked about is minion heroes. The Lycan is very scary. Illusion heroes aren't as good against Viper as they were in the past because, as an example, the Juxtapose from PL doesn't proc if you're a Nether Toxin, but heroes like Lycan kind of eat you alive. 12, 13-minute Necro 3, there's nothing you can do if you just get ran at.
Is Enigma then still a threat as well?
Not as much. The clock somewhat covers that. You'll always have the BKB interrupt.
But I think it could be very easy for OG to pick Enigma right here.
True.
Flex it between offlane and 5, and suddenly Enigma picks one hero. They reveal what's happening a bit more, and then OG gets to enter into that phase.
That hero, I think Enigma might just be good enough where there is no such thing as like bad matchups because the hero just does so much damage. And
Bring back the old Lich.
So much utility.
For the love of, I want to see the old Lich. I want to be able to sacrifice my creeps.
Oh god.
Look, there's a little smile from Purge. He knows. He agrees.
That's what I like.
I miss being able to play mid Lich. I had a great time. That's the only reason I want it back.
The Prophet is so nice here. It owns both of this support duo for Nigma. And yeah, we just saw No-Tail on the Enigma, but this is what he used to do all the time.
I see it. I've seen it on the posters.
The key thing is it's a support that has that kind of wall of, summons or whatever you want to call it in front of them. They get to body block the battery assault. They get to harass the shaman who normally has boots and doesn't like to get punched. He likes to be the one punching. So yeah, I like the idea from OG, trying to double down on the fact that Nigma has really strong lanes. So OG is going to try and get their strong lanes because of the support pick.
And you already have 2 hunters. You have Puck and Earth Spirit, 2 heroes that just need a little bit of bonus damage. This mid Viper, if it is mid, is in a lot of trouble. A roll in, a summon, trees spawn, it's 5 minutes in, and there's like what feels like 4 heroes under your tower. It's real difficult to play Dota.
They have kind of weak stuns though. That's one downside. Like they can certainly initiate on him and prevent him from leaving, but has a decent chance of getting a return kill in those circumstances right now.
I'd love to see like a Mars pick from Nigma here, because they play it in both lanes. I know we loves playing it mid, maybe not so much within the team environment yet, but I know within his pubs he does. So I think that could be like an open flex pick that they have demonstrated within the last 2 games. And it does really well against like overwhelming tower pressure, but not direct tower pressure.
What do you think about Ember Spirit?
Also works pretty well, for sure.
What about Shadow Fiend?
What about Shadow?
This is not the time for that, Purge. Don't make Carl happy.
Yeah, the Shaman's nice. It's another Hex mechanic, but it's a lot better than the Lion in this game. Just because the Earth Spirit factor.
Yeah, again, like we mentioned, like what pick is the most critical part of the draft. For Nigma right now, on this pick, this pretty much unlocks everything for OG to understand, because you're going to know what is the Viper, what is going to be the weak lane that you can potentially counterpick straight away, and this is why this pick's so vital. Often, the better teams will get a more kind of, where's the hero going, the flexible hero, unless there's a big hero, but OG, they've picked 2 supports and a Puck, like it's so hard to pick a core with confidence and not suddenly get countered by a PL or some big kind of win condition.
And if you pick a carry here that's exposed by Prophet.
Oh, well done.
Man.
Oh my god. Oh, thank you.
Dude, it's just way better if you're not acting surprised that you got it right.
I don't care. Mom, I made it. I did it. Sorry. Anyway, OG, they got 1 more pick left. This is where they get to maybe try and get a big boss core. But again, like I said, the flexibility of the Mars and the Viper does cause some concerns for OG, I think, in getting the perfect pick.
No-Tail talking to his teammates.
Who sits on the left? That's important, because if it's a core player,
it's mid one.
It's mid one.
Look, the monkey in the background. See the monkey face?
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yes,
yeah, you're right.
So he's talking to mid. Up there it is. That's why they picked the Ricky.
There it is.
Oh my god.
That's a deep. That's some
good analysis, background analysis.
They've done this in the past. They really like Riki against Mars. I mean, it's relatively simple, but Mars blocks damage from the front. Riki does bonus damage from the back.
I will say
countered.
The matchup used to be very Ricky favored, but I feel like it's maybe shifting more towards Mars, just because the type of laners he's with allows complete pressure to Ricky. And there is a point where the Ricky When he's by himself on an island, the Mars suddenly kills him, the game can feel awkward. And he isn't a carry that suddenly moves to the other side of the map and pressures.
However, it goes both ways, because you can also trickster the trade out of the arena. It's just about whether or not you get caught and speared to the wall. You are a very low HP hero, but you're still... I just love this because when you have a Prophet, you want high reach heroes, and you want an invis hero if you could get it, and you want stuns and catch. You have all of this now, and you represent so much threat. You could be just chilling in a lane by yourself. All of a sudden, a Riki's there, there's a roll-in, there's a summon Wrath of Nature hits, you're like, oh shit, I'm dead.
So as far as the previous 2 games go, where we saw a team that played fastest won the game, basically, how fast are these 2 lineups able to play?
Pretty slow, actually, in regards to game 1, game 2.
Yeah.
These are both kind of lineups that need a bit more time. The Viper traditionally needs to have an item or 2 before complete domination. He does do well in lane, but for OG, the Riki needs Battlefield +1. But he will join fights.
If Riki runs through Nether Toxin, he uninvises, right? And also wouldn't do the extra backstab damage?
Purge?
I don't know that one. I can
Yeah,
check
it's a
that.
very specific situation. I know
Fairly certain it
that
functions
if
as a
you
passive.
are not invis and within it, you don't go to invis.
Yes.
I assume, logically speaking, you shouldn't suddenly become visible. I think that's a bit too nuts.
Because it already triggered.
Exactly. That would be my assumption on the situation. Because I have seen Rikis before stand within Toxin and get surprised when they do die. It's very comical.
Alk ban, good ban.
And an Oracle ban.
So Nigma are very much in the position that this is the offlane
Enigma,
Furin,
yeah.
and now they have this Enigma flex like we mentioned earlier that keeps their draft a little bit more open because they are first pick. Nigma, they need a hero, I think, that applies pressure. They have strong lanes, but they need someone who can say at minute 15, at minute 20, join me and take this fight. This is why the likes of Alk and Monkey King are amazing bans, because they're heroes that at that window want to cross that river, want
Could
to
you
take
can't,
fights.
Nepo, never mind.
Purge,
No.
It
you
does-
are in
it
the
does
lob.
make you visible.
It does make you
Yeah,
visible?
even if you're
Does?
if you run on Nether Tox, you're instantly visible. If
Wow.
you run off, you become
Ooh.
invisible again.
Crazy.
So it's basically where you are on it.
All right,
But
I have a
really
question,
careful.
Purge.
It's not common, but
Purge, are you
Is that
in
a
the
juice
lobby?
Ooh.
Wow.
no, I'm not.
Darn it. I want to know who's playing what on the side of OG. There's so many possibilities.
We have an answer.
Mid one Ricky,
Yeah.
Sep,
makes
Native
sense.
Prophet, no
Okay.
Till Enigma.
So the question is, do you put the Enigma against the Dusa just to try and slow it down? It's a really nice pick. You're going to run out of damage on the side of OG here.
I think the important thing here is the Enigma plays with the Riki most likely, just to ensure he has a start to the game, get some XP, and then it's about the pressure you have. And I like the fact that even though Enigma picks this Medusa, who is so hard to kill behind this wall of aggression that they're going to have, the Enigma will eventually pressure her in the fight. Like, if you don't have ult, I can kill
It's a
you.
5 position.
No, but like, you still have to respect that threat.
Yeah.
And yeah, I like both drafts. This is going to be an incredible game.
Third game to the series, Purge. What do you got?
Yeah, I think Ricky can be pressured in lane by Mars. We saw it in another match the other day, so I think putting Enigma there is going to help offset that. But I think the Ricky matchup against Medusa doesn't seem that terrible to me. So OG, I guess. I'm not super confident, though.
It's all going to be about pace and tempo. Like, if OG can take command of the game again, they're going to be in a really good spot. But Seb has to play an excellent game. You're going to see massive collapse upon middle. It's just survival for the side of Enigma. Keep your towers alive, find good fights with Arena, and don't let can't lose towers and map control early.
More even game than the previous two.
Yeah, this should be like a 45, 50-minute plus game for sure. I think there's no way this ends quickly.
Over under 1.5 rapiers.
There's no 1.5. What is
over,
1.5?
Over.
Over.
Agreed.
How do you do 1.5 in a one game? There's literally either 1 or 2.
Exactly. Will there be more than 1.5 or less than 1.5?
All right.
We got a game. Let's get some energy, please. Thank you. Woo!
All right, I am very hyped for this as well, and I'm going to be more hyped listening to Cap and Fogged.
That's right. Thank you for that wonderful 2.5
Yes.
panel that we just saw as we head into Game 3 of Nigma versus OG and Fogged. It feels like we are going to have slight differences in style. Where do you think this lineup is going?
Oh man, I quite like OG just because they have a very comfortable lineup that they just played with. But then I'm seeing this last pick Medusa could be a threat because they might just run out of damage. But again, I do feel like it might be slow. It might be too slow. Viper and Medusa are very immobile heroes, so it's gonna be really telltale where the fight's gonna be. I feel like OG has a good way to be able to move and force lanes out and just pick and choose where they're going to be battling. And maybe it's going to catch Nigma a bit off guard. Either way, I'm excited to see how it's going to all kick off. I'm excited to see how much this Viper is going to be able to do also versus this Ricky, and just if the 5 position Enigma is going to work and if it's going to become more popular. This is looking pretty cool.
If I could describe these lineups, I'd say it's like OG, who are going to have the faster-paced mobile lineup that is looking to outmaneuver Nigma. But Nigma, they have the brick wall.
30 seconds.
You know, OG has the lineup that might be able to outmaneuver until they run into that Viper in a good position on a high ground, or the Mars arena. Like, quite literally, there is going to be some serious barriers when it comes to either the Cogs, the Stone Gaze, the arena. Seb?
He looks like he knows. He's taunting them, man.
I mean,
We've
there's
seen a lot of 5-man movements.
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
going to scout with the treants.
All right, well, they're going to push down. It looks like Soxa is still going to try and get this bounty rune, perhaps, because it's just a Medusa. So, yeah, he does grab it. And as a result, 3 bounty runes for OG.
But yeah, I definitely agree that it really does feel like if the fight is where Nigma's able to actually get this Viper stand down and Mars gets a good ult and Deuce is on their backline, they can. But I think OG has ways to play around it. They have these 2 heroes that can jump out of the Mars ulti very easy. The Puck as well as the Ricky have ways to be able to play around it pretty nicely. But yeah, we'll see. It's going to be interesting to see, as it can be a very make or break hero. You know, Viper is a pretty risky one to pick in these type of matchups, but they do like it versus that Puck, and that's why they did go for it.
We're watching Weeha's Dragon Turtle Viper, one of my favorite sets, just push in the mid lane into the Thompson Puck. The bottom
that set looks so weird.
Oh, yeah.
It really does.
It's pretty funny. I actually want to talk about this bottom lane because I think the analyst had some interesting things to talk about. Riki is just sort of like a kind of very straightforward one-to-one counter to Mars. He's hard to lock down with a spear, can get around Bulwark. But I thought it was interesting what T-Governor was saying about the fact that based on the support, you can pressure the Riki still a lot in lane, as Weeha may actually die here with all this aggression that he was going for. Thompson, he's going to go for easy creep deny, but it's not going to be enough. Thompson
my God.
claims the first blood, and Weeha is already suffering.
The thing is, too, is the way... maybe this will be a breakdown for Purge or something like that, but just looking at that, how he played it, this was actually Viper forcing the wave in super hard. Thompson not last hitting. Thompson was just right-clicking him during all of it, so he actually got him low enough to be able to chase down. That was a pretty cool little play coming out from the 2 of them there. And yeah, back to the thing about the support pushing out. I've been seeing that a lot lately, actually. I know Brian made up a point about it too when you're playing with like Legion Commander. It's not about the threat of the front hero, it's the threat of the back hero that actually shuts down a lot of these carries. So I quite like that too, where Shadow Shaman is good versus the Riki. High base damage, you have this control.
An interesting note that they both went for Orb of Venom in that side lane. Midwan was given extra tangos to get the ooh first, and Mind Control picks it up a little bit later in order to try and continue this pressure onto the Riki. They are just demolishing some Eidolons still in this bottom lane.
Yeah, that's the thing that it offsets is like they do have this Enigma who's getting these constant denies. So you see he's already got, he's about to have the 8th one, but they are getting those Eidolon trades because it's a Mars versus these summons. So there's like this fun trade that's going between the 2 of them. And mid one, he's coming out
Dude, he's going again. Thompson gets in front of Weeha. He's going to jump forward into the tower. Whoa!
Oh, what? He stopped it.
He stopped that last attack. Weeha didn't have a Fairy Fire. He gets the salve from the courier, so he'll be able to play back into the lane still, but...
That looked like he was dead. He must have maybe hit the tower and then stopped instantly just as soon as he thought he didn't get it. That was, yeah, a bit of a slip up there from Thompson, maybe. That's not Weeha. Maybe he can take advantage of it.
Oh, GH. Do manage to kill No-Tail in the bottom lane while we're watching Weeha continue to try and pressure Thompson. He is actually now out of mana, which is going to be an interesting turn of events for this matchup. He actually still has a Mango in his back pocket, though.
Yeah, he's going to bring just Salve Mango to be able to lane, but yeah, Weeha now has won the Sustain War, and he might be able to get Thompson. Fairy Fire play, he'll be okay. They're actually going to bring Soxa maybe to kind of bait. Thompson going to go for a bait play here, and they're going to try kicking him under, perhaps?
Yeah, this is perfect. They give him the salve and immediately go for the roll-in kick. So Thompson gets just enough HP that he'll be able to survive and get aggressive onto the Viper twice now that Weeha has died, this time to a big rotation. It does leave Seb alone, but honestly, what can a Clockwork really do to a Nature's Prophet? Those Treants cause them some serious havoc with that battery assault.
I've been seeing this dynamic so much lately, actually, in the EU DPC is this offlaner plus Earth Spirit. The offlaner just gets left alone, and he just does just fine, and the Earth Spirit can make so much spaces. They're even getting onto Miracle as Kuro's battery assault just comes back up.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, Seb doing a lot of work with this Nature's Prophet. Gets right in the face of Miracle and Kuro. Weehaw trying to make use of this haste rune that he found, but Thompson, greetings, he says. I'm willing to fight you. I'm willing to fight back. I'm not going to be just totally pushed out of my lane after all. I've already gotten 2 kills.
Very fun lane to watch right now. Just Thompson dancing around while poisoned the whole time.
Miracle's
And he is-
dead.
it's
Look at
staying
these
pretty
treant
close.
blocking.
Oh.
Seb is relentless.
Very nicely done. That's huge. Whenever you're able to slow down Medusa at all, like 1 or 2 deaths, these deaths really hurt when you're playing this full 4 protect 1 especially. Seb being enabled also, that means he's gonna have an early level 6.
We got to get a
Unlike
W in
Phoenix,
here
but Thompson-
somewhere for Nigma, and maybe that's going to be No Tail going down the mid lane fight, though. Can Weehaw win this before the TP? He does. He does manage to get the kill on Thompson. Soxa will collect the bounty for Weehaw's Viper, but still, well worth the trade-off, I think, this time around for Weehaw. Meanwhile, Mind Control also got the kill on bottom lane on the Enigma, as they're able to catch him out. Kuro's now going to play in this bottom lane as well. They really want to pressure this
Really
Riki pre-6.
Yeah, really deep ward too. They wanted to try to pressure with the catapult wave. They'll get a nice courier kill, but No-Tail actually just eats the catapult. The beauty of having a 5-position Enigma is now your push is gone bottom lane. So Kuroki, he makes the move bottom, but now that's going to leave the Medusa up top isolated. And now it's going to be this important next timing for OG. Level 6 on the Nature's Prophet's going to come out pretty soon. Then they can look to make so many global plays. Weehaw has to be careful. Even bottom lane has to be careful how far they step up. Nigma has to be prepared for that 6 to come out at any moment.
Well, they may have killed a lot of Eidolons, and they may have killed even No Tail himself a number of times. The resulting space still puts mid 1 top of the CS, so they weren't able to pressure the Riki as much as maybe they would have liked, like the way Tigev was talking about. Instead, that duo has just been killing the 5 position over and over again.
Mid, Thompson, he actually uses the orb.
And the Invis managed to get him with a strike. Thompson doesn't have a quick way out of here, but just far enough underneath the tower that Weehaw doesn't feel good about diving any longer. The raindrops definitely being a big mitigating factor there in the kill power, as Mind Control does have a spear. Mid 1, it's going to wait out the cloak and just pin him in order to get back. Roll up top lane,
they've got the
rolls
Wrath.
past Miracle, straight into the hands of GH, immediately hexes him up. They still get a nice kick onto Miracle, but they're running out of damage now, and Seb, he's been caught by Kuro. The creep wave's coming in, though. The battery assault isn't nailing him every single time. Seb is hoping to be able to get the kill on GH before he goes down. Fairy Fire keeps him alive for a little bit longer. They both get traded out here, while Soxa, trying to juke away into the trees, does have a roll-up blocked by Kuro.
Okay.
Can they still get this somehow? The cogs, oh no,
so
it pushed
close.
him out.
Nice aggressive moves. And the fact that they could at least bait the coil mid means that Wrath of Nature's not as threatening. They almost get the kill top onto the Medusa, but they will get Seb first. But still, OG, they're okay with this. They're still getting good farm, up to a 2k advantage. Mid 1 is not being pressured, and sure, Seb goes down, but he's still farming really well up in that top lane.
Yeah, now Mind Control is level 5 against a level 6 Riki in a solo lane. He does not want to be there any longer.
Yeah, the power of this Enigma. I mean, honestly, he's died twice, but 16 denies. Look at that disparity in experience and just farm too. It's really working. It really is. And maybe we'll start to see some more rise of these support Enigmas. It does seem pretty clever,
Dire's middle tower is under
especially versus these tanky offlaners where your Midnight Pulse is just going to start getting super valuable later on too. GH, he
Driving
steps
in.
a bit far up.
Pushed them back first with God's Rebuke. Mid 1 opting not to chase any further. No need to. He's just keeping them out of experience range.
He'll bring Miracle toward the mid lane to start clearing up some jungle camps as Weehaw pushes Sox away. And there was the Wrath of Nature. So looking to make these constant plays around that. Yeah, up to a 3k gold lead. OG really starting to take over. And it really feels like it's going to be tough for Enigma to set up a lot of aggressive moves, especially to shut down mid whenever. It's not going to be easy until Mind Control has that level 6 in particular.
Yeah, they just simply don't have any real big kill power. They don't have that big threat on the board. And so OG Feels like they're able to just be super aggressive without much punishment.
And both games so far that we've seen, the team who's able to play aggressive, the team who's able to dictate the pace of the start of the game has been pretty solid as Miracle. He's found, kicked out of the coil.
Yeah, that's pretty nice. Miracle is barely going to survive, though, thanks in part to the Hex. There was the silence, though. Nice play from Soxa, preventing the extra disables onto the puck. It does mean very likely Soxa is going to give up his life to protect Thompson, but still, quick thinking by him.
Now, Mind Control has to take the top lane because he wants the lane versus this Nature's Prophet. Viper has to jungle. But this downtime, I feel like OG's fine. OG's really happy with this, and it feels like the downtime's going to continue. I don't really know how Nigma forces the issue as bottom. GH shows his face. He's getting surrounded by 3 heroes.
Something Kyle was talking about in the draft. At any point in time with a Nature's Prophet, an Invis hero, and a ganking 4, you're just going to get outmaneuvered. You never know when you're just sitting by yourself and all of a sudden there's going to be 3-4 heroes quickly surrounding you. 10-minute bounty runes are coming up here. Curl looking to secure them, but No-Tail's already in position to stop that one. And with the Malefice, they'll make sure that the captain of Nigma does die. Miracle does pick up a haste rune.
Which he needed. He probably was dead if it was any other rune, actually. That was very fortunate as OG really starting to... They're steamrolling now at this point. All 3 cores farming really well, and supports on the side of Nigma are very underleveled here. They're still not quite hitting the 6 even after getting the tomes. We see the supports on the side of OG. They're both about to be 6.
And if they give up this mid tower, it's going to feel like Nigma just have no space to breathe right now as Weehaw getting lower and lower with the extra bit of rune damage. Might be able to kill him, but Kuro is on top of No-Tail at the same time. Mind Control gets dangerously low at the top lane. They did manage to chase down No-Tail, but look at Weehaw. He's being tracked out by mid one. Weehaw knows, though. A smart read by him. He TPs out instead of walking back.
Look at Kuro. He's stuck. He's been trapped by his teammate. He has to wait the whole time too. He can't get out of there.
They have no way to get him out. God, if he just died to mid one right now.
Oh no, the tree stuck to the tricks of the trade. Okay, gets a sentry down.
Okay, they roll into the wards here. The wards are not going to time out that soon, but they do manage to kill both the supports here. Mind Control's going to come in, make sure Soxa is finished. The spear actually not killing Soxa. Nailed No-Tail in the back.
Now they're diving.
Still, yeah, there's going to be Seb coming in for this play as well. They've already killed Miracle, and Mind Control, he'll be cleaned up as well pretty easily as there it is. Seb with the Wrath of Nature, or no, actually the Orchid Tick. That was enough to kill him. They take this mid tower. Fogged.
This is out of control already.
Yeah.
Like, Medusa's not going to have space to farm. Viper is now a Viper. So you're just super vulnerable to dying to anything as you're very isolated. Cap, this game we might not see much longer of this game. This Miracle Medusa might not be able to get a chance to get any farm as he's lost control of his 2 jungles. Just like the last game, OG just putting the pressure on, even taking the Ancients now. And with all these summons, they can clear all this area and keep control of it. And ults are all coming back online. This is looking rough.
Yeah, Nigma, I think they're hoping to, off of a more successful laning phase, build that brick wall that we were talking about, but it feels like OG has been tearing it down and the act of it being built up brick by brick. Nigma just do not get to have any space to be able to cement a position in this game. They're now down 8,000 net worth. They have nowhere really to farm. Weehaw, even if he does survive through this engagement with Tops, and it goes to show, like, he just doesn't get a moment's rest.
No, they're totally on the back foot, and now it's, you know, Mars has to be the space creator because the Viper's having such a hard time that he's just going to get gone on every time if he does show his face. And there we go, Mind Control comes in.
Still, they still managed to kill GH thanks to the coil plus Wrath of Nature. They didn't even need Seb himself to be in that fight. Thompson, he's just going to kind of toy around here with the enemies, see if they can catch him somehow, but unlikely.
Yeah, with the cast range talent especially, he can just jump up these cliffs with the Waning Rift quite easily. As mid one is still playing, he's going for Battle Fury, but he's still playing as if he's more active. Like, he's just literally running at Miracle every time he shows.
Hey, he doesn't get a chance to get anything off here. All of his mana is taken away. He did have wand charges, and OG recognizing that both the wand charges and the TP did mean that Nigma could turn things around with a Stone Gaze. GH.
Thompson?
They're going to go for him. Thompson does get hexed up first, though, but they're going to dive in. Cogs actually pushing Thompson to the side, but fortunately, the orb was still up. A nice spear nails mid one, reveals him into the tree over there. And thanks in part to a good setup by GH and the Sentry, Nigma finally get a core kill here.
Uh-oh, but bottom, the two supports. Viper in the bottom lane is he's just dead.
Yeah, this is No-Tail. I mean, he's shown he could just black hole for free.
Yep. It's positions like these that you get very concerned when there's the Viper in the game. Now what? He's 1-4. His game feels pretty over, and he's up versus some pretty hard carries. And we're seeing the way that OG, they forced the issue top. They even saw all the teleports finish, and they still didn't care. They still made that aggressive move because I don't think they care if they die. They're getting too much on the map. Nigma's not able to withstand all this pressure.
Kuro trying to protect. They do manage to get the combo here onto
God, they're
Saksa, but
almost dead.
still, he's just getting ripped apart by Mid. What, he does so much damage with the Wrath of Nature on top. They think the moment they've got a small window, but maybe get a kill, turns out that Mid won, and those Wrath of Nature from Seb do way too much damage. They demolish Nigma.
This game is well and truly over, it feels, as the Medusa already feels like she's countered. Viper's game is over. Mars's game is nowhere near able to be salvaged, and your lanes are still being pressured on all fronts. OG just merciless in these last two games, not giving any breathing room to these greedy picks. It really does feel like the greed just, they know how to punish it. We know the way OG likes to play when they do get a chance to play aggressive, and that's what we've seen.
Well, if Nigma took that Vikin GG series and learned something about aggression and a Razor pickup, I'd love to see what they learned from this series because, man, this has just been blistering pace sent by OG in the last two games. Now they're going to run into him with an Orchid and Miracle trying to cut down the tree, cuts the wrong one, stuck inside, and just dead again. Mind Control, desperate for something, is going to land a spear here. They've got the disables to kill Thompson, surely, as Saksa does try and interrupt things. It looks like Thompson gotten a little bit too big for his britches, or maybe just started a fight that was overall good, as GH still going to die to Seb. Seb gets off the Wrath of Nature. Big boost of damage is going to be coming in, but Seb does die to the spear to the wall. Pinned up and killed. No-Tail doesn't have the black hole. They're going to get in front of Saksa here. Uh-oh, here comes Mid one, and I believe he's got a fresh Battle Fury. And damage.
Kuro's stuck the whole time. He's stuck in the Serpent Wards again, Cap. He couldn't help the entire time. He's just stuck. I actually could not believe it. I'm like, where the hell is the clock? And he's stuck in the Serpent Wards. He can't help out. Perhaps they could get another kill, but he's actually stuck 2 times this game. Poor Kuroki. A possibility where they're able to clean up maybe a few more kills for Weehaw, and he's actually just stuck. And the hope disappears for the fight for Nigma there, as again, losing Miracle at the start of it all.
Mid one. Now he's got his Battle Fury, so that fight was bad before. It's about to get even worse as he's managed to pick up his big farming item, his damage item, and if they get Roshan as well here completely. I feel like this is the last chance, Fog. Nigma, they have to get into this pit.
They have to get a nice stone gaze with a nice Mars ult covering, but Mars ult's still down for 20 seconds.
Yeah. And he's smoked up on the side of OG to protect this, but Kuro and the rest of the boys are still going to get there. They're going to catch No-Tail, no opportunity to get off a black hole, and Roshan's low. This is a huge window here. Nigma, do they have the power to take this by themselves? Yorkin's going to go out. That's another resource that's going to be used. Mind Control's got to be careful. Oh, the cogs! It pushes Thompson. He gets nailed by the spear. Can they actually kill him? A wall goes out. They throw everything they have. Thompson's dead. Now the Stone Gaze. It's caught Saksa. An attempt to roll away. Denied by the Battery Soul. And Seb 2. Now he's trying to go on the run. A buyback from Saksa. A re-engagement. OG. They plan to be able to still take this fight as Mid one's demolishing these supports. But another cogs pushes him away. Weeha's in trouble with a buyback from Saksa. With Seb on the high ground, taking the triple kill, and Weehaw has no chance to be able to get away from this. Miracle is out of here. OG will retain control of the Roshan pit. It cost them a buyback, but it doesn't matter. They win the fight, and they take the Rosh.
Yeah, Seb and the Ricky both show up. Mid one and him just end up with a clean up duel, an insane amount of damage in the fight there. 2,700, 2,800 respectively on the two of them. Even though they did lose the puck at the start of it all, these two are the big damage dealers. Seb with this humongous item build pick up with the Orchid, the Witchblade, pretty much actually with the BKB done too after that. It looked like Nigma, maybe they could take a chance there, but yeah, these two holding down the fort for OG.
Yeah, now with an Essence Ring and a BKB,
oh, baby.
You know, try and go on Sub. He does so much damage, but he's got the tools to ignore all of it.
The hook shot, actually
Okay.
catching the Earth Spirit, but he's going to kick him away.
Nice.
And roll out.
Kick, and he's already there with his teammate Seb. As we said, with a BKB, he can be rather fearless, so the moment somebody shows in an awkward position, he immediately strikes.
And they still have this ward behind this tier 2 mid, so they're just watching the positioning of the supports in the back for Nigma as they can surround this top tower, easily bring it down, and
Dire's top tower.
15,000 gold lead. Dusa never wants to be in this position. It's just hope really for Nigma that they can hope to have some attempt to come back in this game.
Yeah.
Need to just rally around him, need to just keep getting these big ultis as, yeah, that's really the only thing you can hope for. Just
Dire's top
big stone gazes, big Mars ults.
All right,
Seb.
Jason.
They
Weehaw.
actually catch him.
They are going to be able to catch Seb. At the same time, Weeha's being caught. The difference is Seb, he's got his BKB. He's got a way to be able to turn around a fight. You don't chain those stuns, and Seb will make you pay. With every single hero that joined in this engagement, he'll make sure
My
they
God.
all die.
Oh yeah, this is brutal. He has almost the same farm as every single hero put together, it feels like, on the side of Nigma. As top, they throw down the coil in the base. Can't clean him up yet.
Yet, mid
They're gonna
one.
keep trying.
He's going to try. Seb's going to
He's
come
gonna
in.
get him.
They've got no buybacks. They've forced everything out of Nigma. They know there's nothing left in the tank. The Orchid and the extra bit of
Oh, and he
damage
gets the courier.
is going to kill him. The courier's going to die as well. They're TPing it, but like honestly, this trio looks unstoppable. Who cares about a tier 3 tower, especially when you've got the Treants to tank for you?
All right, 19k gold lead, 20 minutes, 31-14. I don't believe we're going to be seeing many greedy drafts anymore, as OG especially really seems to know how to tackle them. Both these teams really identify when they can just group up and pressure like this, and OG just steamrolling. Now Weehaw shows he might just die in the base.
They try and go for a spear and arena, but he was immediately silenced by Soxta. There goes a hook shot onto mid one. They are going to be able to catch. Yeah, look at, like, mind control is terrifying. They caught
really is.
Soxta, but he was like still throwing down the arena like somehow the fight was going to continue.
I think they're just really feeling how impossible the game is to come back. They're just throwing ults at any kill.
Yeah.
It really is just, it's so out of hand. This side, OG's just full control. Like, are there, let me actually see the towers. Have they actually had a tower? Okay, they did have a tower hit. 500 damage or so on the mid tower, but besides that, yeah, OG just ramping up the pressure. Weehaw almost dying to the Ricky, as they just can't do anything.
I mean, he can't farm a creep wave that's right outside of his base because, again, very deep vision is scouting him setting up to step out of that base and immediately is being punished every single time. Oh, what a spear. They've actually got him. That's going to be one. Can they do two? Cogs into
GH?
a hook shot is going to be a lot of stun time here. They have GH there, but it's immediately stopped. They are going to try and get out what damage they can, but Seb is pumping it out. He's trying to kill Mind Control. The Orchid is not going to take him out. Hex onto Thompson, Black Hole, pulling back in Miracle. Do they have to disable? They do. A hook shot's going to be able to stop that one. Kuro running interference as best he can, but Seb with his BKB looking to be able to chase down Miracle. Kuro is going to die, but it looks like maybe he saved this team fight. They turn around. Nice shock there from GH. Mind Control's back at it. He really wants this kill on one of the cores, but the
Oh my God.
it's too much with an E-blade from Thompson. All that magic damage just 100 to 0.
By the way, Cap, that was in their base under tier 4s. Just diving, going for these kills. That just shows how confident OG really is in the game. And yeah, Nigma just, it really does feel like no hope, but they're sticking in it. They're trying their best to be able to get this Medusa online.
I mean, they have
That
to,
was
right?
under tier 4s. Yeah, they have to try something. It really is such a big match. They're not going to tap out. They're going to keep trying for it. But the fact that Seb just TPs under tier 4s and gets so many kills just like that, yeah, that's a statement of its own.
Yeah, it certainly is. We heard Nigma talk about the fact that due to the fact that they are 2-2, they already have those 2 losses. A third loss would pretty much put them out of control of being in their own fate when it comes to making it into the major. Especially with so many matches still to go, as Nigma have yet to face up against Tundra as well.
OG.
Ico, so jump in. Spear onto Seb, see if they can keep the chain stun to prevent the BKB from going off. He is indeed dead, but the backline's being demolished right now. Look at this Battle Fury from the Riki go to work as they're all stuck in this AoE with the double damage to boot. the tankier two cores of the Medusa and Viper. They survived the initial burst, but there is relentless chase here from OG. You know Weeha's not going to survive. It's a momentary reprieve before inevitable death.
Seb just TPs with his face. As soon as he respawns, gets insta-hacked into Spirit and dies, but it doesn't matter. Let's just look at the damage from this Ricky fight recap. 3,700, Puck 2,300. They're able to just clean things up, especially inside of Mars ulti, where the Battle Fury actually goes really nicely when everybody's stacked all close together.
Yeah, it really does. It just feels like at this point that Nigma are able to do the coordination that it takes to bring down one of these cores, but whoever they choose, the other two just seem to go into overtime.
Absolutely.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
19. Level 19 on mid one. On Thompson, it's 25 minutes into the game. And honestly, they've taken the tier 2, but hell, half their time, half of their heat map has been based inside of Nigma's base.
Yeah.
Look at that. That's where...
It's crazy. But that's the way it's been. That's a very OG style, though, as we did. You know, I mean, that's the TI style of diving fountain in the TI finals and stuff like that. As yeah, OG merciless in these last two games. Saksa with a BKB just rolls in.
And with a BKB, he can kind of ignore the Viper, kill him, and say, okay, we got another one, boys. Almost feels like they're farming Nigma at this case.
Oh, and mind control.
They're going to be able to get mind control as he's going to stay silenced thanks to the coil and the smoke screen combo. It's a good way to make sure somebody has no impact on a team fight. They're going to buy back on mind control.
He has to.
Maybe
they have to try to defend these racks.
Weeha has
It's not like he's getting the blink anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. They say that buyback forced him back, so Weeha can commit to his BKB. It just doesn't deal with the physical damage that's coming out from mid one.
No, it does not. They do have OG gets a base ward in as well down on the bottom side during this. Nigma's actually going to smoke out, and these fresh wards that Kuroki just placed. That's what Kuro was doing during all that fight. It was actually placing these to maybe find when OG is maximizing and farming. They'll see Seb TP top. They might actually be able to get this pick off. He's a tanky one, though.
Oh, boy.
That's Kuro. He'll play with his life. And let's see. Top. Can they actually get the Serpent Wards and a Mars ult? Let's see.
An all-in kill onto Seb. Seb. No, that's a miss jackal. Oh, no, that's a miss spear. Oh, it just does not get any worse for the boys.
Oh, and they're dead.
They're all dead. Fucked. If there's any time to tap out, it's that moment right there.
Hey, they went for it, and you know even pro players make mistakes at times. A little bit of a misclick there as Weeha, he shows himself in the wave, gonna get committed on immediately. Does have the BKB to protect him for at least a slight moment.
Yep, the hook shot comes in to try and stop that black hole. The damage is done though, as the Air Spirit's able to finish him off mid one. Jumping onto the Medusa, ignoring the Stone Gaze for the most part, and just hops over to GH instead, kills him. Kuro was able to deal with no tail, but the 5 position of OG is dead. The other 4 stand strong inside of Nigma's base, wiping them, and they are going to force a submission out of Nigma if they're not going to go willingly.
The Seb Nature's Prophet, still something really to be feared. He did an excellent job this game, just applying the pressure, always showing up to these fights. What was it, like 10 minutes something Orchid, I think it was, maybe 10:50 or so, maybe 11. Super early on, played aggressively, and just, yeah, on point. OG is no mercy. Nigma, it really felt like from minute like 8, it was just them getting surrounded, getting all these plays, getting ran at from that advantage. The small advantage OG got in the laning phase, they just ran away with it.
Megas are going to come up. They may have a Medusa, and maybe that's that last little shred of hope they're hoping for here is some sort of throw into the fountains, because mid one, every single time he shows up, he appears, Nigma heroes disappear. And there it is, finally.
GG.
With one final whimper. Nigma die inside their base. Give it up, Megas. A 42,000 net worth lead. 52 kills in 28 minutes, Fogged. That's just OG's side of things. That's just the OG story.
Yeah, and OG, I think, really putting a statement about don't go greedy versus us, right? In these last 2 games, I think they really showed that they can just take advantage of that, even where it looks, you know, as the panel was talking about too, like the AM game, if he's able to farm, if they're able to get this farm on the Medusa too, but if you're not able to, you lose everything so quickly. You never, it never actually looks like you have a hope. As this game, it really felt like they had no hope just so quickly from this mobility from OG.
Look at the boys of OG. They're amped up, and they know it's always a fun series against Nigma, and it's always a big win. As OG are now 3-1 here at the European DPC. What a series. Let's go back to the panel, shall we?
Yeah, what a series indeed. I thought it was going to be a little bit more even than that, guys. I'm not going to lie. We're going to break down why it was so uneven and talk to the winners as well after the break.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue.
And you're not listening. It is your choice to make a little mockery. It won't do. Further down the line, still surrendering, trying harder to forgive you. Candlelight has gone out. Some will win and some will lose. Nothing much else to say. Thought I was searching for something. Door has closed, not a sound. down, slow down.
Seeing monsters out your window. No, you can't sleep, you pretend though. You don't have to play the hero. Cause I got you like you got me. When the earth shakes, when the bombs scream, until our last breath, every heartbeat. When your nightmares turn to real life and the ground's filled up with landmines, we will face it standing side by side. You know I'll come running when you need. I'm coming. You know I'll come running. You go to war, then I'm going with you. Pick up my sword, yeah, there's nothing I won't do. When you sound the alarm and the chaos is rising, leading the charge, yeah, I'm coming, I'm fighting. Swear on the breath that I breathe, I'll never retreat, yeah, I'll be your army. You go to war, then I'm going with you. Pick up my sword, yeah, there's nothing I won't do. When you sound the alarms and the chaos is rising, leading the charge, I'm coming, I'm fighting. Swear on the breath that I breathe, I'll never retreat, yeah, I'll be your army.
Took a swing at a wrecking ball and I prayed for my downfall, and I found a way to reconcile, cause in my heart it's not worthwhile. It's a bloody battlefield where some go down, others heal. In the end it's all the same. All you can do is play the game. Oh, do we say goodbye? Refuse to question why. I deserve to say I'm sorry, so lie. Pretend that you're okay. Swear that you will stay. at my feet and forced me down a dead-end street when all I had went up in flames, burning only dark remains. I cover up every part of my skin, oh, 'cause I don't like the person within, oh. I know I'm the one to blame. All I can do is take the shame, oh. Do we say goodbye? Refuse to question why. I'm too sad to say I'm sorry, so lie and pretend that you're okay. Swear that you will stay. Keep trying for one day. Whoa, I'm sick of all these lies. Don't care if I capsize. There's nothing left for me to hide. Don't wanna live a lie. Too many lows, too many highs. Too many things to criticize. So I leave it all behind. Don't wanna live a lie. Sick of all these lies. Don't care if I capsize. Oh no. the dark. I feel so alive. Still remembering what I want, but it ends with you. Candlelight has gone out. Some will win and some will lose. Nothing much else to say. Thought I was searching for something. Door has closed, not a sound. Take a look as I am now. Still I smile but don't speak. Will you please slow down? Slow down. Unreal intertwined, and you're not listening. It is your choice to make a little mockery, it won't do. Further down the line, still surrendering, trying harder to forgive you. Candlelight has gone out. Some will win and some will lose. Nothing much else to say. Thought I was searching for something. Door has closed, not a sound. Take a look as I am now. Still I smile but don't speak. Will you please slow down? Candlelight has gone out. Some will win and some will lose. Nothing much else to say. Thought I was searching for something. Door is closed, not a sound. Take a look as I am now. Still a smile but don't speak. Will you please slow down? Slow down. Slow down. Slow down.
Seeing monsters out your window. No, you can't sleep. You pretend though you don't have to play the hero. 'Cause I got you like you got me. When the earth shakes, when the bombs scream, until our last breath, every heartbeat. You know I'll come running. You go to war, then I'm going with you. Pick up my sword, yeah, there's nothing I won't do. When you sound the alarm and the chaos is rising, leading the charge, yeah, I'm coming, I'm fighting. Swear on the breath that I breathe, I'll never retreat, yeah, I'll be your army. When your nightmares turn to real life and the ground's filled up with landmines, we will face it, standing side by side. You know I'll come running when you need. I'm coming. Pick up my sword, yeah, there's nothing I won't do. When you sound the alarms and the chaos is rising, leading the charge, I am coming to fight. I swear on the breath that I breathe, I'll never retreat, I'll be your army.
Took a swing at a wrecking ball and I prayed for my downfall, and I found a way to reconcile, cause in my heart it's not worthwhile. It's a bloody battlefield where some go down, others heal. In the end it's all the same, all you can do is play the game. Oh, do we say goodbye? Refuse to question why. I'm sad to say I'm sorry, so lie. Pretend that you're okay. Swear that you will stay. Keep trying for one day. I'm sick of all these lies. Don't care if I capsize. There's nothing left for me to hide. Don't wanna live a lie. Too many lows, too many highs. Too many things to criticize. And so I leave it all behind. Don't wanna live a lie. Life kept spitting at my feet and forced me down a dead-end street, when all I had went up in flames, burning only dark remains. I cover up every part of my skin, oh, cause I don't like the person within. Oh, I know I'm the one to blame. All I can do is take the shame. Oh, do we say goodbye? Refuse to question why. I'm too sad to say I'm sorry, so lie and pretend that you're okay. Swear that you will stay. Keep trying for one day. Whoa, I'm sick of all these lies. Don't care if I capsize. There's nothing left for me to hide. Don't wanna live a lie. Too many lows, too many highs. Too many things to criticize. So I leave it all behind. Don't wanna live a I'm sick of all these lies. Don't care if I capsize. Oh no.
Is around the corner, so let's get ready for the draft between Alliance and Tundra after this.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal.
intertwined, and you're not listening. It is your choice to make a little mockery, it won't do. Further down the line, still surrendering, trying harder to forgive you. Candlelight has gone out. Some will win and some will lose. Nothing much else to say. Thought I was searching for something. Door has closed, not a sound. Take a look as I am now. Still I smile but don't speak. Will you please slow down? Slow down. Slow down, slow down, slow down.
Seeing monsters at your window. No, you can't sleep, you pretend though. You don't have to play the hero. Cause I got you like you got me. When the earth shakes, when the bombs scream, until our last breath, every heartbeat. You know I'll come running. You go to war, then I'm going with you.
I
was
think,
not.
Was
I
that
think
confirmed?
the near a
Yes.
year has passed, and this is the perfect time to ask the questions.
Well, let's rip that scab off.
Yes.
Let's go. Is here for revenge.
This series means
All right.
everything. Winner gets the Alliance sponsorship, and for some reason, Secret is in this game as well.
We have, what?
Well, they didn't. Listen, Sheaves, they gave away the nature's.
No.
They gave away the Earthshaker.
They did give away the Earthshaker. They picked up the Grimstroke as well, but we have an Abaddon first pick, Purge. What do you say to that?
It's kind of weird. It's kind of a classic 3-3 hero. So wait, he's on the other team, isn't he? That's
Yeah.
right. Whoops, sorry, I got it confused.
I don't blame you. It was only yesterday since 33 was in Alliance.
So I think I find it really weird that it's so early. Like it does some nice things on the map, but picking it this early feels a little exploitable to me. But at least it makes one of your lanes really survivable and less prone to getting ganked.
I think this is one of those like development of what heroes are becoming meta, and then other heroes that can potentially become meta because of that hero rising up. And thinking about it logically, like Earthshaker, in the big fights, if there's a hero already running at you and you can never slam him, never remove him from the fight, if it's the off lane, you're always gonna be scared he's gonna be tankier. If he's the 5, the Earthshaker never really pressures that lane anyway, so the 5 can be anything, right?
True.
So I think it's more of like a mechanism of you might have a big team fight, but now we can send a sacrificial lamb in and just understand everything before the slam really comes into play. And then of course you have to shield the heals.
Sure, but I feel like that's just like, yeah, Abaddon has ultimate, but I think that it's got to be something that they're looking to do in the future. Cause
yeah, sure. It still could be like an
because we don't see it
lane,
first picked for
you know?
a reason.
No,
right?
of course.
Like I was expecting perhaps that Morphling or a Wisp, you know, something that we've seen in the past, because the bat is banned out. I think once the bat is banned, the Abaddon loses value as an opener, which is why it was a little odd to me.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And even if like you're the guy in the front of the fight that's scouting everything out, yeah, maybe you could like interrupt a blink dagger, but Shard offsets that as well. So I don't know, like if you have good map pressure to combo with this, it feels better because then Abaddon can sit in a lane that's normally dangerous and just be a pain in the butt and therefore get more out of the map if you're also pressuring other places.
Yeah.
But they're gonna have to pair that up with the follow phase.
I really want to see a DK band though.
Yeah, I was about to say, this is where Alliance will show what exactly this puck is based on the bans. The DP might also indicate, you know, mid puck, but like Kyle just said, a DK +1.
The thing is, when you think about their players, you have S4 and Limp. To not give one of them puck just seems odd. Like, it's one thing when Secret does it, because Puppy also really enjoys playing puck, and they have such a wide hero pool on the rest of their players. But like this, you know, this is the TI winning hero for S4, and Limp is arguably the best or second best puck in the world, and has been for some time. But I will say, a bigger fan of the Grimstroke Shaker opener. Grimstroke ult not removable by shield or Abaddon ult, so it's going to be effective here. If you do it on the Abaddon, you can also silence +1, stun +1. You'd be unable to assist.
Radiant team back.
Beastmaster ban makes sense. That's a 3/3 special, the Micromaster.
Who do you want to see set up for success most on the side of Tundra? Because normally it has been 33 that is like the driving force of the squad.
Well, I would say Biver, and they already have. He's on
Ooh.
Earthshaker, which
go with Biver,
activates
okay.
3/3. Because now you're in a position where you can pretty much pick any offlane, and we talked about it in the pre-show way back when, before we saw those two Titans, Metaphor Pro and Hippomaniacs, face off. Shaker means any offlaner can be played, because you get lane control in front of your tower immediately.
True. For
Oh,
me,
I
I
would
was gonna,
pick Skeeter.
you go. Oh,
Is that who you're gonna pick?
No, I was gonna go. It was
Pink.
gonna be 9/Skitter. You know, I was gonna go for like a mix of the two. But yeah, in regards to 9, I think his mid lane. He has, you know, won a lot of his lanes, and he's happy to play the Grimstroke and play kind of what's needed for that mid lane. And then that alone kind of has a domino effect to giving Skitter this free game to play. And then suddenly he gets to make these clutch rapier purchases, and the game's all on his back. But no, I think it's the combination, the 1-2 punch of these two. This is the year that they've really stood out. And normally they've kind of been in the shadows of their support players and who they're playing with. But in this roster, it feels like they are really kind of the prominent figures to really converting that win normally.
Yeah, it feels. I agree with what you're saying. I think 9 is playing flexible, but it ultimately does trickle down towards Skeeter having a really solid lane and therefore match. Because I think they usually pick us here pretty late. I mean, it's almost always Wraith King or whatever, but you know, he's got some flexibility there too.
So Tundra showing that they're not really scared about a potential Morphling, simply because they already have this hard lockdown, the Soulbind, and they're not. I guess it's kind of the same principle that we learned from the last series. You can go a bit greedier, but if you have the better stuns, the better pacing that you can set, then you can kind of overwhelm a greedier pick than these like lane dominators. Alliance as a team, always seen them. Strong lanes, collapse the map, and then reapply pressure. They collapse on mid, minute 5, minute 4, all the time with the supports, and that's why they're taking away these carries that can be independent without the need of that support the entire time.
Ursa ban makes it more likely the Abaddon will be off lane. It's
Yeah,
just a
also-
nice combo with the Grimstroke.
And one of the comfort heroes of Skeeter.
So if you're no, for Alliance, I'm thinking the Clock of the Tusk is still available for your 4 role to try and.
Yeah.
Do you not want to like?
I'd rather see an Earth Spirit.
Is Earth Spirit still available? Okay, Earth Spirit still available. Yep. But this is like the position 4 pick normally in a draft.
Clockwork is feasible as well, just because you see a Shaker on the enemy team.
They've also liked
Exactly.
Io as the 4
Hmm.
in a few of their games.
Radiant team pick.
They'll go for the clock though.
Nice.
Wouldn't be surprised to see a Drow Ranger 4th or last pick for Alliance here, but they have a lot of options. I think it's much more likely now this Abaddon will be your offlaner. Clock is going to feel really good. I mean, we saw it pretty much the dichotomy of Clockwork in our previous series. In a game, you know, Soxa gets ahead, he's running at the Earthshaker, it looks like an insane hero. Like, why don't more people play this? And then you see it against a Nature's Prophet core, and you're like, wow, you're losing the lane 2-on-1, and you're completely worthless, and you're killing Treants and getting 8 golds, and that is Clock. So they will need to make some early action. The Void Spirit for 9.
Okay.
Well, it could still be a flex because
Exactly,
we've seen Grim played by 9 a lot of times as well. But
True.
I think so far, most of the time, Void Spirit is his hero though.
Yeah. So right now it's Void Spirit could be off lane mid, and Grim can be mid or 5, and that's where Tundra. This pick they're also critical for them. If they reveal too much, then suddenly Alliance gets to snap pick a carry, and they can flex the Abaddon to the very end and have like either the perfect off lane or whatever. So Alliance they go for the Timbersaw. Okay.
Ooh.
This hero is very annoying to deal with.
Especially when played by S4.
Exactly.
It does also put Abaddon in a little bit of a tough
I will say
spot.
Liquid and Alliance do share a lot of comfort heroes, and I could see it. It's unlikely, but you can always you could see this Abaddon safe lane. Was it Iceberg who did that actually? I don't think I saw.
They picked it for mid, but then they just laned it differently. But it was more of an off lane
off.
Abaddon. Yeah.
Yeah.
If for Tundra,
But-
oh sorry, go on, Pudge.
I was just gonna say it sets them up for that double core matchup that are both of the, if Abaddon is a core or Timber's a core, they both just sit in lanes and their lanes will just be ultra survivable.
Yeah, it's the idea that they now have multiple heroes. You've got Clock for the vision and the jump. Timber and Abaddon can never get jumped by a Shaker because they just won't die. And then you have Nico Baby going to be playing this big win condition on last pick to have like the best game. So as long as he plays behind that kind of like tanky wall, he should be surviving these ganks. And it's so hard for Tundra to really cut back into the backlines. You'd maybe argue like a Slark or a Monkey King. Okay.
Come on, man! It's Skeeter.
But-
It's Tundra. What else are you gonna pick?
Oh,
It's always the Wraith King.
But
Why are you saying, oh no, why don't you like it?
Because like we spoke so many times about the whole idea of like win lanes, you get the pacing on the game, and I'm seeing Alliance and they got these strong lanes. The last pick for Nico Baby, you've just picked a carry who's hard countered by the Timbersaw in laning phase.
True.
You're gonna have to do some laning shenanigans
I
potentially.
think you underestimate the benefit that Grimstroke brings with
It
just a
doesn't
nice
help
Shaker
you.
rotation. At the end of the day, it's comfort heroes for Tundra, and I
That's
almost feel like
respectable.
Alliance has picked a draft that's a little too complicated. Like, yeah, you're still open, but you're playing a Puck or a Abaddon as a 5 with a Clockwork 4. The Timber, in theory, sure, it could be mid. It's probably going to be laning against the Wraith King now, but we'll see the last pick. But Tundra Esports basically said, okay, you want to give us what we like to play, we'll pick it. Every one of their players is on one of their top 3, if not top 1 hero.
that is true.
Like, this is what you want in a must-win series.
True.
It feels like if their laning stage just doesn't get choked, that they're gonna get in like the mid and late game, and you're just gonna see like Fissure into combo stun kills with Inkswell follow-ups. So
Ooh, a Necro
definitely
ban.
feels strong.
Interesting. This could
That
be.
is weird.
Does that give anything away for what they might want for their last pick?
No, it's just really nice against the Timber. You have low damage output. It's not bad against the Abaddon either. And because of this Shaker factor, it makes these off-lane, beefier, intelligence ranged heroes stronger. DP's out of the pool. You don't really have many great replacements. Necro would make sense.
You know, if I came from the past, I would think like Alliance draft is stupid with 4 offlane heroes.
I really wish that I want to see this Abaddon in like carry role, like we mentioned it earlier. But I just think right now, if this hero gets like a couple items, you play upon that unkillable nature, you never give Tundra the space on the map. I think
agree.
I like that. I actually kind of like that.
It's weird, and I would typically never want this, but I almost feel they should be last picking FNG's hero. And just run it, because then that you have a favorable laning phase, and to your point, with Abaddon and Timbersaw, you can apply a ton of pressure, and Limp is just free to show up anywhere.
That's a good ban.
Find
That's
kills.
such a good ban. We've seen in a series the other day that Darkseer against these, I think it was against the Abaddon, against the Slark, against Juggernaut, Tricore, like you just don't get to play Dota, especially if the wall hits the Abaddon, that silence. And again, it just gives me vibes that this Abaddon's going to be in a Koro, just the fact that these bans are so targeted towards the Abaddon alone.
No, that's a good point.
But anyway, it's flexible. It could just be a 5.
Completely open.
Yeah.
It's, I love it for that reason.
They're not gonna like Sand King or something weird, are they? You know, I was thinking it could be.
Brewmaster coming up for Tundra?
It's spooky against Brewmaster Clock. Very spooky. 2 heroes that would typically hard counter you, although I believe after the changes to the Brew alt cast point, you can now cast it during battery assaults.
Yeah.
Whereas previously you were just worthless.
I am just worried about the damage that they bring in the early fights. They are reliant on the Grim and the Void Spirit to basically do everything. And if the game gets a little bit too high pace, Earthshaker, Wraith King, Brew, these heroes can all feel lost when running kind of backwards and having to try and find like the perfect fight on
I don't think
side.
you ever run backwards with a Brewmaster though. Like look at
Well,
Alliance.
without ultimate, I mean. Like,
yeah, sure, but you're gonna take anytime Alliance try to make a move for a tower, Split's gonna stop that immediately. And it elongates the game. It gives space for Skeeter, who's going to be going for
and
a
that's
greedy
their
build.
job. They have to make this game last long because this early window of the game, the laning presence of Timbersaw, and then hold on, it's a peer. Okay, unfortunate. It's not going to be the carry. We're not going to have all the fun, but this is a solid draft from Alliance. They got an early window to apply pressure, and this PA will always be a very scary hero. But Tundra, they do have their comfort heroes, but they need to survive. And I don't like saying that normally, but this is one of those drafts where they have to somehow answer a Timbersaw without any Timbersaw counter.
That is true.
That's scary. That is like very scary. Purge, final thoughts on the draft?
I wouldn't normally say like I'm not that trusting in ABBA as a support. I feel like it just falls off too quickly, but I think it's going to be able to lane pretty well against Brewmaster actually, especially if they like fissure block. And PA can get off the fissure, so I actually think Alliance has pretty good stuff going for them. So, but it's going to be close. I think Alliance has a better draft, though.
All right. Thank you very much, Kyle.
Could go either way. I think Alliance hit their timing a bit earlier. T has a good point where I think S4 is going to dictate the pace of this game and will be responsible for the win.
Yeah.
Again, comfort heroes for Tundra. This is what they wanted. Everybody is on a hero that I'm sure they would have prepped in advance. I favor them, but it is Nico Baby PA. We saw them own OG with it. Anything's possible.
Skidder needs to buy a rapier to win this game. I think he needs 3-4 items.
It's actually the
survive
timing
like
the game.
Yeah, that's literally it. I think they can survive up until that point, and the game might be swept back the other way. But for now, it's
the only manner of acquiring True Strike. It will legit be how this game is decided.
All right. What timing will Skeeter get on his rapier? That's what we're going to look for Tundra. But Alliance has got a spooky Timbersaw to try and set the pace a little bit higher than Tundra can keep up with. Let's find out how the first game is going to go down. It's over to ODPixel and BSJ.
Thank you very much, Steve. Yeah, Tundra versus Alliance. Brian, we've seen the drafts. The panel seem a little concerned for Tundra against what Alliance have. Would you agree? Whose sort of draft are you preferring here?
Yeah, I've been a little bit hesitant about PA throughout the course of this patch. It feels like a lot of the carries that are popular are very early game centric. Even if they do end up scaling like the Wraith King, they're capable of either taking towers like Wraith King, taking fights like Juggernaut or like Ursa. And the reason why PA has fallen out of favor, I believe, is because there's just too much pressure to do stuff. But he's got so much space making this game coming out from S4 on the Timbersaw. They didn't counter it. Like, I feel like he can do kind of whatever he wants to do for the first 15 minutes of the game. And that's really all PA needs. So I'm really leaning towards PA as the win condition. And there's going to be some crazy rapier shenanigans if Tundra is to take this game for sure.
Yeah, some interesting drafting across the board from both teams. I mean, from Alliance as well. This opening, this first pick, is it a bad one or a good one? Do you like this sort of opening from FNG?
That's a nice play on words you got there. I think it enables a hero like PA a lot because usually you would need that earlier BKB, earlier defensive items in order to fight. but he might be able to join fights much earlier with just damage items. Last time I saw Nico Baby play PA, he went for Deso rather than the Battle Fury that we usually see. So the thing about Abaddon is that he does enable you. He's like an Oracle that doesn't require good positioning, but we'll see how. I was amazed they first picked it because I thought the place for Abaddon in this meta was against the Batrider, and Kyle mentioned that himself. So I'm definitely curious to see what they do with it.
No, for sure. Yeah, well, we'll see what sort of moves Alliance is going to have. As here around the ruins, we're going to see Flutter and Skeeter try and take this away. Yep, they're heading in. Easily done there. Let's have a look at these lane setups we are going to get. Nothing surprising. 9 on the mid, Void Spirit against, of course, Limp's Puck. That top lane by the Shaker. 33 Brew playing into Nico Baby and FNG. So we'll see how well FNG can secure Nico Baby that farm. And then down bottom, Fudder supporting Skeeter against this S4 and Hansken Timber clock lane.
Yeah, it's funny. Brewmaster not that great for the laning stage because all of his skills get removed by Abaddon Shield. But this is an example of a team drafting for the game because Brewmaster is one of the best heroes at dealing with Timber Saws and Abaddons. These heroes you don't want to focus and you can't really afford to deal with in the early to mid-game team fight. Just throw them up in the air. Deal with them later.
That's true. Yeah, they will have that means to deal with him. I mean, maybe not being able to kill him, but definitely able to open up the team fights and allow them to work around him. And I think one thing, though, for Tundra, you do look at the Shaker hero, right? They open with it incredibly strong at the moment in this patch. There's definitely going to be a chance for Biver to have quite big effect in the team fights. What we are going to see up in the lane, though, might not be able to do enough to save 33. As 33 is trying to juke this out. And Nico Baby's able to find him. Another dagger. And one last hit from Nico Baby takes him down. As, well, you can't really start off the lane any better than that. First blood for the PA.
Yeah, I was definitely concerned about this pick with the draft when it comes to the laning phase. The Brewmaster is just completely useless against the Abaddon as a 5.
Yeah.
It's kind of similar when you pick like Jakiro 5. Oh.
And then again, Biver there as well. I mean, yeah, as you said, this top lane, it's looking messy.
Yeah, it's like when you pick Jakiro 5 and the opponent picks offlane Abaddon or offlane Legion and they just remove your dual breath, you feel really bad. And Brewmaster feeling that from the 3 to 5 relationship in reverse here.
I mean, FNGA just tanks up with a shield, starts running at him. And we're seeing again 33. He's in a whole world of pain. He's trying to run, he can't. He turns with the Fairy Fire. He's trying to bring down FNG with him, but he's not going to be able to do so. FNG's got another shield good to go. He's off in the trees. And a second kill for Nico Baby in this lane already at 2 minutes in.
No TP for 30 seconds on Brewmaster. That's game ruining, lane ruining. Like, it feels so bad. His game's going to be over until he gets that level 6. And even then, he'll just be an ultimate.
And the thing is as well, because this brew came late in the draft, right? Do you think they just didn't expect this lane setup? Do you think that the fact that FNG was playing the Abaddon surprised them? I mean, they've got to have expected this sort of scenario, right?
It's not that you expect the lane to go well. They knew they needed a tool to deal with the Timbersaw Abaddon in the mid game, so they elected to pick a hero they thought could survive the lane, and the lane's definitely just going way worse than they anticipated. You would never pick a hero expecting the lane to go anywhere remotely this bad.
Oh, meanwhile, mid, Lim, he might just be dead here if he can. Oh, yes, he can. 9. All right, well, top lane might not be going great, but meanwhile, mid, 20 for 5 against the 11 for 0, and a solo kill against him. I dare say that mid lane's going better for Tundra than the top lane's going for Alliance. That's quite the beat down here in mid.
That's definitely the more important lane. Brewmaster will recover much better than a Puck.
Yeah, especially if he can get some kills here, and they can. They're able to turn, and they will manage to get a kill back their way up top Tundra as they take down FNG.
That's a disaster. He's more than a full level ahead on Void Spirit. And this Puck Void matchup, I know enough to say that this matchup's all about who kills who. Because both threaten the other when they get 6. It's a race to the finish line, and the finish line being that ultimate level. And Void Spirit's going to be getting there by a landslide.
And we see big focus as well from Alliance, bringing, having 3 heroes around that rune spawn there. They knew that they could not let 9 grab his hands on that.
Yeah, DD Void Spirit would be a dead Puck in a matter of the next 2 minutes for sure.
And then, of course, down on the bottom side of the map. Does it surprise you that Skeeter's getting as much out of this lane as he is, or is this not really a bad lane for the Wraith King to farm in? He's 27 and 3, he's having pretty much free farm down here.
I'm a bit surprised, but in this lane, Clockwork's not all that useful as a 4 position. So this is a lane that inevitably the Wraith King will just have to dip out. So even though he's having a good start now and a little bit of a slow start on Timbersaw, it will eventually become uninhabitable for him. That's expected when they pick the hero. They know Wraith King's capable of just dipping out and maybe even going top. PA is a pressurable carry. Abaddon doesn't deal with it very well either, and since Puck's having a rough start, he may be able to get some early towers.
So now bottom, this time Skeeter is going to get trapped in the cogs. Handscan and S4, they're able to get on top of him, chase down with the timber chain. Can they quite finish him? No, he's into the trees. Skeeter's going to be fine. They can't quite take him out. So keep Skeeter safe. Meanwhile, at the bounty rune, we did see 9. He saw FNG go for it to make sure that he couldn't get the bottle refill at 5 minutes in. It looks like he turned away. He must have tried to go back in, and he ends up dying.
Yeah, is that just a solo kill?
Yeah, only FNG was there when we sort of caught him early as he stepped away. Bottom lane, Skeeter actually able to find the chase down onto S4 with the help of Fada. He gets the kill on the Timber.
That's such a huge kill because it basically allows him to get 2 extra creep waves before he's supposed to leave this lane. And it's uncontested creep waves. He doesn't have to fight for them. He doesn't have to expend a bunch of regen and a stun in order to do this. So you see Skeeter just pushing the wave as fast as he can.
I see him trying to go for Biver. Okay, he gets away with it, able to push the limits of the hero nicely.
No time to talk here. Action, all 3 lanes. Kill a minute so far.
We'll see in the mid lane with that death as well on 9. Limp has been able to catch up completely in farm. 34 for 4 against the 37 for 8. Top lane FNG, he baits them in on him, and it works out. He does die, but he's just gone and secured another kill for Nico Baby there. FNG, I mean, he's playing a very selfless game here to really make sure that Nico Baby gets so much out of this top lane.
And he's queuing up the Battlefield this game. So they're electing to utilize the space from Timber. So last time when he played PA, I think he felt like he had to outpace the Riki that he was playing against. But in this case, he wants to match the farm of the Wraith King and say, I'm going to outcarry you on similar level of net worth.
I see that bottom. Handscan. He tried to get aggressive on the Fada, but Skeeter's able to step across. Fada might just go down, and he will. Gets the Phantom's Embrace off onto S4, but S4's able to just take him out straight away with the right clicks. Saw an attempt as well on the mid lane. 9 and Biver tried to get the catch on Limp, but not quite enough lockdown there between the 2 of them with the Fisher and the Remnant. Limp's able to keep himself alive.
They did kill the catapult bottom. Because of that kill on S4 about 2 minutes ago, that's the even more important component of that kill. Because Timbersaw alone doesn't usually hit the tower for very much damage. So his way of taking the tower is simply tanking the tower while his catapult kills it. So that will slow that progression of the pressure coming out from S4 and the ability to invade the Wraith King's farm by, honestly, 3 or 4 minutes. It's pretty significant.
And hang on, we found Fada again. Fada. I mean, a Handscan has just constantly been looking for this poor Grimstroke, and he's been finding it a couple of times now.
Skeeter just walking past S4, taking the creeps with him.
We see
what he can do as a carry.
He's not going to spawn at the top. 9 might chase for this. He's still got a step to go in onto FNG, and he'll get him. Shield won't be enough to save him. TP coming over from Nico Baby, looking to get involved as he knows that 9 hasn't got any further escape here. Limp sets up with the Dream Coil. It is a little too far into the tower though, and Biver standing on top of him, so Nico Baby can't dive in. Down bottom, Skeeter's getting gone on. No points in reincarnation yet. As Handscan and S4 are able to take him down, back over towards mid. Limp was able to swing around, get that regen rune picked up. Nico Baby is going to start trying to make his way back up to the top lane, but they're going to make a move onto him. Limp's jumping in to try and keep Nico Baby safe. FNG in with the TP, provides the shield, gives him a target to jump up to the high ground, so Nico Baby will be kept safe. And FNG might be able to help him on this attempt to go for Biver here. As they're chasing him down, Biver on the retreat. He'll get the Fisher off, but he's looking pretty dead here. The shield's up on Nico Baby as Biver. FNG's going to try and chase. Will set up for the dagger. They get the kill. Nico Baby tries to escape though, but the time has been bought for Tundra to just pretty much bring the whole team here. As Biver, I mean, he dies, but it kind of works out for them. They're baiting FNG and Nico Baby to try and chase for the Shaker kill, and it just buys time for everybody to turn up and turn it around.
Yeah, they have to be careful because nobody wants to lane bottom against the Timbersaw. So if you give them a reason to leave bottom and come get something beneficial off some other part of the map, they're going to take it.
Sure.
So a little bit of an overextension there from Alliance. But S4 does take bottom tower, and now he's going to TP top in order to defend that tower, occupy the dangerous farm against the Brewmaster, who does have split available. Looks like he went for the urn, but he's going drums afterwards. Drums, I guess, is a decent item again for Brewmaster, because you do get the move speed aura for your team during the brew split itself. Like, you remove the aura and then they put it back on. Nice aura item when you... All aura items are activatable or are working during the time his ultimate's going.
And look at this. This is pretty big. You know, this move down bottom, Nico Baby, he's going to get caught out. The setup's there. Straight away, Nine's in with the Astral Step. Nico Baby, has he got any sort of help coming? FNG's trying to make his way down it. He's not going to be able to reach this in time as Nico Baby. He's going to get taken down. FNG couldn't quite make it there, and now they're trying to go on to him. The Remnant won't catch him, so FNG should be able to make his way out of there. I mean, I guess Nico Baby felt this area of the map was safe after S4 had forced anyone from Tundra out of there. But they quickly move in onto him, and they're going to be able to find FNG as well. They continue to chase him down. They block him off with the Fissure. Nothing held back there as they drop the slam. 2 more kills for Tundra as they show that, you know, for Alliance, that bottom area of the map isn't as safe as maybe they hoped it would be.
Yeah, once again, they're just ignoring the Timbersaw. Got to give a little respect to the fact that they know what they're doing with their rotations and their resource allotment on the side of Tundra. They basically say, this Timbersaw TP's top, let's just ignore him and go invade the farm bottom. Usually you don't want to commit 3 heroes on a gank bottom like that.
They try to go in onto 33, but as you said, with the split up, he's going to be fine. And in fact, he can set up for backup to come in. Fissure lined down onto the 2 of them. Piver gets the angle, sets up for the kill onto Hanskin. They're going to look towards S4. We'll see if they can burst through him. He's a very tough target to take down. Yeah, I don't think there's any chance of this happening. They'll give him a bit of a tickle and then they'll be on their way. They're not going to be able to take him out.
Yeah, they brought him down to about 90% there.
Yeah, nearly. And now 9. He's going to get gone on it and see if he can juke this out by sometime in the air. He's going to be okay. Now they've got Skeeter. Now they can have a chance. They've got some heavy hits from the Wraith King, and this time they'll be able to take S4 down. As Tundra really making sure, you know, everything that they're doing with these moves just seems to be incredibly well thought out.
Yeah, it's a bit of sloppiness from Alliance. I think it requires Tundra to capitalize on it perfectly the way they are. So I commend them very well for recognizing that Timbersaw is out of position, despite the fact that he's super tanky at this stage in the game. But S4 getting a bit carried away. He has taken 2 tier 1s, both side lane tier 1s going down for Tundra, so that will be more space on the map for Nico Baby. And he still almost has the Battle Fury, despite his early couple deaths. He does have 4 kills. He's got the 420 KD going right now.
9. Comes in with the Invis Rune. He's able to have the setup onto Hanskin. TP's coming over. Are they going to be able to save him in time? No, not quite. Damage from the Phantom's Embrace finishes him off before FNG finishes his TP.
I'm about to take a screenshot because Nico Baby's 5 CS away from the 420 KD 69 CS. I know I don't want to meme too hard on you right now, OD Pixel, but you got to get excited sometimes, you know?
Sometimes, yeah, the numbers are there.
It just, you know, the memes are speaking to us.
We'll see mid.
Look like Limp wants that Witchblade. A little bit of mid-game damage that they will be lacking because their carry is going to be rather AFK farm heavy.
Alliance playing it a little more chill now. Sticking to their half of the map. As you say, you know, they're aware that as long as Nico Baby's going to hit his timings here, they don't lose anything too much elsewhere, they're going to be fine. A bit of an attempt onto Limp. They get the pullback with the Remnant. Limp is he going to be able to jump his way out of there. He's trying to turn, but he's going to get burst down here. As Nine's able to finish him off with the help of Skeeter. Skeeter with these armlet toggles, just keeping himself alive. He's even going to start turning and having a bit of a go onto S4. They're bringing Piver over. S4 gets himself across the Fissure, though. Will manage to retreat. I mean, they lose 9, but they're getting 2 kills for it, and 2 kills as well that Skeeter's being able to pick up for himself. So now, they're going to try for FNG too. So he has got the safety of the borrowed time. S4, still with mana in the tank, ready to play Piver. He's had enough. He's out of it. He's TPing away from this one. Fighter on 33 will still hang around. 33 is getting in. See what cooldown we've got on the primal split now. So, yeah, still down for an incredibly long time, so he's not going to have that, but he does have the backup of 9. S4, though, still a bit too nimble as he's up to the high ground. He's away. And there's that timing. So Nico Baby, Battle Fury done. We're going to start seeing his farm step towards being able to rival that of Skeeter, but it's going to take a bit of time. I mean, Skeeter's having a very good game. This relic's going to come very, very quick for him after the armlet, and already involved in 6 kills. You know, this has been a pretty beautiful start for the Wraith King this match.
Yeah, you're just seeing the difference between meta heroes right now. The reason why Wraith King is so much higher sought after for these pro players is that he can be in those mid-game team fights and feel impactful. He does a lot of damage with just an armlet. And Skeeter, recognizing that because he's against the hard carry PA, it is his job to participate in these fights, choosing the armlet over the Midas.
Oh, at top, they get the setup on Limp. He's already used the orb. They're able to find the catch onto him. Seeing 9 this game as the Void Spirits we have before. He's having a very good time here, 6-2-3 against Limp's 2-3-0. They're doing a really good job of making sure that Limp does not get out of hand this game.
Yeah, the moves by Tundra are all so good. It looks like they're losing objectively speaking. You have a PA that's farming well on the opponent team with a Battle Fury, and you've lost all your tier 1 towers, but this is par for the course. They were against a Timbersaw with no natural counters to shut down his early momentum, and I really like how they're approaching this game. If you guys want to get better at playing against Timbersaw, just ignore him and kill all the other guys.
Apart from when you want to kill him, they just
isolate him. That seems to be their way of playing, and it's working out beautifully. I mean, just saying, okay, separate, kill him.
Because that's the one thing we just haven't seen this game. We haven't really seen them fail to kill him, right? When they go to kill him, they get the job done. They know when they've got the tools to be able to take down S4. So it's just some smart reads of situations really from Tundra. As Viva getting gone on here. Gonna have the Soulbind set him into the 2-man Ray Fire Blast. Skeeter's able to turn up, take down 1. He's gonna look over towards Nico Baby. They've got the control with the Remnant. He's been silenced by the Phantom's Embrace. He's up in the air. And they're gonna have the burst to take him out. They are. The Primal Split being used to hold him down. 33 sets up for another as they're chasing in. Looking towards FNG and Limp. Limp will jump in with the burst, trying to put them off from chasing any further. S4's turned back up. As Tundra will now start to give a bit of respect. Step back. I say that. Skeeter's ready to go back in. Ray Fire Blast into the X-12 stun. They're in onto S4. Phantom's Embrace upon him into the control of the Remnant. They're going to be able to bring down S4 again. They'll lose the reincarnation, but it's all good. Skeeter's able to easily get out of there with his second life. They'll lose Brew, but Tundra's able to back out. And again, just adding so many more kills to their name. And Skeeter's game just getting stronger and stronger. 6-1-4. After that, the Radiance is pretty much done on top of the armlet, 17 minutes in.
Yep, those early kills on S4, it becomes easier and easier to kill heroes like Timbersaw when you've killed them a few times in the early game. And they didn't even have the Spirit Vessel yet for that engagement. And Brewmaster's going to have it in 250 gold. That spells the end of Timbersaw's raid boss era, if it even still existed. Yeah, queuing up a Bloodstone. Like, he's not going for a Yule Scepter or a Lotus Orb or Greaves, some way of removing that Spirit Vessel. He's not going to have any way to deal with that for a very long time.
I guess he's just going to trust an FNG to be in there with the saves. But FNG's definitely going to have his work cut out.
Shield. But he can just throw up FNG in the middle of fights. 33, one of the best micro players out there. If I trust anybody to use all those Bruling skills properly, it is him.
22-11, nice 4K lead, and a lot of it on Skeeter. I mean, the money just rolling in for this Wraith King. As soon as he has the Radiance done, he's already 700 into the Blink Dagger. It's all coming out very, very quickly. Nico Baby trying to do his best to match the pace of the farm. He's after the Battle Furies, he's about halfway into the BKB, just trying to make sure that he's going to be prepared to turn up to these fights and not have to worry about this incredible amount of control that Tundra's team does have.
Yeah, you have to really emphasize the impact of supports moving forward in this game. You have a 4-position clock compared to a 4-position shaker who's already got a Blink Dagger. I would much rather be playing against the clock in this case. He's working on the Ag Shard already on the shaker, and Grimstroke's naturally going to farm way more than in a Batten 5 as well. Batten 5's basically just a shield at this point. It's looking much more on the Abaddon side than the Agoodin side, as you were talking about earlier.
Oh, it's definitely seeming a bit tough at this stage. So as you say, just match the sort of the impact that Tundra's bringing. their supporting casters. Again, holding around the mid. Let's see if they want to get anything done here. Skeeter, just 400 away from his blink. Ags done on 9.
That's huge against saving heroes like Abaddon. You're never going to be within range. All of his spells are such short range that anybody that's getting hit by the Void Spirit Ags is also going to be hitting the Abaddon.
Let's see what they find here, Tundra. Alliance, opposite side of the map for now, though. So, Tundra unlikely to find the jump.
Looks like they're content dodging on Alliance's side. They are 700 gold off that Nico Baby BKB. So that might be a decent timing for them. But even then, I don't really know how they kill the Wraith King twice. And that Radiance is going to be dishing out a lot of damage. Puck, Clock, even Abaddon as a support. Pretty squishy over time to that 60 damage a second.
We're going to have on the side, they're going to be able to set up on S4. They're starting the fight here onto the Timber Store. Skeeter stepping over. Wraith Fire blast down. They're going to walk up with the Echo. They're trying to chain lock down S4. Is it going to be enough to get the kill? He's getting low. Limb also being silenced. Limb just taken down in one big old crit there from Skeeter. As they lose the puck, S4's out to the side. He's still alive. The Fisher's out. Skeeter closing in. The crit takes him. As Skeeter takes out another. Over to FNG they go. They're going to find 3. They're going to find another. Handscam pulled back by the remnant of 9. As Tundra just rolling over Alliance right now in these fights. Sure, it takes them quite a bit of effort to take down S4, but they're able to do it, and they're able to take down heroes alongside him.
Yeah, I've underestimated Tundra both series. I watched them going into the series. Man, they are clean. They have dismantled that early pressure from Alliance. They let Alliance take all that they were willing to give them and nothing more. And at this point, the timings are just coming on line too fast. Nico Baby, he's finally ready to fight, but it might just be a little too late here.
I mean, we'll see this again. It takes them quite a bit of effort, but do you feel like Tundra in this moment, they know that they can kill this Timber?
There's just no counter threat. Yeah, there's no Earthshaker, there's no BKB, Deso, PA in the back lines that's going to threaten you from 4-man just going on this Timber Saw for 20 seconds in a row. You're only afraid of going on this super tanky guy if there's some deterrent that scares you, and they just don't have that right now. PA needs more items.
Oh, easy DD for 9. I mean, sort of at what point is there going to be a sort of change that causes Tundra to be a little scared of the PA? Like, when will Nico Baby be scary? Is the Deso going to be enough, or is he still got to sort of get that item on top of it, really, to threaten Tundra at this stage?
I think if they can win a fight, the Deso will be enough. But if his timings are continuously delayed by these engagements, then it will not be enough.
There we go. They're trying for 33. See if they got the damage to take him out. They're in with the PA. Nico Baby committed with the BKB, and it will allow them to get the kill. They take down 33. They'll lose Handskim for it. 9 jumping in aggressively, looking for FNG in the trees. Over to the side, S4.
Yeah,
He's being locked down by Beaver and Skeeter. They're both on top of S4. S4 will be able to get him cut down by Beaver. Silence as well as they hold back FNG. Skeeter, he's still looking for S4. S4 again over to the tree line with the Timber Chain. 9 and Fighter trying to chase. DD still going on 9. Limp jumping in with the silence to stop them from getting in, but the Yule setup's there. They close the gap onto S4. He'll cut down Skeeter the once, but Skeeter's ready for round 2, and the Ray Fire blasts out. 9 jumps in onto the Timber as S4 will fall yet again.
It's not the end of the world for Alliance. They did trade evenly in terms of number of kills, and PA got out. Did have to use the 10-second BKB. In any carry matchup where one carry affords to go Radiance Blink AC and the other one has to go BKB this early on in the game, I'm feeling much better scaling into the late game as the Wraith King. Having that 10-second BKB come online 40 minutes into the game when the PA's got a 5-6 second BKB, it makes a major difference in these team fights, especially when you have heroes like Abaddon, like Brew, that are going to delay how long it takes for the fight to burst targets.
Sure, but I guess at least the upside for Nico Baby in these fights is when he does have that BKB pop, he's pretty invincible, right? They don't have any way to deal with the evasion.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, until Wraith King inevitably goes Rapier, if the game goes long enough, they will have no way to deal with that. Curious to see if he takes the 35% blur evasion talent. I've been seeing a lot of PAs lean towards that one, but this game, they might be desperately needing that extra armor corruption here for the damage.
Yeah, no, it's definitely always a tempting one. I mean, like when you're playing PA, is sort of the evasion one that you are less likely to go, as you say, in sort of a losing game, because you do feel like, well, if I'm not going to kill anyone, we're just going to lose anyway?
Yeah, PA has two issues. If she's ahead, she worries about that timing where she can actually be burstable outside of BKB. In that case, the blur evasion's really nice. If she's behind, then she lacks damage usually. So I would, arguably enough, the more aggressive talent's the one you'll take when you're behind.
Let's see what we got here. They're on the high ground. I mean, they'll settle for hands, Ken. Not the biggest.
Face check.
Yeah.
They're there, guys. Found him.
And they're thinking about stepping into Roche. I mean, they do this pretty reliably, pretty safely as well. And they're more than happy for Alliance to come and try and tackle them. Limp is going to scout it out. So both teams aware of one another. The Deso is done and out for Nico, baby.
They can contest this, I think. With Clockwork being alive in 12. The flare vision will be very nice.
They're standing up.
Poking
they're going to try and start the fight off. We've taken down S4. They're locking him down with the Echo Slam. Vessel's down upon him. S4's able to get out to the side with the Timber Chain, but he's still taking down the Spirit Vessel, and he's going to fall. They get the kill with the Radiant Spurt. Over to FNG they go. Jump in from Alliance, though. They've managed to burst through the Wraith King at once. Nico Baby coming in with the BKB. He's trying to take down 9. 9's out to the side with the Dissimilate. FNG's been locked towards the PA with the Soulbind, but they're bringing 9 down. They've taken out the Void Spirit. Can they turn for more? Nico Baby finds his second target. Jumps in onto Fada. As they've found 3, maybe they can find 33 as this primal split comes to an end. 33 trying to get away, but Nico Baby's in onto him. He's attempting for the TP out. Have they got the damage? They haven't quite.
No way.
The mischance evasion, he's away. He will live, but a good punch back from Alliance, finding 3 heroes, and now they can look to threaten the Roche with this Deso on the PA. And 3 heroes down, a buyback coming out from Fada as he really wants to stop Alliance from going for this.
They want blood.
Yeah.
They have the ward.
Here they come, Skeeter. Fada at 33, and there's the extra buybacks. 9 buying back as well to make sure he can outbound in this fight. They're in on the 33. 33 getting solo, but he's able to step to the side. Fissure blocks them off. They move in straight away on top of Nico Babies. They take down the PA. Over to Hansken they go. As Alliance, they've gone in heavily aggressive for this move, but they've lost 2 heroes. They're going to lose S4 here as well to Skeeter and Biver. As the buybacks allowing them to win back on top. They try and chase Alliance, they get aggressive. Of course, all still that time, Nico Baby's BKB, it was still on cooldown, so he didn't have it prepared to fight with. They're gonna have a buyback from Hansken. This is a fight that S4 and Nico Baby won't be able to turn up to. As 9, he's chasing down onto FNG, he's got the backup now. Skeeter, boom! Crit comes out, and Skeeter will claim the life of FNG.
They know they can't afford to give the Aegis to Tundra here, so Alliance expending all buybacks possible. I'm sure FNG will buy back if he feels the need to, but Tundra still not quite done with that AC on Skeeter, so they're lacking a bit of that physical damage to bring down the Roche in a timely manner. Yeah, the Earthshaker Shard, man, this stuff's busted.
It's strong.
I can't believe this. You know, in those like animes and stuff where they're like, show yourself, you know, the guy in the back. The guy that's like trying to sneak attack you. You're supposed to have to be point blank range on Earthshaker to stun people. And suddenly he's just on the low ground, perma-stunning the PA as his BKB is still on cooldown, as you mentioned. It's so annoying and frustrating to watch as a carry player.
Now just hands can go for a steal. I think you do, don't you?
Kind of have to.
Why not? Why not? Try your lucky. You got Nico Baby ready to join in. They're going to try and get on the side, but they've taken down Biver. He's gone straight away, but Tundra will be able to finish the Roche, pick up the Aegis on Skeeter. As now, Tundra's ready to fight. Jump forward, in on a Hansken. He's popped the cogs, but Skeeter's in there with him, ready to fight. Soulbind connecting off the 2 of them. Limp, he's able to jaunt out just in time to the orb. Limp will make it away, but 9's in onto Hansken. Hansken will go down. Tundra starting to reset a little bit as Limp, jumping in with Nico Baby Alliance. They're going to try and fight back into this. They turn. Who are they going to try and jump towards? They're looking for 9, but 9's up to the high ground with the Dissimilate. Limp and Nico Baby. They will find him, but no. One more step. He's off to the side. The dagger's coming in. He's going to tick down as the Witch's Blade damage from Limp.
Big item for PA, Orb of Destruction.
Oh, yeah.
Probably the best tier 3 neutral item.
S4. It's going to be okay here. They won't go any further with the Aegis on Skeeter. I mean, Alliance, they're doing a good job of fighting back in a game where they've constantly been having to play from behind. Nico Baby is closing that gap. He's only about 1,500 behind Skeeter's farm right now.
The PA will definitely farm faster if both of them are allowed to hit creeps at their leisure. So this is a positive for Alliance. My only concern is the supports moving forward. Like Wraith King, he really doesn't care about the Alliance supports at all. While PA is definitely terrified of the Grimstroke Earthshaker potential burst damage coming out. It's just all going to be about execution in these fights. Whoever gets the jump. When you have a hero like PA or Ricky, these stealth assassins, it's all about who jumps who.
Viva. He's able to cancel the Timber Chain. Skeeter's in. Woohoo! A lot of hope there for S4 as Skeeter brings him down.
Nether Shawl plus AC Aura and no stacks of reactive armor. He does not look very tanky.
I got Basher done on Nico Baby. And this man's definitely a threat in these fights. No doubt about it. When that BKB's up, you better be running if you're Tundra.
If they can find the Earthshaker Grimstroke in the backlines prior to them casting spells, I think they'll win virtually every team fight on the side of Alliance. That's just the matter of if they can do that. They do have Clockwork for the vision, as well as the Chaos creation in order to maybe force these supports out of position. They've got the tools to do it. Can they pull it off?
See Midnight. Gonna have to set up here on FNG. As Nico Baby's watching from the side, I don't think he's going to want to get in this. They're just going to let FNG go down. As actually already trying to jump to the high ground. Nine seeing if he can find anyone else. He's closing the gap on Limp. The blink out is there in time. So now they'll be able to start forcing down the mid, see if they can get themselves some more tier 2s. We're sitting on the net worth as well. I mean, Limp's really caught up his game. I mean, does it sort of surprise you? You know, you sort of look at 9. He's 11, 4, and 15. Limp's only 5, 4, and 8. But Limp is just as farmed as Void Spirit. Is it expected that the Puck farms as well as Limp has? It seems like he's just crushing it in the farm department.
Hanskin, he's definitely not going to be crushing it, I believe, as 9 will find him. I think Puck getting the kill on 9 last fight was a big swing. If both heroes have decent farming accelerators, and one hero gets the kill in the mid game, it happens the same way with carry heroes as well. Whenever you kill your counterpart, you suddenly just create a gap between the two of you. But in this case, since 9 was so far ahead in kills beforehand, now that they're about even, it does check out. The math checks out. I've crunched the numbers real quick, the arbitrary numbers there.
Sure, it's just always weird to see because it's like, you know, 9's been running around, he's killing everyone. You know, how much does it matter really when Limp's been able to, you know, just take that top spot? You know, it's the efficiency.
If you look at the other 3 heroes on both teams, Limp's clearing creeps, right? But nobody else is.
Sure,
probably why. Grimstroke's nuking creeps. Earthshaker's gonna take some creeps. I think the net worth on the supports is really what you're seeing as why Puck would still be even as well. At the end of the day, these Glimmer Capes, Force Staves, Blink Daggers, Ghost Scepters on these supports, that 2,000 net worth is arguably more impactful than 2,000 net worth on any core.
True. Yeah. No, absolutely.
It's going sheep as well.
Oye, Rafa, ¿te acuerdas que una vez cuando estaba...
That is actually terrifying because he does get the double value out of the Soulbind into the Sheepstick. And he has the capability to farm it. One of the best farming supports in the entire game, Grimstroke. They're looking.
Oh, yeah.
It's well preemptively. BKB done on 9, so he's going to be a menace in these fights. He's been barely dying without that BKB. And now he's also got the Elven Tunic. 16% evasion will be quite nice against PA. He never buys MKB. May buy a Rapier at some point if the game comes to that.
See around mid, both teams watching this wave, seeing who's going to take a move onto it first. Limp. Just thinking about the best way to start this off. It's hard though with his BKBs done. Of course, Limp not quite having the ice. Oh, TP's out, but he's able to cancel them. He's in with the Dream Coil. He's going to force them to stick around. Hanskin's found himself in on the front lines. Nico Baby's thinking about getting in. The Echo Slam's already been used as Piper. He's been taken out. Limp popping the BKB here as 33 will attempt to chase him out.
There's a DD rune.
And there's a full Abyssal now picked up by Nico Baby. As Nico Baby, he is more than ready to take down targets. Over to the side though, S4's being gone on. Skeeter and 9 take him down in a matter of seconds. As Nico Baby's ready to fight back. Commits with the BKB, looking for 9, but 9's up in the air with the Yules. With it to simulate ready, 9's able to wait out, but no, Nico Baby chases up to the high ground. Jumps in, finishes him off, but the BKB's come to an end. Skeeter's in on top of them, and bam! The crit hits. 1,300 damage been done there. As Nico Baby, he's out of the game for 90. Alliance, they try and force them to fight. They're cancelling the 2 TPs out. I mean, they get something out of there, but they lose their big hero at the end of it all. Nico Baby going down.
I never really thought about it, but Wraithking's kind of nice against PA as the game goes on, because if you miss, your Mortal Strike cooldown doesn't activate. So you're gonna crit him, eventually.
That's true.
So
when it hits, it hits.
Yeah, 1,300 damage.
And
it's almost level 25.
Yeah.
Probably will take the Mortal Strike cooldown.
Oh,
You'll
for
have
sure.
this Aegis, potentially, Rapier timing that I saw them win the other series with as well in the 3rd game. Wouldn't be surprised if the game ends in that window.
Are you a fan of this as well? See, Nico Baby, he's going back for the S and Y at this stage. Why is sort of what's the reasoning for this rather than some sort of big late game item?
I've seen this more and more.
Yeah.
I think status resistance is just a broken concept that you used to buy Satanic on all these heroes. I think one of the major reasons PA doesn't scale nearly as well is because of the nerf to Satanic. She is one of the many carries from last patch that heavily relied on that item in order to scale in these late game fights. And sadly, I just don't know how you play against Earthshaker, Lion, Shadow Shaman 40 plus minutes into the game with no S and Y. I think that's why these carries are doing this. There's no other item that gives you this. That's kind of it kind of annoys me as a carry. It feels very pigeonholy in terms of your build. And it doesn't feel good, but you kind of have to, I think. Like with Satanic, it used to feel very powerful. Like, yes, I've got this Satanic, you burst me down to 400 HP, and then I get it all back. With S and Y, it's like, okay, now I get to activate my BKB before you 100 to 0 me. That's what it feels like.
Well, they'll certainly do that now with Skeeter having a bit of True Strike up his sleeve. Little disappointed as he did have the Rapier queued up, but he decides to play instead. Goes for the MKB.
The wimps, man. That's the coward's way. That's what it was. Coward's way. Still a high damage item, and he'll be dumping it out the deeps no matter what. Does have the Mortal Strike cooldown now.
I mean, definitely shows, you know, that they're... Ooh. FNG. He's heading out of here straight away. 9's going to chase, though. As Alliance, do they want to try and bail FNG out here, or will they just let him go? They're just going to let him go. They don't want to take a fight into this awkward position. Unless, I mean, Nico Baby's still hanging around. He nearly gets Fisher there. I mean, if that Fisher catches him, he's probably dead. He might be in trouble anyway. Yeah, he's having to put the BKB to get out. S4 starting to poke at 9 on the side. Well, they've got to be very careful, their alliances. Now Skeeter gets in, there's damage to be done. Hanskin's going to come over the hook shot, but he's just going to end up being on the front lines. As Skeeter turns with the Ray Fire Blast, Piper jumps in with the Echo Slam. Look at the two of them outside of the base as Hanskin's down. 9, he's committing in deep with the BKB. He's over to S4. S4 keeping himself alive with the Bloodstone Heal. With a Fisher, it holds him down. Skeeter's in with a finishing blow. The Ray Fire Blast ends his life. As S4 and Hanskin just not quite being able to get back into the safety of their base in time.
This Tundra team is no joke, man. Every game I've watched them play, I always feel like they're winning because they're just outmaneuvering and outplaying their opponents. Not to say they didn't give themselves the tools in the draft by any means. You can tell that Brewmaster pick paying some mad dividends in the early to mid game, relieving a lot of that pressure, allowing them to focus the targets they had to focus. And despite having that rough start to his game, 33 having massive impact, those early rotations, ignoring the Timbersaw, delaying Nico Baby's Battle Fury despite having a really strong laning stage. Everything just going the way of Tundra in the game plan aspect. And they're going to get this second Roche. I think PA needs this Aegis. It's almost like a deny Aegis. You don't need it as nearly as much on the Wraith King. But it's nice to be able to backpack your BKB, He did put it back in his inventory in case they do get contested, but it looks like it's going to be a free one.
And sort of comparing the offlane impact, S4, he's had a rough game. Now 4-11-7. I mean, is this sort of KDA just what happens when you do have those very early detrimental couple of deaths on a Timbersaw?
Oh, absolutely. Timbersaw's impact this game was the first 15 minutes. That was his job in the draft. He was meant to accelerate Nico Baby's timings to be faster than Skeeter's because he's so good against Wraith King. And that's just not the case. Those early maneuvers by Tundra to avoid him, but then capitalize when he's a bit overextended were just massive.
Bottom Biver. He's setting up here.
Pick catch.
Onto Nico Baby there, over to pull him back. Nico Baby, he holds onto the BKB. He doesn't want to pop it. He had a little bit of a window to press it. But he decides that, I guess maybe he feels that even with it popped, he doesn't get out of there. As that's him down for 90 seconds here, Alliance. They've really got to hold up in base and try and D-push for the next 80 seconds.
Yeah, and if you're worried about Nico Baby winning the carry one-on-one battle, now he's got a Solar Crest on 33, so an extra 80 attack speed and 8 armor going the way of Skeeter. If that's not enough to tilt the balance, I don't know what is.
We're seeing sort of Nico Baby cycle through the items. You know, he had S and Y queued up, then he had the Rapier, now he's got the Satanic. I mean, what does he get in this position? Like, what can change it? We'll see here again when they go on him. I think, yeah, he had the opportunity here to pop the BKB. I mean, a BKB there would have allowed him to jump over to FNG, but maybe felt that FNG was going to be close enough anyway to shield him to give him the chance to pop it. He's dead. He has to buy back here. Doesn't mean he's going to have the BKB here for the base defense. As already S4 and Limp getting gone on. S4 will get off the Bloodstone heal. Now over to the side. The Remnant for 9 pulling Limp in. Limp will be able to jump to the side, but Limp still goes down. Hanskin gets the cogs here. He's able to control the two of them. They're taking down Biver. They've taken down Fada as well. Can Alliance get anything more out of this? As they're going to look to chase. Over to the side. 9 jumping away. If they got any further catch, they haven't. He's out. With these 2 Astral Steps, he's going for the TP on the high ground. Do they have vision? They don't. 9 makes it away. And buybacks from Nico Baby and Limp do push Tundra back. The base will remain intact.
That's a tough decision to pop your BKB bottom lane for Nico Baby, because if he uses BKB, even if he lives, they'd be able to go high ground anyways. So he must have been aware that he was that close to buyback, because he didn't have it when he died, but he was able to buy back for the fight, thus holding the high ground and still having his BKB. But now that you bought back, suddenly you're down 8,000 net worth to the opponent carry.
Oh, Nico Baby, he's got a DD. He's thinking about going in. They are 2 down on Tundra. They've both got buybacks though. As Limp, BKB's going to be popped. 9 jumping away. The Dream Call's going to be missed. Over to the side though. S4's in. They send him on a Skeeter. They take him down the boss. There's going to be a buyback from Biver. Nico Baby pops the BKB. Looks to try and come in on the Skeeter. Skeeter's got a lot of armor though. Skeeter's able to step away. They've got to be careful as Biver. He's looking for the setup. Fisher, he's locking down Nico Baby. They're able to jump over the follows there. But Biver just keeping him locked down with these aftershocks. Nico Baby starts to try and fight back. Gets the bash, but another stun. 9's in. Remnant's down, but Nico Baby's off the side. FNG gives him the shield. Nico Baby jumps back in. He takes down 9. He's looking for 33, but Skeeter's just back in and he's cleaning up. Nico Baby's out for 2 minutes. Hans getting trapped in by the Fisher. Tundra, they punch back and they punch back hard.
How is this Earthshaker hero okay? What is going on? He's got the ceremonial robe too, so all this stuff lasts 10% longer anyways.
I mean, these stuns, they're just destroying them there. Nico Baby, as soon as that BKB comes to an end, he has no business in these fights when Biver's alive.
Yeah, he's just cliff walking too, because he's got a fissure. I understand that you can walk over the fissure. I don't feel like you should be able to walk over cliffs because there's a fissure on the cliff.
I mean,
oh man,
it allows you to walk over the enemy team.
Yeah.
Well, there we go.
Literally
Into the base they go.
metaphorically.
No Nico Baby for 75 seconds. What can Alliance do with the 4 of them? Already starting the fight, jumping in onto S4. Shield from FNG keeps him safe over to the side. They do get the silence onto 33. No further burst though. Still having to hold for a minute. Skeeter focusing the objectives, trying to take the racks down. We're going to get through the reincarnate. Over to the side, 9. Jumping into FNG. He's going to have the Yule set up into the Remnant onto Puck. Limp. He's getting chain stunned. Is there any saving time? There is. A Phonic Shield allowing Limp to put the BKB. Skeeter also committing with his BKB. Tries to go for Hanskin, but Hanskin's out with the Glimmer Cape. 9. Over to Limp he goes. Limp able to Waning Rift out of the way of the Remnant. Limp will manage to make it back to base. 9 still trying to work on Hanskin. And now he's going to turn over towards S4. S4 breaking away from the primal split with the Timber Chain. 33 turns his attention over towards Hanskin. Another Glimmer Kick keeps Hanskin safe. FNG's in on the front. The Dream Caller is down to the three of them, but they've lost FNG. FNG out for 70. No buyback on him. The Vessel's on to S4. He's off to the side. They are managing to sort of keep Tundra distracted from the base, but now, okay, Skeeter, he's going to be able to clean them up. He just gets in on the two of them. Hanskin and S4, they're both down. They're going to have Nico Baby back in 10 seconds, but then it's going to be down to Nico Baby and Limp, just the two of them this time round to push Tundra back, as Tundra, they're looking to take this bottom set of racks.
I commend Alliance on their high ground hold here, but they just had to keep expending so many resources every time, costing a buyback or two, and eventually the war of attrition is going to wear you down. Up 23,000 gold now.
Call Limp. Whoa, have they? Limp's out. 9. Some good moves from Limp here. I mean, he's keeping 3 of them focused away from the base. All lanes are pushed out, so they're having to do this through backdoor protection.
Solar Crust, AC, so much damage.
I mean, Nico Babe's going to try and get in. He's popping the BKB. He's committing in onto 33 with the Abyssal Blade locked down. They're able to take him out before the ult's there. As they bring him down, Skinner's in with the Ray 5 Blast. Though Nico Baby in trouble, pulled back by the Remnant. Nico Baby's out, and with him having no re-entry to the game for 100 seconds, they know it's over. GG is called, as Tundra will take this game 1 against Alliance.
I've already praised them enough. Sick play coming out from Tundra. I think Alliance.
Intertwined, and you're not listening. It is your choice to make a little mockery. It won't do. Further down the line, still surrendering, trying harder to forgive you. Candlelight has gone out. Some will win and some will lose. Nothing much else to say. Thought I was searching for something. Door has closed, not a sound. Take a look as I am now. Still Slow down, slow down.
Seeing monsters out your window. No, you can't sleep, you pretend though. You don't have to play the hero. 'Cause I got you like you got me. When the earth shakes, when the bombs scream, until our last breath, every heartbeat. When your nightmares turn to real life and the ground's filled up with landmines, we will face it standing side by side. You know I'll come running when you need. I'm coming. You know I'll come running. You go to war, then I'm going with you. Pick up my sword, yeah, there's nothing I won't do. When you sound the alarm and the chaos is rising, leading the charge, yeah, I'm coming, I'm fighting. Swear on the breath that I breathe, I'll never retreat, yeah, I'll be your army. If you go to war, then I'm going with you. Pick up my sword, yeah, there's nothing I won't do. When you sound the alarms and the chaos is rising, leading the charge, I am coming, I'm fighting. Swear on the breath that I breathe, I'll never retreat, yeah, I'll be your army.
Took a swing at a wrecking ball and I prayed for my downfall, and I found a way to reconcile, 'cause in my heart it's not worthwhile. It's a bloody battlefield where some go down, others heal. In the end it's all the same. All you can do is play the game. Oh, do we say goodbye? Refuse to question why. I deserve to say I'm sorry, so lie. Pretend that you're okay. Swear that you will stay. Keep trying for one day. I'm sick of all these lies. Don't care
kept spitting at my feet and forced me down a dead-end street when all I had went up in flames, burning only dark remains. I cover up every part of my skin, oh, 'cause I don't like the person within, oh. I know I'm the one to blame. All I can do is take the shame, oh. Do we say goodbye? Refuse to question why. I'm too sad to say I'm sorry, so lie and pretend that you're okay. Swear that you will stay. Keep trying for one day. Whoa, I'm sick of all these lies. Don't care if I capsize. There's nothing left for me to hide. Don't wanna live a lie. Too many lows, too many highs. Too many things to criticize. So I leave it all behind. Don't wanna live a sick of all these lies. Don't care if I capsize. Oh no.
intertwined, and you're not listening. It is your choice to make a little mockery, it won't do. Further down the line, still surrendering, trying harder to forgive you. Candlelight has gone out. Some will win and some will lose. Nothing much else to say. Thought I was searching for something. Door has closed, not a sound. Take a look as I am now. Still I smile and don't speak. Will you please slow down? Slow down, slow down, slow down.
Seeing monsters out your window. No, you can't sleep, you pretend though. You don't have to play the hero. Cause I got you like you got me. When the earth shakes, when the bombs scream, until our last breath, every heartbeat.
Conversation should happen in the 15-minute break.
The key thing here is, though, in the first game, they banned Nyx, then Coddle. And then they basically banned Coddle first this game in the hope that maybe Tundra didn't want to pick the Nyx, and then it offered up. And then when they don't ban it, they're now discussing in the moment, okay, guys, do we actually still want to ban the Shaker? They haven't banned Nyx yet. Do we, you know, so that's kind of, I can respect the discussion, but it should be a little bit quicker for sure. And then they go for the Nyx themselves. Yeah, this is perfectly fine. I love the fact that they banned the Shaker. I think that hero is absolutely bonkers. And then Tundra, they go for a first pick Void Spirit. They have shown that 9 is very good at the hero, very active, and Nyx is a very good counter to the Void Spirit.
So they couldn't grab Grimstroke here because the Void Spirit already revealed the would have like limited their lane switching. Shaman is very solid though. Nice disable, can guarantee some Nyx setups without having to worry about Spike Carapace, and helps give them some really nice push too.
And this is...
Speaking of push.
Indeed.
Whoa.
We saw S4 absolutely body some people. Shiver is been charged with static electricity. You would be seeing
If this was you who broke the studio,
Did I actually just broke the studio? Because no. Someone is shaking his head violently. Everything's working just fine.
Oh, we're back.
I have actually been able to turn off 2 PCs with the touch of a finger.
Yeah,
indeed.
That is wiring.
A Stormcrafter or...
Yes. I literally was so statically charged purged that they turned off. I'm not kidding.
I've never seen it before in my life. She did it twice in a row in the span of 2 minutes.
Where did you touch the computer?
I just happened to
brush past
it. Yeah.
Like the case?
The case, yeah. The case are on the table, so it was very easy to accidentally touch it and turn it off by accident.
And in case anyone from DreamHack or ESL Products is listening, yes, Shiver did it.
Yes, the 2
Not us.
PCs, that is the one at the left and then the center.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I really like the beast because we saw S4 go off and just straight up win a game by himself. Can't remember who they were up against. It was, I want to say OG.
Yeah, it was against OG. Yeah, 12-0-9, very good game.
He absolutely dumpstered that game like single-handedly. He made mid-1 feed on the Ember Spirit over and over and over.
The key thing here is
12 minutes.
This opening from Alliance, it installs the faith that, you know, they can do so much more in a game. Yeah. That first game, it felt like they gave themselves the tools to win for about 15-20 minutes. If they hadn't got a good start, you know, you can pretty much call it. It's like so hard. So I love the fact that they haven't gone too left field. They're not still trying to force Abaddon or force anything new creative. It's just good heroes. And yeah, nothing too crazy. But they do respect the position 5 heavily, banning out the Ench for the Beastmaster, the Grim as well, great wave clear. And I wouldn't be surprised if they double down and put one more aggressive position 5 into that ban list.
Yep, totally agree. And I just like the way it sets them up. The rest of their pool's now much more open. Beastmaster Nyx provide fantastic vision. You actually have the ability to kill. It does feel like in all of our Division 1 games so far, the team that had the easiest time slaying enemies, I believe the team with the most stuns, may have won all 4 games.
That is a wild analysis.
This new meta?
I will start counting right now.
Thank you. Get on that, Chiefs.
I don't know what you count as a stun though, because it's a clock shot. A clock, you know, he does cogs and stuff. Is that a stun? Also, does Shaman, Shackle, and Hex, does it count as one
hero
stun or
having
2 stuns?
stun.
That's 2 separate stuns.
No, just count hero with stun versus.
Does clock have a stun? Do you count it as?
If
a
I
stun?
can't use any
3/4
ability, I'm just gonna
Okay, I'm not gonna count this. 3/4 of a stun.
What are you talking about? Clock has like 30 stuns per team fight.
That is.
They're mini stuns, Purge. It's 0.1 second. No,
Yeah.
sorry, it's
Add 'em up.
0.01.
It all matters.
stun.
It all counts. Every tick counts.
Anybody
Not true.
in chat
Not true.
wants a job.
Game 2 of
This
OG
seat.
versus Nigma.
Oh,
OG had less amount of stuns.
oh no.
Because
Nigma
Nigma
too?
had a Shaker, a Dragon Knight, an Egg Stun, Mana Void, and the other team
But the
did
enemy-
We
not.
just count Mana Void as a.
Yeah.
You're not counting. Enigma counts as 2 stuns.
Definitely not. That's
Black
not
Hole.
how that works. No.
And the Malefice.
I do love how
Feedback?
Tundra
I
did
forgot the
second
Malefice,
phase.
not gonna lie.
There you go.
Woohoo! I did love how Tundra's second phase banned this IO, respecting the potential IO +1, the Nyx scouting out everything, and that high pace of the game that you can have. It's pretty much what Kotal's become as an independent hero. The Nyx plus the IO together become basically what Kotal now brings to a draft.
Yeah. And they get rid of the Bloodseeker too, which I'm a fan of. It's quite nice against the Void Spirit. We discussed that the other day. And with a Nyx Assassin, it's just too much easy disable and damage. And
Casual Jakiro.
It is a
Basically,
flying
half right.
thing.
Yes! I also, prediction game on point.
I am just
Should
okay.
have had wings.
As soon as you see the Wyvern, though, if you're Tundra, you immediately think punish the lane. This hero is not what it used to be. You have like 41 base damage. Shadow Shaman has 73. It's a huge advantage for Tundra, just thanks to the support matchup down in the enemy safe lane.
Do you think that Tundra needs to do something about their vision game, considering they are up against and a Nyx Assassin and the Beastmaster? And is there a hero that could actually do something for them?
Not really. I think because they have the Shaman, they don't really care about the Nyx because you have that Hex for when he invades the area. It's more going to be about the Sentry and the Observer game. If they try to fortify their own area, farm up items, and then move as a team across the river, or if they want to play aggressive and don't allow Alliance this kind of early window of farm that they do need. So it's less about the hero specifically, but more the team play, and simply unlocks because this Shaman is a classic counter to the Nyx.
Okay.
Tundra need to be very careful here, where I would like to see them pick up a position 5, just so they don't reveal too much. You already know what lane you're playing into. There we go.
Yeah, it's nice against the Beastmaster. I figured Oracle would be a possibility, but they just like the Lich more in this spot. You're going to armor the Roar target and limit a lot of the damage. It's also quite nice to have the shield against the minions.
As long as you don't put your shield then get purged, then you're pretty sad. But, you know, in principle, it's good.
Yeah, DP, arguably the best, other than which hero, Kevin, against the Void Spirit?
I don't know where you're going with this.
Shadow Fiend.
Basketball.
Shadow Fiend.
Oh, no.
I thought it was going to be an analogy. I just knew it.
No.
Yeah, it was close to
There's
an
3 different answers. It's either Basketball, Death Prophet, or Shadow Fiend.
4, Tom Brady. But we're not going to get
Fair
into
enough.
that. This is a
That's
big match.
fair enough. PL. You know,
other-
your slip saying wanting to try to say PA into PL. You basically had your foresight.
Yeah, exactly. This is a hero I
Why are
have
you
seen
helping
Skeeter
him,
win.
Shiva?
This is the thing for Tundra.
Why are you enabling him?
They are once again in their comfort zone. If it's not Wraith King, Skeeter plays PL. I've seen him win a lot of games on this hero. Very nice with the Lich, especially in the laning phase. This is actually a rough game for S4. And your last
Gonna
pick
make
will be
Winter
3/3.
Wyvern feel like way weaker too. Like you can
Yes.
still save somebody, but they're still gonna get mana drained. Splinter Blast is okay, but like again, you can just dispel it with Doppelganger. So definitely a really solid PL game.
Yep, and if you ult an illusion by mistake, that's just your ult squandered. Very good against the Death Prophet as well. Once you have a Manta, you don't fear the silence. You can stick to him like glue.
I would honestly love to see Nika Baby play a very aggressive carry here. Play more for the push of DP plus Beastmaster, less of the scaling.
Like what?
I don't mind like an Ember Spirit as well. Kind of fares pretty well here. You also actually deal with the PL to some degree. You can play a strong side lane. But then you could also go for more of like a Weaver. You can have like the Mjolnir build or like the Glipnir. You have options. But yeah, I'd like to see them playing the fact that they can go forward. If they spend too much time farming, then of course this game can get very awkward. The lack of lockdown, PL just thrives. And there will be no single carry that in a 1v1 against PL right now will just win you the fight due to the fact that you don't have enough lockdown to secure that 1v1 that fight that you would need from Alliance. They could also go for like an AUK and just end this game. But, you know, they have last pick. There's a lot of options.
It is the PA and the AM that Tundra wants to remove from Nico Baby's arsenal.
Just straight up carry counters. Right now, Alliance's draft is definitely geared a bit more to the passive side. If you give them a 1-to-1 carry matchup where they would outscale in the late game, I think they'd be favored.
Well, the key thing here is Tundra there. Only Shaman is your objective pressure, but they're going to have to be reacting to the Necrobook timing of Beastmaster, the DP of level 6. So Tundra won't have an opportunity to ever make Alliance react, which opens up much harder carries for Alliance to pick on that last pick as well. If they wanted to go for a hard carry, simply because of Tundra's hero.
It is, I don't think it's a real hero. It could be, don't know. But Faceless Void for Nico Baby, always a possibility.
It
Slot,
always
maybe.
is. It is, but like...
If there was a game for Void, I mean, the trouble is your supports don't offer any damage on the Chrono. I like to have at least one that does so.
You're also playing into Lich with the armor, so early Chronos you don't do any damage to that one hero. Shaman with the Hex. It's very, very awkward, but yeah.
Alliance has taken quite some time to ban out 33's hero pool. We have the Brew already removed. What other heroes are we thinking about here?
Something that can either set up, something like that. Team fight, skirmish, gank. I like the Pango idea. Kind of just depends what carry they want to pick, though.
Nice little casual 33 Viper ban.
Yeah.
Very obnoxious.
The Timber Saw.
They're lacking team push or counter push. Sorry.
Timber's still in the pool that he plays.
Mars is still available. Like another big team fight. I'd like.
Is nice, yeah.
Every time
like
I see
Mars.
Shaman,
It's just for the it's basic, but it's
I just have
solid.
flashbacks to the Nigma series where they just got walked over because of it. So
they go for the Abaddon.
Wow.
Interesting. Okay.
They're kind
Can get rid of the roar.
Stand there.
Yeah, stand in front. Sure. Buy some auras. Alliance, they have this free lane, so to speak.
Like Alliance's gank is basically what? It's like Winter's Curse or Beastmaster Roar or Nyx Stun. And I feel like if Abaddon just doesn't get caught in these, he's just gonna counter turn that really easily, especially if Lich is also sitting behind. So it feels like a really good Abaddon game here to me.
Real limited time. I have no idea what they go for Nico Baby here. I don't like the Void anymore. You really need an answer to the PL.
Racing for themselves.
Like a Battle Fury
Riki
could
wouldn't
be, cool.
bad, but your draft is just so squishy.
So wonky, yeah. Ember's still kind of cool, but I think Abaddon, you never kill him. Weaver's still cool. Troll. Okay.
Troll it is.
Yeah. I don't mind it. I like this is very much like an Alliance draft. I see these heroes. We mentioned it in previous series. These are all comfort picks to some degree. They look good on them, but I just think that Tundra, they just have a bit more like the upper hand in the kind of the logic behind their draft, if you get me, which is like you got these strong heroes, but we've got that one-up factor, like the fact that we mentioned, like the Abaddon, he can tank this roar, he can stand in front of your tower, and once Tundra has 1 or 2 items, they're gonna feel pretty comfortable. But
you just don't have a PL answer, like a true PL answer. Nico Baby, in theory, you can get huge, have a Battle Fury, but I just feel the timing for Skeeter will be there.
All right, Purge, what do you think?
I think the Troll is a good pick there, just because he's not the best PL answer tempo-wise, but it'll buy them some time potentially. And I think like Death Prophet Silence, if they can keep her protected, will be really powerful too. Counters out like Abaddon and Shadow Shaman, Lich, those kinds of heroes. So I think Alliance has a shot here, but I agree the PL counter is lacking.
All right.
The Troll Ags is pretty interesting in this game. You can dispel the Diffusal, you can
refresh everybody's memory.
Aggro, you dispel yourself with whirling, and then your tossed axes dispel enemies, and then also lowers the cooldown. So it's quite nice against the Lich and the Abaddon. You can remove Diffusal from yourself.
I just think that this is a game where Alliance needs to emulate OG in terms of that kind of play lane and be up at the throats of Tundra. Exactly. And if they can do that, they could easily walk this game with the amount of push they have. But if they don't, then we mentioned already, this PL should have a pretty good showing.
For me, it's S4. He's got to do better than expected in the laning phase and control tempo. A lot of pressure on his shoulders.
He is on Beastmaster. It is a good hero to set the tempo with, and let's find out if S4 can do it. And if Alliance will force out that third game to the series, it is over to OD Pixel and BSJ.
Thank you very much, Steve. Yeah, so Brian, game 2 here, Alliance versus Tundra. What do you reckon? Do you think Alliance is going to be able to hit that timing and roll Tundra over, or do you see this PL having a pretty good game and being able to take it to his stage?
Yeah, I think we've got a similar narrative to the first game, but this case, S4's hero is a bit weaker in lane, but it's going to have a lot more impact later on. They don't really have a hero to occupy the Beastmaster's lane once he gets that Necrobook 6. So it's all about how fast that timing comes online for S4. As we might see a 5-on-5. This is becoming more and more common, abusing high ground vision either from the Hawk, Boars, wards, like you see Tundra's going to place here. And everyone just coming to say hi.
Yeah, I mean, Tundra, they're stepping in. They're going to take a 2-man impale here on 9 and Fada, as they're going to start chasing them down. The Boarster on a Fada, that'll be first blood for Alliance, going the way as Limp as well. So he's going to get that nice boost in the mid lane to start things off. They're still trying to chase in onto 9, but they won't be able to get any more hits onto him. But either way, I mean, that's the sort of a boost that Limp would love to start his lane with.
Yeah, I think they underestimated the fact that Alliance would also be there as 5, because those early spells, the slows coming out from the Wyvern and the Troll, they are nasty, especially when you clump up like they did for this Nyx Impale follow-up. Looking at S4's item build, he definitely is on the same page that his Necrobook timing needs to come as early as possible, because that's about as much of a rush of a Necrobook I've ever seen.
All right. And in sort of this top lane against the PL and the Lich, should he have a pretty good time farming up here, or can these two deal with the Beastmaster in lane?
This is a really strong save lane, Tundra. I definitely give the favor to the PL lane. This is a very snowbally lane, though. If PL falls behind even slightly, he'll just get bullied away by the Boar consistently. But if they're able to get like 1 or 2 early kills on the Lich PL, eventually Beastmaster won't even be able to walk up. This is similar to last game's mid lane, where if PL gets 6 before Beastmaster, he'll be able to consistently push out the lane with illusions with safety. But if Beastmaster gets 6 first, then Skeeter will be forced to leave lane and inevitably lose his tower. So it's very much who gets 6 here first.
We'll see.
FNG, sniping couriers. This is the 4 position life.
All right. Say goodbye to your man. Go, Farter. And how are we having in the mid matchup? I mean, we obviously saw draft-wise, this time around Tundra, they don't go for the Wraith King. They had such, and the Shaker obviously taken away from them. They had such strength with last game. They do get this Void Spirit again though for 9, and he had a good showing last game. We saw some great plays straight from the off in the lane. A little bit harder this time around though, I guess, against the DP in the matchup.
Yeah, DP seems to be the common pickup against Void Spirit. He lacks burst damage early on, and he also lacks D-push other than throwing himself right into the middle of the creep wave. Unlike a Puck or a Lina, you can't outpush the wave unless you're right there. So Death Prophet's quite good against these in-your-face heroes because of the Spirit Siphon and then inevitably the tower threat with the Exorcism. And just complements well with the pace that Alliance is trying to set. Very XP-dependent pace that they're going for. All the 6s in just the Necrobook will be enough. Troll Warlord. Curious to see if he goes for the Battle Fury or more like the Phase Maelstrom S&Y mid-game-esque build.
What would you be more of a fan of in a game like this?
Last game he went for the I'm gonna farm while my team makes space for me route, and it didn't go so well. So I'd almost prefer Nico Baby play more his style where he goes that mid-game damage item where he's also participating in the fights. I feel like watching Skeeter be active early game and watching Nico Baby sit back and farm was a bit uncharacteristic for him, I'm not saying he played last game incorrectly. I just don't necessarily think that's what he's known for.
We'll see what sort of decision he chooses to take. So far in the lane, looks to be having no trouble down here. As actually both side lanes pretty much getting even amount of farm between the two of them. Both offlaners and both carries farming all right here. Now, as nobody's getting completely bullied out of the lane. As bottom, trying to go on to 33, but it's a little hard to do so. As in fact, 33 and Biver turn their attentions over towards Nico Baby. Trade a good bit of damage back onto him. Yeah, bursting in rather low, but he's prepared. They've got a couple of salves in the lane still to go, and he does have that full wand, of course, against this duo. Well, not full wand, but a completed, upgraded wand because of all the abilities that will be spammed down here.
I do like that they rotated the Wyvern top just because Abaddon's shield is so good against Wyvern's Arctic Burn, making it so that by picking the Troll Warlord, usually Nyx Assassin is too weak of a 5 position, or at least to be laned as a 5 position. And in this case, the strength of the Troll Warlord in lane will counteract the weakness of the Nyx Assassin super early, so everyone getting what they need. Oh, that's a big one.
And there we go. S4, he was playing around with this boar, yet the boar, he couldn't deal with it. He couldn't deal with the boar. S4's micro just bullying him straight out of the lane.
Now that boar is ridiculously obnoxious once it gets that level 2 boar. The 20% attack speed and movement speed slow. It doesn't seem like much. It's only 10 extra compared to level 1 boar, but it is incredibly potent this early on.
You haven't got any means to deal with it, especially if you're some poor old support. Now damage is certainly done, as yeah, we are starting to see on this top lane. I mean, still, yeah, PL is farming just as fine as S4 is, but S4's definitely going to be hitting some good timings on the Necro books this game. Especially with Alliance getting the...
Holy crap, that's going to be a 5-minute Necro book. You said good timing. I went and checked. That might be the fastest Necro book I've ever seen on a Beastmaster. This is insane. I don't know if they're going to be able to deal with this.
Yeah, I mean...
Tundra. I don't think there's any hero in the game that can deal with a 5-minute Necro book on Beastmaster right now.
No, I mean, this Lich better watch out. As we'll see what S4 does with the boars alone. And again, just this micro. I mean, you see Skeeter just... He's starting to struggle to be able to come up to the wave now.
He's going to be level 5 on Beastmaster. They're going to have Catapult. This is a huge timing to get it this early because it's matched up with the Catapult wave. They don't have the D-push to get rid of this with the PL still being level 5.
Yeah, and there you go, Brian.
The tower might be dropping, or at least a significant HP amount.
You were bang on. In 118 matches of Beastmaster, this is the fastest in the patch that we've ever seen.
Yeah, I think if I'm playing carry and I see the opponent Beastmaster get a Necrobook this early, I'm kind of shitting my pants, to be honest with you.
Yeah, that's got to be a little scary. And we've seen what S4 does before in his Beastmaster. He does take over games. So definitely going to be a bit of a concern for Tundra. As this top lane...
They do have the Lich armor, I guess, which is pretty decent at defending the tower this early. Probably going to tank up that Catapult. They're not just going to let it die, are they? Okay, they fort. Good fort by Alliance. Skeeter doing a good job of dragging the Radiant creeps away from the tower. As we see pressure also coming mid.
Nice little TP over to the tier 2. We'll keep Biver safe.
Multiple lanes of Catapult pressure at once. This is exactly what Alliance is going for.
Yeah, this.
They do get rid of the Catapult top, though. So Skeeter should be fine for now, as he is level 6. And S4 is not quite level 6 himself.
This next wave should do it. See, bottom 9, he's coming with a gank. He's trying to get aggressive onto Nico Baby. It's a little difficult, though, as Nico Baby does have the 6. So, 9 could get turned upon if he overcommits. And if he gets rooted, he might be in trouble. Stuns out. There's the root. They do have the grab. Biver coming in clutch to hold back the troll, and that allows Tundra to turn with a burst. Beautiful grab by Biver.
He tried to block it on Handskin, but that was just so well placed by 9 that he wasn't able to get there in the way in time. Once again, Tundra is so good at deterring this early aggression. They did it in every game I've watched them so far, including this series. They seem to always draft a slightly greedier lineup that scales better into the late game and really doesn't look to take early buildings at all. And you're seeing here, they expertly fended off top lane and mid lane, both towers staying alive against this immense amount of pressure. He even managed to get a kill on Nico Baby to slow down his timings too.
We'll come back.
Yeah, Alliance is ahead, but I don't know if this is good enough based on how their lineup is supposed to function here. I think they need buildings. We'll be keeping an eye out for the next Death Prophet ulti, as well as the fact that Beastmaster's probably going to get top tower for free right now.
Books out again, and
Lich armor.
It's definitely slowing it down a little bit.
It's 40% damage reduction. That's pretty significant. Every second he buys is an extra creep camp for Skeeter.
Absolutely. No, it's definitely taken a few more rounds of summoning Necro books to take this tower than they would have liked. They should get it this time round. Finally, they'll be able to bring it out. Now open up this top half of the map. S4 continuing to be able to hit some very, very fast timings here with these book upgrades.
I am concerned because this game, PL, this isn't a hero that wants to participate nearly as early as the Wraith King. Yes, once he gets the defusal, he'll be able to take part of these mid-game teamfights, but I think they might need him earlier than that this game. The Alliance, their pace might just be a bit too fast this game.
And how does sort of Troll match up against the PL in the different stages of the game?
It mostly boils down to how long the fights last, because if PL's managed to poke your mana down and make it so you're not able to spam those whirling axes for the mischance, then PL will reign supreme. But if they can manage to burst down a couple targets with the Roar, deter further aggression with the Death Prophet Exorcism, maybe have an Aegis on the Troll so he doesn't care if he doesn't have mana, that's when Troll will be perfectly fine in this matchup. Because you can kind of just ignore the PL until the PL has enough items to do damage, because your whirling axes are so much damage reduction effectively against the illusions.
See mid, 9. He's going to jump in with the setup on a limp. They got the pullback with the remnant. Wow, and the gaze of Fada, and it's enough. They burst through him. A bit of damage done to that tier 1 with the exorcism, but again, you know, not quite being able to finish the objective with the way that Tundra's holding.
Yeah, they didn't bring the Beastmaster with him. It looks like S4 is content to farm up his Necrobook 3 top, looking to maybe push that lane in first before he heads mid. Surprised they didn't line up those timings. I really felt like the S4 Beastmaster would make his way towards mid when the Limb Death Prophet ulted, but getting caught again, kind of being greedy with their moves, not committing enough resources to get what they want. Tundra does a great job of punishing this. They saw the Beastmaster top. They know the Wyvern doesn't have 6 yet, so there's no save coming out. And 33 likes this Earn Drum build, apparently, as this is the exact item build he went last game.
Yeah. I mean, it worked out then. And well, why not again?
Onskin, scouting out bottom. Maybe just getting to watch his tower die. It's nice to have that instant Hex against Nyx, but this is really why Shaman is so good against Nyx, because you can push the tower without having to put yourself at risk. And Nyx usually preys upon heroes that have to be on top of the tower and don't feel comfortable hitting it. Thus, they can't even take towers even if they're capable. And that's just a huge thing to be offered from a 4 position. I think why Shaman's even better as a hero in this meta than before. Very few supports, if any, offer that.
Oh,
Mid tower does go down, though.
Yeah, they did.
So a lot of trading going on, and I think trading favors Tundra.
Sure. As you said, 11.5 minutes in, 1k advantage for Alliance, but you really do feel what with sort of Alliance's draft, they kind of need it to be a little bit more than that.
I would say this is about an even game. Yeah. I don't necessarily want to go and say they should be further ahead. Okay. But by being up by 2k right now, I would say I would leave both teams at about a 50-50 shot to win this game.
Good move here from Tundra. Sweep
this
around.
Is huge, actually.
S4's been getting a lot of space up here. Actually going to pop the Roar on the way out. See if he can get a kill in return with the Necro Book, and he will.
What a hero. That's such a huge momentum swing, though, for Tundra, because Beastmaster, every second he's alive, represents inevitable pressure on whatever lane he's in, and he's basically a Doom. Any hero that goes into his lane when Roar's off cooldown is just going to die, and nobody wants to occupy that area. So by killing him, it allows 9 to get 2 or 3 creep waves top, which then allows Skeeter to farm somewhere else. They're getting so much off of the map because of this kill. It's like a farming kill. because by killing him, you have so much more area and so much less pressure.
And Hanskin, he's coming, he's trying to drop down a ward, but they had a ward there themselves. They see him go for it. Let's see if they can chase him. Actually going to drop the ult here. Just have that extra bit of damage. I mean, it sets up for the shackle. It gets the job done. Top lane, though, 9. Ooh, just out of range of those axes. He gets slowed by Nico Baby, but actually able to walk away from the two of them.
People hold off skills too often, man. You need that kill. You committed 3 heroes there. Skeeter wants to farm that area without contest. Just ult the guy.
Yeah.
You know, who cares?
Absolutely.
I like it. Only 100-second cooldown. Not all that bad. He's honestly most important for his Frost Shield at this stage in the game. Defusal done on Skeeter. It's quite good against Wyvern because the Cold Embrace, yes, it protects them from the damage, but they will still wake up from that sleep with no mana. Pretty useless usually afterwards anyway.
Let's see what the Lions can do with this move. They want to try and get a smoke move on to this top lane with the Ghost ready to go. See if Tundra are able to hold this tier 2. It's going to be a lot of pressure coming in from Alliance. 33 into the trees. They're diving in on him. Is Tundra going to be able to offer up any help? As 33 looking to be in a lot of trouble here. As he's sandwiched right deep in the tree line. He's able to cut his way through though. The Serpent Wards are down. They can't quite get a grab onto Nico Baby. Skeeter's heading across. He's got the lance down on him. They're going to use the curse to trap down 9. Catches the 4 of them. Beautifully done into the silence, but not enough damage to take down 9. They do manage to actually get Nico Baby's courier, so that's going to be a Blade of Alacrity on the sidelines for a couple of minutes. And Tundra, they won't lose anyone, and they are able to push back Alliance after Alliance tried to swing in on this top tier 2 tower with a smoke.
Now he is going for the Maelstrom SNY mid-game heavy build for Nico Baby. Much more up his alley, I think, than last game. And I'm still a bit nervous for them. Maelstrom's nice. Troll is okay at dealing with PL if you ever manage to lock on the real one, but a lot of times in fights, you push that ultimate and you're just hitting illusions the whole time.
Oh god, they find themselves a kill on 33. Fada, he's going to step in though, drag back Hanskin, the eyes. Chain Frost is out as well. Hanskin's going to get frozen in place by the Cold Embrace. FNG trying to save him. FNG's going to go for the TP out. He's not going to make it away in time as Skeeter, with the illusions, takes him down easily with the damage from his Diffusal Blade. And of course, the rest of the lineup picks off Hanskin, who gets left behind.
That was sick by Skeeter. He left his illusions on the Nyx while he was Cold Embrace, so he had no mana, so he was done for by the Void Spirit when he came up, and chose to use his real hero to chase the Wyvern, getting them that extra bonus kill. Really pushing his limits there, getting the maximum out of that fight that he could. And his timings, they're coming online. Even though you have 1 core on top and the next 3 are on the side of Alliance, I think this is exactly what Tundra intended with their draft, and are perfectly happy to have heroes like Abaddon lower on the net worth, because he's going to serve his purpose by standing in front of towers like you saw, and also being that late game shield against the Roar, as well as the Nyx Assassin potential burst coming out.
Good silence here from Lip. Puts a stop onto the play, attempted onto Hanskin. They've got good sentries around here though, Tundra. They see most of Hanskin's attempts to sneak in up these stairs.
Maybe gonna force Roche here. Might not be a bad way to utilize that level 2 exorcism.
They do it, yeah.
They're thinking about it.
They'll do it very quickly if they want to try with the DP and the Beastmaster in the pit.
Maybe they're waiting for Nico Baby to farm his way towards the team. Just cleared out his own jungle. Has the Yasha once his courier's up.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Actually, they're gonna try and take away this tier 2 first before backing for Roche. Or at least trying to force Tundra to come back up it.
Dire's top tower.
I love this item by 33, queuing up the Blink Dagger, knowing that Death Prophet's silence will prevent him from just walking in and saving people. The panel talked about that AoE will prevent the saves, the reliable saves coming out from the support in the off lane here. So that's a really cool heads up item choice by 33. It looks like a free Roche for Alliance. This is exactly what they need to do.
Yeah, this is pretty important.
Give Nico Baby the second life, allows him to just hit buildings, ignoring the PL. And they might even look to go high ground with the tail into this, to be honest with you.
I mean, that would be quite the move.
They have the heroes to do it.
Sure, you feel like if they're going to get a tier 2, they're going to keep pushing on.
They're going to definitely force Tundra back to base at the very minimum. We've seen teams where their whole idea of walking to the high ground is at least to get all 5 heroes at base, herd them into their base such that you're winning the farm war, even if you're not taking objectives. So it looks like they're going for a trade on the mid lane with Tundra. So this is well played by Skeeter, but he's not going to be able to do that with rapid haste. So he's TPing in.
I mean, S4 has been trapped. They've got the Serpent wards down. And now they're chasing onto the side. They step things up onto the Void Spirit with the Winter's Curse. Now they'll turn their attention over towards 33. Nico Baby getting low. So
they need to get this tower at the bare minimum for Alliance. Because if they get this tower, then the next set of ultimates will be the Rax.
Well, let's see if Tundra can hold without 9. Yeah, they'll have to let it go. So, well, fortification.
Are they going to back
they're
off?
Backing. They're not.
Exorcism is expiring.
Yeah, they're not going to try and stick around and finish it with 9 respawning in a few seconds.
Wow, they actually held that. That's crazy. It's even more important because the 20-minute outpost would have been exposed. It's 18:30 right now. So they're going to keep that experience heading their way. Weather the storm, Tundra's going for, just like Tundra does up in the mountains. I wonder if that's their intent when they have these late game lineups. Do you think that's what they were going for, Owen?
I mean, there's always a reason behind the name.
Yeah. Or I could just be way overthinking it for no reason.
That's pretty deep, yeah. But this, as you said, as long as this PL can sort of stay in line and a little bit ahead of the 3 cores of Alliance, like you feel that the PL is going to be happy with his position as long as he's keeping up. This is all part of the plan.
Skeeter's in a spot where if he dies once, this game becomes very hard.
Oh, okay.
You might be seeing it happen here.
Yeah, they get the setup. With the curse, they're trying to head over to help out Skeeter. Skeeter into the silence. They've got anything to save him. Remnant down is going to drag some of them back, but the Roar's out. S4 able to have that final bit of lockdown to secure them the kill.
He used the Manta to push out bottom wave. That was probably their only opportunity to make that exact play. That was a sick timing to hit from Alliance.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Because he's the highest net worth on his team and he is the solo core meant to carry this game on the side of PL, that death is incredibly costly. I'm planting the GG tree to block vision there on Fada. They do catch the Nyx top, going for his own bounties.
Now losing Taz bottom though. S4 immediately above that kill, pushing in, taking the tier 1, 9.
He's invis.
Nico Baby has got the Aegis still for a couple of minutes. They've got to be careful. I don't know how much they do try and commit onto the Void Spirit, with the Void Spirit onto the Troll.
.33 decided they need a bit of extra sustain, deciding to delay that Blink Dagger in favor of the Vladimirs. It's an expensive item, but it feels really nice to buy if you can afford to on any hero. Armor, lifesteal, damage. It's all about enabling this PL to solo carry the game. The Vlad's is basically an extra item for your PL.
Yeah, and I guess as the Abaddon, you're going to have a good shot of staying alive as long as the PL is, so it's pretty much always going to be there.
Oh, the Nyx Assassin got the Philosopher's Stone. On some supports that have absolutely no way to farm and usually are vision-oriented, like the Nyx Assassin, you love this item. It basically doubles your GPM throughout the course of the rest of the game. So that's the dream.
Easy money for Hansken. As, yeah, that Yule Scepter not going to come too far away now, thanks to that. Seeing 9, about halfway in on his Aghanims.
Ooh, S4. He's looking. And have a Vlad's of his own. Troll loves that item as well.
See Tundra.
They're just about to expire.
They're going to look to just jump Hansken first. FNG's heading over. He's got a curse to offer up. Ink from the side. Limp comes in with the silence. Hansken's able to turn, get the stun off. Hansken will go down. As now 9 and Skeeter, they turn towards Limp, but Limp's got the BKB. S4 finds the backlines. Roar onto Biver. They take down the Shaman. It's 9. He'll snipe a courier, but he'll get himself out of there. Tundra, after losing 2, they don't want to commit anything more to this team fight. 33 is able to put the borrowed time and get away from this. Alliance, they take the fight, and they take a further objective. See how much.
A little bit late on that outpost, though. They will take it at 22, which is nice for the map control. Also sets up the next Aegis. Alliance will most likely take a chill pill on the objective taking, most certainly playing 3 lanes as much as possible, farming as much as they can on the map, controlling the area around Roche, especially when the 30 minutes from now starts to tick the spawn possibilities of Roshan. Troll TP's bottom. Gets that extra farm. He's going to have that BKB. That's a huge timing for Nico Baby. He's unkillable.
Yeah.
Curious to see what he follows us up with. That's the real question. The Sanj and Yasha BKB after the Maelstrom, I'd say that's pretty standard if you go for this early mid-game build. But will he follow up with more damage from the Mjolnir? Survivability from like Abyssal or Scotty?
Tundra, meanwhile, trying to get that next item done for Skeeter. He's got the Reaver finished, so just closing in on the heart, at least. Those illusions are going to be a lot harder to deal with, but as you say, yeah, the BKBs, Limp's BKB, and now that of Nico Babies are certainly going to make them rather hard targets to deal with, as I imagine Tundra's just going to try and do their best to kite those BKBs out and look to come back in as soon as they come to an end. S4 jumping in aggressively onto 33. Skeeter starting to get some of the illusions out, but now they're onto it. They've got the stun. Skeeter, he's not going to have any backup as well, as the sidelines are held in position by the Winter's Curse. Skeeter's taken out. He's beaten down here. They've lost Skeeter. They've lost Vada. We'll see on the side, 9 trying to get in onto Hanskin, but he's got to back off himself. He can't get in any more aggressive onto Hanskin here. As Tundra lose a couple, and again, I mean, I don't know if it would necessarily saved him in that situation, but Skeeter, he's a real fan of sort of popping the Manta and sending in the illusions aggressively. Hanskin, well, he just decides to walk into the Serpent Wards. Maybe not quite expecting them to be on the high ground. And over to the side, Nico Baby, he's stuck around. He's getting gone on here by 33 and 9. They've got the ultimate as he'll hold his ground. Hex will stop him for now. Jump forward from 9. He's able to find us for the backline. Skeeter, as Biver, he's got the grab onto Nico Baby. Nico Baby's going to be held in position. A cold embrace will heal him up. FNG trying his best to save him. The silence is about to come to an end on 9, as 33's already chasing. 9's in with the Yules into Remnant. They pull back Nico Baby. They're taking him down. He's dead. As Alliance, they're still trying to fight this Limp. Can't get 9 though. 9's out with a step. And it looked to be...
I understand why you're speechless, man.
Yeah.
I can't believe they got him there.
They got...
I mean, incredibly sick by 9.
I mean, Alliance just weren't expecting that at all. That really went down south pretty quickly. I mean, it all started with sort of Hanskin walking up the high ground and being, oh my goodness, there's Serpent Wards there. And then suddenly they're losing S4. They're losing their big man. They're losing Nico Baby.
I have to imagine Nico Baby's thinking something along the lines of, why are these guys going on me? What are they thinking? How are they going to kill me? And then somehow you die.
Well, there we go. Not the best of starts to this series of events. Hanskin dies to the wards, tips out, and suddenly Alliance, they've kind of fallen apart one by one. Nico Baby sticking around mid. Of course, whilst his BKB was still on cooldown, Limp, he commits with his exorcism, but they're not quite able to turn it. Tundra doing a great job of poking in and out, and 9 just, with the remaining duration of this arcane room, getting so much done.
33 getting the courtesy heal to full from Limp's Ghost. He can't control those. That's a bit unfortunate. That Remnant combo placement consistently from 9 was just on point.
Very smartly done. I saw Limp, Limp tried to at least block the Remnant, but couldn't quite do so in time. Still gets the grab on Nico Baby, as Tundra with a pretty significant punch back there. After Alliance, we're starting to really get that momentum up that they need. Sure, Alliance still holding the lead, but definitely a bit of a knockdown there.
Yeah. Roche will start spawning sometime in the next 2.5 minutes. Like it will be spawning. Excuse me, it has already started to spawn. So as long as Alliance still gets that Aegis, I think everything's going according to plan. But they are almost certainly going to want to get 1 lane of Rax bare minimum with that second Aegis. Usually when you have these timing push lineups, the first one's about the map control. The second one is about breaking high ground, at least to the point that you've done enough economic damage, maybe force some buybacks. Obviously over time, the creeps give less gold. So if you get that lane of Rax, And PL, he'll eventually terrorize this game. And Nico Baby, he's elected to go for the axe. I like this purchase.
Yeah,
I like it.
I mean, what are you sort of seeing in this game that it's going to help him deal with the most?
The Frost Armor is pretty big. The Abaddon Shield also gets purged off. So it's effectively an extra 200 damage on your ranged axes. You have any runes that could be relevant, as we saw that Arcane rune in the last fight.
Sure.
But also just the consistent 100% uptime of the melee Whirling Axes against the Phantom Lancer. That's the big part, I think. Because he can constantly put himself in the middle of the Phantom Lancer, and he will just be dealing out no damage. And I think if both carries are doing virtually no damage, that's in favor of Alliance here.
No, absolutely, yeah, for sure. When you sort of look at the damage output that's being kicked out around them with the exorcism, and I mean with FNG as well, getting some great curses in these fights.
PL 4.1k damage. That is not very much. The Shivas will be really nice from the Death Prophet when he gets there. That AoE heal reduction against the Heart of Tarask, as well as the attack speed slow against all the illusions. It adds up in terms of mitigating the PL's damage over time, since he is their solo core. 9 has really stepped up in these mid-game to late-game team fights. I'm really looking forward to his execution as the game goes on.
Oh, but he's in.
Spoke too soon, though.
I think you just jinxed him, Brian.
Damn it! Sorry, 9. That's my bad, bro. I'll take that one.
Classic stuff there.
We blame the pause, 100%. Yep. Alliance capitalizing well on the pause. Tundra maybe falling asleep at the wheel a bit. You just lose complete awareness of where the opponent is. I think pause is the team that has higher kill threat, right? Like whoever has higher kill threat always benefits from the pause.
Yeah, you got to make sure that you're sort of more focused after a pause than you usually are for the rest of the game. That's definitely the point where things can suddenly just turn up and hit you in the face.
Yeah, Dota's like on the dance floor. If you were just in the middle of your groove and suddenly the music just shuts off for a minute, and then you just got to resume dancing. You know, it just doesn't work. There's like this Dota rhythm, and you completely go off kill if you have these pauses. So I really hate it, but obviously 2 players disconnected. You got to do what you got to do. Bada, he's about to invest a third of his net worth into a gym. You got to respect that.
Yeah, you a fan of this?
I think against the Knicks, you definitely, and the Hawk, you need to acquire that vision advantage. Yeah. And Alliance, they're looking to set up on Roche. This is really good. This is important. But will they get anything from Tundra? They assume they're just in there because of the way they broke.
Well, they get a courier.
Easy courier.
That's what Hanskin can find here. He's trying to scout things out. He's going to be able to line the Impale out onto Fada. Straight away, though, 9 jumps over towards the Knicks. Assassin's able to take him down. They've got the lockdown on Nico Baby, but not long enough. As Nico Baby able to move in with the BKB, closes the gap onto Biver. We'll see if he can find another target already. Skeeter jumping off to the side. They try and control 9 with the Winter's Curse. 9, he's got to simulate backup just in time to dodge the silence from Limp. Jump across for the Skeeter. He's getting the illusion sent out onto Limp, draining his mana completely. As Limp's out of mana, he's going to pop the BKB here, as he's a little concerned at the threat of the PL jumping back in on it. This BKB and Exorcism popped by Limp, but he's having to back away and can't look to push the fight any further.
Yeah, long fights are really important for Tundra. The buybacks are going to come into play as these fights go on, because their initial volley of spells is almost unavoidable on the side of Alliance.
They're really trying to chase this. They know that Limp hasn't got mana to use, so they can get kills around him. FNG will fall. The rest of Alliance having to fully reset that. Limp needs to get back to base to refuel. So they get this tier 1 tower thanks to that push.
Will they be able to get the Roche is the question.
Top lane 9.
Definitely have to deal with top first.
Nice for straight out with the TP.
No Yule Scepter.
In the river. Hansken, he's been found. They've got sentries down all over here. So they are playing very prepared for this Nyx Assassin, really making sure that Hansken is having a struggle trying to start the fights these times round. They're into the pit. No Hansken for 30 seconds, no Winter's Curse. A few timings are unavailable from Alliance. Leaves Tundra confident to commit to this. And it looks like they're going to be able to do this before Alliance gets anywhere close to the pit.
This is huge to shut down the timing.
Oh, FNG's got Curse back up. He's going to go for the big play. He's in. He's able to get the Curse off. But I guess it was on an illusion. It was on an illusion. It ends immediately. And Tundra, they'll be able to get what they came for. Roshan and an Aegis, it's theirs. He tried FNG, but always a hard one to go for when there's that much action going on in the pit.
That's a game of Russian roulette. Do you feel lucky, Punk? Just ult one of them. Hope it's the right one.
And now Tundra, quick. As soon as they're out of the pit, they're making moves down bottom. Nico Baby's got to be a bit careful here. Nine's hunting. Oh, yeah. It's
BKB.
Yeah, understandable. He cannot afford to be caught there. Has to use the BKB charge to get out.
It's Aegis and Cheese. I don't think Alliance can win a fight when they have this Aegis Cheese. They really rely on that initial burst from the Beastmaster, as well as the Troll Warlord Ultimate BKB and the Nyx Assassin. All of their spells say, we want to win the fight in the first 5 to 10 seconds and then chase you down with the remaining duration on the Death Prophet Ultimate. PL is the absolute king of long drawn-out fights, burning everyone's mana over time and poking them down one by one. So I think this Aegis is potentially a disaster for Alliance, as Tundra is going to smoke up, look to make something happen. Ults are at the ready, though, for Alliance. They're smoked up, too.
Yeah, Curse back up in literally a second. It's there.
Seems to happen a lot in EU. These smokes where both teams end up on the opposite side of the map.
I mean,
I think they might catch the supports off guard here.
Tundra might not expect this. I mean, sorry, Alliance. Yeah, Alliance might not expect Tundra coming from the back here. Limp's going to put the Exorcism over to the side to get the silence out, but they've already managed to hex up S4. 9 kiting out whilst the silence comes to an end. Nico Baby moving in on to 33. They get the stone control onto 9. They're able to take down the Void Spirit. Fiverr locking down Nico Baby for now. The Serpent Wards have been dropped. There's going to be a buyback for 9 trying to get back in on this, but Alliance, they're cleaning up kill after kill. The Curse holds back 33. Nico Baby turning over towards the Skeeter PL. Can he catch him? As Skeeter's trying to run. Limp and Nico Baby, they're doing their best to stay on top of them. As Skeeter shielded up, pots the Manta. He's out to the side. They can't close in on him, and now Skeeter, he's going to look to try and turn. 9 with the buyback jumps in onto Limp, but the BKB's up. Skeeter trying to jump out with the illusions, but they find him. They take him down the once. They continue to try and push 9 off to the side into the silence. Yules comes out to dodge the stuff from Hansken. Skeeter's ready for round 2. The question is Alliance. As Hansken, he's up in the air, over to the side. Remnant pulling back Nico Baby. Nico Baby still has the ult to rely on. Hansken tries to TP out. He's not going to be able to make it away as 9 looks to chase down both Nico Baby and Lim. Spirit Lance in onto the troll. They're surrounding him. The axe is definitely helping him out against the illusions, but now they're on top of it. They're trying to burn the mana into the Remnant. Indeed, Nico Baby is going to have it burn low. He's not got enough to put the battle trance, and Nico Baby is running. Again, the missed chances from the axe is buying him some safety, but not enough. The Spirit Lance comes in as the final finishing blow for Skeeter as they take down Nico Baby.
That was looking so good for Alliance. I was about to just eat my own words as they barely eked that out. I think that was still really good on the side of Alliance. They got the Aegis. They forced a buyback from the Void Spirit. The problem is, I just don't believe they outscale this Phantom Lancer. The panel said they don't have the natural tools to deal with this hero as the game goes on. This Death Prophet Exorcism proves to be enough to threaten Skeeter, but if they can manage to kite out that duration, they just don't have the damage to deal with him. Yes, they can mitigate his damage, as you saw there. It takes forever for him to bring down Nico Baby. But if you're not killing him in return, who really cares how long it takes you? We saw that last game with how long it took them to kill S4 in some of those fights. There needs to be some sort of threat. And as long as they get rid of that DP Exorcism, there isn't one.
It's just getting bigger and bigger as Skeeter, the butterfly, on top of the Elven Tunic as well. So very hard for them to really cut through his illusions.
Positive is the Death Prophet Ultimate cannot miss, but the Troll and the Beastmaster, they absolutely can. The 30% proc on Maelstrom is True Strike, so that mitigates a bit of this evasion.
That's something. 19 to 19. 3k in at the moment with Alliance holding that lead. Their 3 cores in a bit of a better place, but Skeeter sitting at the top of it all. Definitely the real problem for them here. They've got to try and deal with this PL.
that psychic headband. The ether lens on that psychic headband, his cast range on that is ridiculous. He also has a level 15 talent and the psychic headband giving you cast range. Jesus, look at that cast range on Shackles. That is an entire screen, basically.
Yeah, I mean, just goes to show really how that these fights it's just hard to see them get any easier, right, for Nico Baby, especially with his BKB duration dwindling. You know, it's down to 6 seconds. Well, I mean, already, you know, when it's 6, when it's 5, he's got to do so much during that time, because as soon as that comes to an end, if this Shaman's not dead, he's going to get controlled pretty heavily.
Yeah, I was about to say, as long as they can bring down the Shaman prior to that,
sure,
I think it's okay to take long fights.
Yeah.
The thing is, they have to be careful of Cole embracing him again, because he wasn't able to spam his whirling axes. All of his mana was lost during that. I think that might have killed him last fight.
Yeah, it did look a little awkward. I mean, as you say, stops him from spamming the axes, and he had ult ready, but by the time the embrace came to an end, he no longer had the mana to use it to try and stand his ground and punch back.
Pins and needles for both teams, because if anybody jumps the back lines on either side, it spells disaster. Wyvern's super important. All the supports in these fights offer so much effective control or survivability for their cores. Fada, I'm just looking at his inventory. That's a sad one. Nine's got his BKB. We got a couple 10-second BKBs. S4's also got his. He's super important in fights too. Just his Beastmaster auras alone is enough. And the threat of the roar is probably crucial to bringing down the Shadow Shaman. It's him or Nyx, and since they're pretty much always going to be fighting on sentries, it's most likely him. He's been roaring Shaman every single fight. That's how much attention they're paying to this 4 position that offers a bajillion seconds of lockdown. That was an approximate estimation.
Some good maths there.
Yeah, quick maths.
FNG.
They're looking.
Oh, he's looking for the curse, but Nine's in with the BKB in the silence. He's able to catch FNG straight away. FNG's going to cold embrace himself for now. They're going to try their best to burst him. Over to the side, they've got the lockdown on the Limp. The ult's going to be used only onto an illusion. Limp getting very, very low. They're trying to finish off 9. Biver will be found by Nico Baby and Hanskin as they move to the backlines, take down the Shaman. Limp buying some time in the air, but he's so low. The Remnant catches him. Limp's down. He's out for 80 seconds and the exorcism down the drain. Look at the range here from Biver as he grabs Nico Baby up from the high ground. Nico Baby having to put the BKB to run as he's using the TP and BKB to just get out of there. Hansken will get cleaned up by Skeeter as well, as we are really starting to see the struggles of Alliance in these team fights as, you know, sort of one move made in the wrong direction and Tundra just overtake them in the fights.
Can't really blame FNG. He almost saved Death Prophet by using the Winter's Curse on the illusion and almost bought enough time, but it's just so hard to effectively use the Winter's Curse when the source of damage is a bunch of small instances from an illusion rather than some heavy single target hero.
Either this initiation.
And his illusion, there's mana.
Just catching S4. He's out of mana, and the damage from this PL and his army is too much for S4 to deal with. S4's dead. They're up into the base, and again, Biver, distant range. The X into the shackles. He just catches Nico Baby from a mile off. As Nico Baby's out of mana. He's going to have to reset, get himself back to the fountain, and that's forced the buyback out of Limp.
3K network lead, suddenly Trickster Cloak.
Oh my
That's
goodness.
A pretty sick
that's a very nice one. Let's see if he wants to keep it from himself. I mean, I guess the Elven Tunic, between the two of them, both good, but yeah, Trickster, it
Magic
takes the
resistance
cake
is too
here.
much value, I
yeah,
think.
Absolutely.
20% on 3,300 health.
Yeah.
So much effective health there.
This is a tanky PL, and PL very soon to be hitting that level 25.
Will he take the Doppel or the crit? Probably Doppel, since the long fights are working out for them so far. Bada dedicating half of his net worth to Clarity Skeeter there.
Oh, and he got there. I was going to say that something that's even better than the Trickster Cloak. He finds the Illusionist Cape on PL.
Oh, that's sick, actually. Something I always forget about this item is that it gives extra damage to your illusions.
Dude, that's the main bit about it. What do you mean?
I honestly thought about the fact that it gave you an illusion.
Yeah, but hang on.
That's good enough.
Dude, Brian, hold up. We got a rapier in the game.
Oh, they probably needed it. He has a butterfly. The
All right, let's
talents.
go. Is it going to be enough, Brian? Is this rapier going to crush him?
I don't see any other way they win this game. I admire this play by Nico Baby.
There we go. Let's start things. Looking towards the abandon. 9 trying to jump over towards the back lines. Oh, they're able to burst him.
Didn't get his ult.
Oh, it's a big break hit from Hanskin. It takes him out straight away. He's got to buy back, but they've lost S4. Skeeter turning over towards Limp. Limp needs help, and he needs it now. FNG, he's going to get taunted. He's not going to get a chance to get his curse off as FNG goes down. Nico Baby and Limp watching for the sidelines. FNG's got to buy back Nico Baby. He's on top of 9. He's going to pop the ult. The illusion's taking it for now. He's over towards the main PL, but Skeeter's able to jump to the safety of the high ground. Nico Baby is being dragged in over towards the PL, but now he's got to be careful. Hanskin comes in with the stun, holds back the illusions, but won't quite be able to catch Skeeter, as there's 2 dead on Tundra. Alliance, with all 5 of them up there with the buybacks from FNG and S4. And Roshan is up. So now with this rapier, they can go for the roast. They've got 5 up against the 3. They can have a pretty good job of trying to secure this for Nico Baby. Over to the side, the 9. He's found S4. He's going straight over the backlines, but it's a trap. They've got the Winter's Curse. They're ready for the counterplay. They line it up for the 2-man Impale. Buying time for Limp to come over. 9's put the BKB, but the Roar's there from S4. Locks down 9. 9's out of the game. The borrowed time comes from N33. Brought back for this. He's dead as well. Down for 2 minutes.
Wow.
As they get baited in there, 9 jumping in incredibly aggressively.
Scouting out Skeeter here.
Oh, this would be a huge one if they can get the PL.
He knows which one's real. They have the damage. Skeeter knows he's screwed. Can he juke?
They've got the setup. S4's in on him. Skeeter is going to go over towards the Winter Wyvern first. FNG's able to get the cold embrace off, though. He's going to live, and Skeeter's going to die.
No buyback.
Alliance, they're pulling off some sweet moves here. And the Roche, I mean, it absolutely is going to be theirs. They head to the pit. And it's the Aghanims as well. 3rd Roche here this game. That's a big Roche to take. I mean, who's eyeing up that Aghanims at the moment?
You might even give it to S4, but because the continuous axes for the PL illusions. But I imagine they give it to Lim. Yeah, they give it to Lim.
There we go. Now
there was no other way that Alliance is winning this game than buying that rapier on Nico Baby. What a sick, ballsy move. We're seeing it more and more often nowadays. Carries don't seem afraid at all to just purchase a rapier.
We've got to try and hold.
I just end the game.
Yeah, for 50 seconds without Skeeter or 33. And Aegis on
They don't know Skeeter has no buyback, but they know 33 doesn't. I think this game's just over. We'll see. They might just choose to go the safe route, which I can't blame them since they don't know for sure that there's no PL buyback. And they do have Glyph on Tundra.
2 sets of racks. At the least there for Alliance. See if they want to stick around for another. I'm going to be feeling pretty strong right now. Up to a very comfortable 23k lead, and with those 2 racks, they are going to respect the respawns. And they'll back up for now. But Alliance really getting this road to victory cleared up. As you see there on the graph, shooting right up after those last few moves around the pit.
Yeah, that's crazy. I believe Kyle about this rapier purchase would say something along the lines of that is playing to win, baby. Because there is no fear of loss coming out from Nico Baby with this purchase. He did not have an Aegis nor a reliable way to secure it when he bought that. He also has the Battle Trance Strong Dispels, so he can utilize that when he's shackled. It does not work during hexes, but the majority of Shadow Shaman's disable is the shackle. So that may come in handy.
And I guess this is really really one of the upsides at this stage as well, being that, you know, Alliance, as we see, you know, they have Nico Baby on a hero that can buy a rapier. I guess the thing is with a PL, you can never really match that, right? You never want to be buying a rapier on a Phantom Lancer.
Yeah, it's nice for the True Strike, but 300 damage does literally nothing, so...
Yeah.
The thing about Skeeter here is that he was able to make the fights long because nobody threatened him. But now Nico Baby, he can run in the middle of them with those whirling axes, and he's not just mischance anymore. He will kill Skeeter.
He's killing him, yeah.
So that's going to eliminate a lot of Skeeter's damage because his ability to maneuver the fights is heavily limited because of that.
Oh, Nico Baby just absolutely massive right now. Skeeter coming out of the base a little bit here. We've got to be very careful. I mean, as we've seen, our S4, FNG, they're very ready to make that jump happen. Both with great tools to initiate.
Nice ward coming out from Alliance just in case there are any cute plays from Tundra.
Skeeter. Trying to drain some of this mana of Nico Baby, make it a little more awkward for him to push on. Each time he steps up, he's got to be careful. Alliance
That's
find a
so annoying to
chance.
deal with this consistent mana burn.
Yeah, Nico Baby's pretty much entirely out of mana. As they're going to get the jump. S1's going to come in with the BKB charge for the Roar. The Stylus is out. Skeeter puts the doppel over to the backlines 9. He's jumping in, trying to control Handscape, but the curse is out. It's locking down 9 and Skeeter here onto each other. 9. He's up in the air with the Stormcrafter. He's going to be able to lift Doppelganger to the side. He's looking for the backline. Skeeter over to the side. Handscape getting shackled in position. 9 jumps in with the spike. Carapace sets up 9 for his death. Skeeter, he's out of health. He's out of mana. He's got one more jump up to the high ground, but Handscape, he's there waiting. The stone comes out. Skeeter's down as him and Fada will buy back. But there's no 9 for this defense. Skeeter ready for round 2. He's in onto S4. Both S4 and Hansken very low right now. They take out S4. They're turning over towards Hansken. Hansken will be able to get the stun on the 33, but Skeeter's able to jump over it, finish him off. Tundra having to use 2 buybacks, but they will push back Alliance. The base, the Ancient's taking a lot of damage. They'll be able to head over and clean that out. They push back Alliance, but it does cost them quite a bit there.
They might just be able to all in the throne. They do have fortification on Tundra, but if they are ever forced to use that, Alliance could probably just ignore them and hit the base, utilizing the curse to just stall out. Their single target building damage is insane.
And we do see, Skeeter, I mean, he feels like he just has to go for this rapier, right, because everything's missing. He's running in, these axes are flying around everywhere, and he's just not been able to have do the damage that he wants to. So over he goes, and rapier just a few hundred gold away from being online on this PL as well.
Yeah, rapiers tend to be infectious. One guy gets one, and the other guy says, well, crap, I can't man-fight this guy anymore. I guess I gotta buy one. Definitely the logical response for Skeeter. Like you said, though, it does not feel good on Phantom Lancer to buy this item, as opposed to a Troll Warlord. He does have the critical strike, though. So his main hero will be hitting pretty hard, and a lot of his damage was being mitigated by the mischance of the Whirling Axes. Yeah. So even though he doesn't actually benefit from the bonus damage, his illusions are still hitting for more than twice as much damage effectively because they will not be missing.
Yeah, honestly, yeah, it's just for that 100% true strike, it's probably worth it alone at this stage. As that, yeah, it just solves such a huge issue for him and his sort of the way that he's holding the high ground, sending these illusions out.
Interesting that Nico Baby went for the Scotty. For me, it's a double-edged sword. You got more mana to work with, but then you have more mana to burn. I never really know how that one plays out. That's a conundrum I always find myself in.
I mean, honestly, before sort of the rapier's done on the PL, I guess, that he feels that the mischance is allowing him to not really be threatened too much by sort of these hits, and he doesn't really care. But now definitely the situation has changed. They're going to try and smoke up and make a move, see if they can catch Tundra outside of the base here, Alliance. Slim leading in. Smoke's going to get dispelled. Not going to get spooked by the illusion too much. Now Tundra knows what's up. As Biver, he's going to jump over the heads, commits with the BKB, tries to shackle Handscan, and now with the start, the Chain Frost comes in with a burst through the Shaman. The Curse is holding down the PL, but have they got anything damage-wise? They're trying to take him out into the Impel. They're locking him down. They're bringing him low, but Skitter's able to put the man to jump out with the Doppelganger. Skitter will reset for now at the side of the fight, sends a Spirit Lance over to FNG, 9's out of there. They'll leave 33 behind. Skitter just heavily on the retreat, trying to desperately get back to the base's Alliance. They're chasing, and they've caught him. The Impale's out. They've locked Skitter down. He's got nothing left to offer. He's down. He's out for 2 minutes. The Rapier hits the deck. As Alliance, they should be able to close this one up now. FNG picks up the Rapier for himself as Alliance are ready to waltz down mid and take this game.
I'll make my first accurate prediction of the game and say Alliance will be able to take it from here.
Unless the 4 heroes here can do something amazing. 9, he jumps in, but immediately Handskin's prepared with a spike carapace. 9 on the dieback. Fada can do nothing against this. 4 of them dead. GG is called, and Alliance will close up this game 2, equalizing the series.
Yeah, I think this says a lot about Alliance. They had an early timing lineup, and Tundra did a great job of fending it off. And even though they didn't quite hit the timings I think they envisioned with their draft, they were still able to pull out the win. That says a lot about a team's caliber. Big kudos to Alliance to sticking to their guns.
Intertwined, and you're not listening. It is your choice to make a little mockery. It won't do. Further down the line, still surrendering, trying harder to forgive you. Candlelight has gone out. Some will win and some will lose. Nothing much else to say. Thought I was searching for something. Door has closed, not a sound. Slow down, slow down.
Seeing monsters out your window. No, you can't sleep, you pretend though. You don't have to play the hero. Cause I got you like you got me. When the earth shakes, when the bombs scream, until our last breath, every heartbeat. When your nightmares turn to real life and the ground's filled up with landmines, we will face it, standing side by side. You know I'll come running when you need, I'm coming. You know I'll come running. You go to war, then I'm going with you. Pick up my sword, yeah, there's nothing I won't do. When you sound the alarm and the chaos is rising, leading the charge, yeah, I'm coming, I'm fighting. Swear on the breath that I breathe, I'll never retreat, yeah, I'll be your army. You go to war, then I'm going with you. Pick up my sword, yeah, there's nothing I won't do. When you sound the alarms and the chaos is rising, leading the charge, I'm coming, I'm fighting. Swear on the breath that I breathe, I'll never retreat, yeah, I'll be your army.
Took a swing at a wrecking ball and I prayed for my downfall, and I found a way to reconcile, cause in my heart it's not worthwhile. It's a bloody battlefield where some go down, others heal. In the end it's all the same, all you can do is play the game. Oh, do we say goodbye? Refuse to question why. I deserve to say I'm sorry, so lie. Pretend that you're okay. Swear that you will stay. You're trying for one day. I'm sick of all these lies. Don't care if I
kept spitting at my feet and forced me down a dead-end street when all I had went up in flames, burning only dark remains. I cover up every part of my skin, oh, 'cause I don't like the person within, oh, I know I'm the one to blame. All I can do is take the shame, oh, do is say goodbye, refuse to question why. I'm too sad to say I'm sorry, so lie and pretend that you're okay. Swear that you will stay. Keep trying for one day. Whoa, I'm sick of all these lies. Don't care if I capsize. There's nothing left for me to hide. Don't wanna live a lie. Too many lows, too many highs. Too many things to criticize. So I leave it all behind. Don't wanna live a sick of all these lies. Don't care if I capsize. Oh no.
believe that means it will be 2 a.m. for 3-3.
Yes, that probably is true because they're not on boot camp. That being said, these teams, this is week 4, right? We're in week 4. These teams play 1 series a week. They know that this series, when they're playing third in a day with 3 best-of-3s, it can go late, so they should be prepared for this.
I will say though, the normal scrim patterns for these teams would be either like between 2, 5, and maybe like 7 at night. So you don't normally practice for the time that you actually might play a real series. It's normally just good, strong afternoon, early evening practice. So yeah, it will be unfamiliar territory for some teams, but yeah, again, you got to play 1 best-of-3. You're the final series.
Yep.
It happens. Just play the series.
Yep.
Yeah. They should be good.
In this series, it's just so crucial for both teams.
Yeah.
It's make or break if they're fighting for survival or if they're contending for top 4, pretty much.
For people that are just tuning in, good morning, other side of the ocean. Alliance so far is 2-1 in the group stages, and Tundra is 2-2. And that is like the middle of the pack. There are so many possibilities still open for being in the top 4 or not being in the top 4 and maybe even being eliminated, that this game could really be a make or break for these teams. Just for extra reference, before we start talking about this Shaker, by the way, picked up again. For Tundra, they still need to face Team Nigma and Viking after this. And for Alliance, their opponents after this are going to be also Viking and then Liquid and Secret. Not the easiest of opponents.
Yeah, starting off this draft, Alliance have now got first pick. So in the series before, where with OG, they pretty much didn't change the picks or the bans, and they just wanted to continue developing their strategy. In this series, a little bit of variation coming into Game 3. Alliance now have first pick, and they go for the Shaker DP. We've mentioned it time and time again. It's very strong. DP can play 3 lanes, 5 mid and off lane, and Shaker, we said it a million times. It's so good.
I think it's a really good strategy for both teams to pick Shaker here, since it's such a good hero. That's really smart.
Yeah, exactly. And when you pick the Shaker, I'm surprised a lot of teams don't do this, but auto-picking the Rubik, getting through the draft, you feel pretty happy, right? Like, you pick the hero, it's like, cool, I got Rubik into Shaker. I'm chilling. You always get to steal the Fissure, and yeah, it's fine. You now have 2 Shakers in the game, like Pudge said.
Yep. I like the secret, it is the secret opener of DP Shaker, though, just because it's kind of solves a lot of problems preemptively in a draft.
The fresh air didn't really do anything for you, did it?
The Ursa coming out early, the status resist on the ultimate's nice against the Shaker. You also kind of just dive bomb for him. One of the few heroes that can go toe-to-toe with the Death Prophet. With Enrage popped.
Yeah, I think the key thing here is because they are going to be second pick, they get to use that last pick for a real kind of value. And I don't think Skidder, his hero pool isn't like, haha, surprise. It's like he plays the Wraith King. He plays the Ursa. He just plays the strong heroes. So pick it early, unlock your draft. And Ursa fares pretty well. You already mentioned the status resist and Shaker, but it's always the burst potential. And I like the fact that Battle Fury, Blink, Abyssal, +1, you're going to kill pretty much any hero in the game if you have the correct supporting cast behind you, which Rubik already fills that role.
It feels like the one weakness for Ursa, though, is just his laning stage, but they get to protect it with bans. The same thing happened for OG when they drafted Ursa earlier today. He basically had to play off lane, and he had to brawl a lot, didn't get to spend as much time fighting. So if they can protect him with bans here.
They learned, though. They banned that Venomancer. You do not want Veno Shaker against your Ursa. That is not a lane or a winnable scenario for the game, for the bear. I guess when you have the Shaker, you don't want to play Beastmaster yourself as Alliance. You want to have something more like Veno or DP to protect. You're not brawling, so I'm glad they banned it. But I am a little surprised that they didn't value it higher. But I think you just have to pick the Shaker. That's the thing. You have to.
Yeah, especially when you have the first pick, it's like, you have the opportunity, why not? And yeah, especially when they ban up Virtus.pro as well, and these other heroes are kind of, it really puts the emphasis on the Shaker. Alliance making sure that they ban out, like we just already mentioned, the aggressive offlaner that they can't pick themselves, and then 2 of the mid lanes that the Grim can of course flex for Tundra, but if it's mid and the Invoker, that combo is deadly with this Ursa. You get 1 item on Ursa, the Invoker or the Grimstroke starts playing forward, and suddenly the game's way too quick. And against Shaker, I love having lanes that are a little bit more aggressive, because Shaker's lack of presence and kind of lane securing doesn't help if you're already on top and bullying the hero.
The way Nigma won their first game is a pretty good clinic on how you want to play around this draft. 3 effectively solo heroes in your lanes, and 2 supports just running around, dual roaming even. We don't see much dual roam. That used to be just a thing.
Yep.
Dignitas, Special, Fog will still tell you stories. Shadow Demon and Mirana will run around the map for 8 minutes.
Bottom.
Mm-hmm. The original.
The original. We got a Morphling ban out as well.
Yeah, I like that. Especially with the Shaker as well. Simplicity of drafting for Alliance when they go for a casual Morphling.
I think it's like the 4th time you said, especially with the Shaker.
Oh, mate.
The Shaker as well.
Yeah, oh, come on.
Have you considered the Shaker? I have to consider the Shaker.
They bloody first picked it, Kyle. Of course they got to think about the Shaker. What are you on about?
Kyle, that is his accent. You can't help it.
You think I'm going to ignore it? 1 o'clock in the morning, Tundra then decides to go for the Enchantress.
Ooh, Enchantress. What do you think, Purge?
Strong lane hero, of course. Can definitely bully Earthshaker. That's one good thing. Taking the fight to the. Did I mention they have an Earthshaker, and it's important to consider that when drafting your 5-position hero. Bully the off lane, win the lane for your carry. I think that's a great way to set things up for Tundra.
But no, yeah.
Thanks, Purge.
Thanks, Purge.
Yeah.
Like I already mentioned about the Shaker, why not? Yeah, strong position 5.
Yeah.
Big fan. They're going to collapse the lanes early. They're going to look to try and invade the jungle. And Alliance, they need to look away from, I think, farming-orientated carries, go from a little bit more skirmishing. And I kind of value Weaver still pretty highly here because of the lack of lockdown. Sure, there's a Rubik to steal Sakuchi, but it's still pretty strong, I think.
Ooh, they go for their IO,
nice.
which for Alliance, we've so far only seen it on Hanskin. I don't think it's like I don't think we can consider it a flex pick for Alliance at all.
I don't think so either, Sheaves, and I love this because they're one of the teams that I think actually looks better with the 5 Shaker.
And they did go for the Weaver with the IO when the last time they played it.
There we go.
Sheaves is on point.
There we go.
They played it versus OG in their first game against them, and they won.
Yeah.
But did they have a Shaker? Oh, and they had the Shaker,
had
of course.
Shaker.
Don't forget about the
my
Shaker.
Jesus.
There we go.
They also had a Puck and a Beastmaster, but that's not going to happen anymore. At least not the Beastmaster.
Somebody call the police because I'm about to commit a crime.
What are you going to do?
Guilty.
Punch him?
Just keep the cameras off.
So yeah, Tundra is in a really difficult position here because there isn't really traditional IO carries now. It's not like you auto snap pick an IO jar or something.
No.
So they need to try and keep it open. They default back to the Brewmaster, the principle being in game 1, a hero they can't deal with, cyclone it, get rid of it, and then take the fight.
And it worked.
Yeah, exactly. And this is the same idea here. Tundra, they can't pick any hero predicting the IO carry. So why not pick the one hero that can just cyclone him and take the fight without them being present?
And it's also been demonstrated that 3/3 buys Vessel and Drums on all heroes, and you need a Vessel in a game against Wisp Death Prophet.
So if you do want to go for the Weaver, wouldn't this be the time where you pick it up? Or do you go for the Troll again? Why not?
Mm-hmm.
It gives them the 1v1 fight potential into the Ursa. A strong lane, but yeah, it'll be interesting how they round out their draft, sorry.
Yeah, I feel like Weaver would have been a little bit too weak against Ursa as well. And it can do okay against Enchantress, but Troll, like in the ultra late game, is going to crush her in comparison.
Yeah, exactly. I think Alliance, because of this IO, they just want to have a strong laning presence with the scalability that if it does go late, like Purge just said, they're going to be in a good spot. Is the DP off lane? Is it going to be mid?
I think it's almost certainly going to be Limp's hero.
Okay.
But I know S4 will play it. It's really just whose hero pool is more open. I don't see anything that S4 would really love. It isn't a terrible Enigma game, but you are playing against Rubik.
Don't you want the Timber again? I know it didn't work last time, but
it's a
not into Ursa Ench.
Okay.
Ench is one of the best 5s into a Timber, and then of course Ursa with the swippity
That's a
swipes.
good point.
Not the swippity swipes.
Maybe Axe. I just feel like you want to stun. Now, keep in mind, you can't forget the Earthshaker, which secures the top lane
for any hero.
Any hero,
Yeah,
that's right.
But
Death
they're
Prophet-
dire. Won't he be on the off lane?
The bot lane. Thanks, Shiva. You know that was critical because imagine if the Shake was in the wrong lane. That would have been disastrous. I think for Alliance if they entered the game and ran top.
This is what I work with, Purge. It's like, help me here.
It's really hard for me to predict when they're going to talk or what they're going to say.
Yeah.
Take it away,
That's
Pudge.
for everyone.
Yeah, that's true.
So Kyle's just laying on the ground right now, like rolling back and forth.
He was laying on the desk, so you were very close.
Yeah. Gotta get your energy somehow, I guess.
True.
Don't touch the computers, though.
I'll have to run another lap.
So Tundra is respecting the offlane hero pool for Alliance, assuming that the DP will just be the mid lane. And Alliance, of course, trying to ban out these active mid heroes. That will unlock the ability for Tundra to completely collapse the map once their offlane should have a pretty good... Oh, safe lane, sorry, should have a pretty good time.
Yeah, I really like the puck ban. You don't want to deal with the Ag's Coil. It kind of just wrecks your entire draft as Alliance. And I respect that Tundra, even though they have Rubik, still banned Enigma. I think OG demonstrated just how solid that hero's power level is. And it's like not even for the black hole almost. Like just the necro books and the pulse and the stun just make the hero valid.
10 seconds remaining.
And based on bans,
5 seconds remaining.
obviously 9, his hero will be last picked for Tundra. And they assume it'll be an offlaner, so they think this is a Limp Death Prophet as well.
Well, we're about to find out.
Oh.
What?
It's a great Shadow Fiend game.
Oh.
Yeah, that's not too bad. They don't have that many stuns.
Storm isn't bad either. I like the S4 Death Prophet here. I just don't see a higher value for an offlane pick, whereas I think a lot of mids would feel really nice for Limp here.
I'm a little worried about offlane DP just because once they leave the lane, I feel like he could die easy to Ursa. Yeah, I think that's a lot simpler. He's got solutions in case Ursa dives him. Knock back in multiple ways. He'll be fairly survivable against Enchantress.
Yep.
Looks a little better. Good team fight. Helps makes it so their team doesn't have to chase quite as far when they actually do fight. And they're lacking Disable because there are other supports in IO, so and their DP is their other core, so having more team fight and stun is really smart.
It's just a nice, like, there's nothing wrong with the Mars. It just feels good. There it is.
Oh my god. It only
For the
took
wrong team.
3
No,
weeks.
Different team.
I said 9 could Shadow Fiend. It's a great pick against the Death Prophet. It's one of the best matchups for you. You needed a BKB hero that's also a semi-carry.
Yeah, okay. I will say, Kyle, just to make sure everyone watching is aware, I don't know if you watch every single game, but Kyle does suggest Shadow Fiend in every single draft, no matter what division, no matter what
Sort of my
region.
mind's eye.
So he's always going to eventually get it.
He's always going to eventually get it. I want some final words from Purge.
How can you beat the Shadow Fiend?
Yes.
It's been the sleeper pick. It's the best possible thing they could draft. I like it.
All right.
Good.
And if Purge likes it, then I don't care what these other two think.
What?
Oh, well.
Yeah, it's time for the game, guys. Game 3 around the corner. We're going to head over to OD Pixel and BSJ after this.
behind, and I've lost everything. Forever living in the dark.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're just about to get in the action here for Game 3 of Alliance versus Tundra Esports. Brian, what do you reckon about this one? Looking at the drafts, you know, considering what we've seen as well so far this series, who do you think's coming into this as the stronger side? And do you like, and are you as excited about this SF as much as the panel were?
SF's a real hit or miss hero, man. I always love to see these flashy heroes and what they can do, but you're feast or famine. That's SF in a nutshell.
Oh, and hang on here,
I like this pick.
Ooh. It's a good job he saved his skill point there. Earthshot will get him out of that trap as he's up to the high ground. Tundra are going to try and turn. They're trying to run down Nico, baby. Hanskin's got him tethered up. They can't quite get to him. So this time the 5v5 won't quite result in a death.
Yeah, in a series like this so far, I'm all about picking heroes with style, and SF's a great way to round it off. I'm surprised Kyle likes this hero so much. He's always seemed like more of a fundamental kind of straightforward drafting kind of guy, and I don't think SF is a straightforward hero in the slightest, so to each their own, but I love watching SF. I hate playing against it though. I'm sure he'll be going for the Yule's Blink combo. Quite potent against the Troll Warlord. You love having a Yule's Purchaser against Troll and Ursa, just because both heroes rely on that 3 to 4 second window during their ultimate to dish out all the damage. The best way to prevent them from dishing out damage is just throw them up in the air.
I mean, and because this SF overall, do you prefer the Tundra draft, or do you look at some of the factors of Alliance? You know, think, you know, there is that Limp Death Prophet again. He had a great game last game. There's the Nico baby Troll, and of course they've got that Shaker, that all important hero.
I would actually prefer Tundra's draft here. I think Alliance is in their zone, and I think this draft is not heavily favored towards one team or the other.
Okay.
But I think they have really good tools to deal with Troll this game, and usually when I see a Troll IO, or like an IO combo at all, it's a lot about the survivability of the hero that's working with it. And I think he's going to have to be ahead and stay ahead to remain survivable against the Ursa SF. Ridiculous amount of damage coming out super early on. Very few items required on those two heroes to dish it out.
And do you imagine we'll see the same build from Nico baby going for the Maelstrom and trying to play to an early timing, or is this a game where he could sort of sit back and say, I'm going the Battle Fury route, I want to try and match the farm of this Ursa scaling into the late game?
I actually don't know. I know the IO is going to have influence on this.
Yeah.
You can weigh both sides of it. One, the IO makes you farm faster and also be able to show up to fights while farming, so you want to farm faster while you're doing that. But the other hand is you're going to be able to show up to all the fights. So would you rather have the farming item that makes you stronger in fights, or the farming item that makes you farm faster while you're still able to fight with it? I would lean towards the Maelstrom route. I think that's more him, and it definitely looked like more his playstyle last game. He was constantly up in their face, forcing the issue, being a complete menace in the middle of those team fights. Definitely the Nico baby, at least I know and love.
And it did work out excellently for him last game. I mean, he had no trouble keeping up in farm with just sort of the objectives and fights he was able to take with that build, and kept on par with Skeeter's PL, who was pretty much full farming for a majority of the game. You see so far in the lanes, mid lane, pretty even traded between the two of them. Both heroes just able to nuke the lane out. And what have we got down bottom? How's Skeeter doing? 11 for 1 against S4's 12 for 3. So training quite nicely down here. And are you a fan of this pick, this game for S4, getting him on the Mars this time round?
Yeah, they needed a playmaker. He's one of the best melee heroes in lane against the Ursa. It's also nice mid to late game to mitigate the support Enchantress damage, because the arena prevents all ranged projectiles from entering it or leaving it. It's surprisingly effective. And in lane, I like his skill point in the bulwark. Allows him to tank through a little bit of that extra impetus harass. That will be naturally coming out. And overall, if you can pick an offlaner that's going to have decent farm against Enchantress Ursa, you're feeling pretty good. But he might be going down here, as Hanskin's nowhere to be seen.
And Fado, one more impetus. Oh, the bulwark!
That bulwark.
That bulwark.
This time around, when I praised somebody, they didn't instantly die, and it actually paid off.
Yeah, they gave an example of what you'd said there. that level 1 bulwark definitely keeping him alive. He's going to have to make the walk back to base, though, so still a fair bit of space here that Skeeter's going to get to farm.
Still not ideal, but way better than dying there. Every time you die in this lane, you're feeding Ursa an extra component of his treads, an extra component of his orb of corrosion, and you're just going to make yourself even more and more likely to die again. And Earthshaker doesn't want to consistently sit here, but I imagine Hanskin, or excuse me, F&G will be looking to play towards the bottom a lot more often in case his Mars is continuously getting picked on.
And are you a fan of this as well? Having sort of FNG play the Shaker?
Yeah, I got a bit thrown off there. It's like I've seen Hanskin on the IO, but when I see Shaker, I think of Hanskin as a 4-position hero. I'm sure FNG will be perfectly fine. IO's a specialist hero.
Yes.
So you're either an IO player or you're not. Yeah. And I'm sure Hanskin's probably the proved tried and true IO player for the team. I don't know if I've ever seen a team that has 2 players that play IO. I don't think it, even if it's a 5 or a 4 from patch to patch, it's usually the same player.
On bottom lane, trying to get aggressive onto S4 again here, and they might just have him. This time they'll be able to finish him off. First blood for Tundra, as they now try and settle across for these bounty runes. FNG just going to make sure that they don't run all the way up and contest that of Limp, as Limp will be able to grab it.
The biggest thing about that kill is that Ursa's able to walk over to the secret shop and get his ring of health. It's quite difficult as a carry to go over there this early on in the game, so oftentimes people opt to not go that early ring of health. But it's like a pseudo Midas, because usually if you're going for these treads or other items, you have to buy more tangos. So you're saving a lot of money in the long run for regen.
Look at this big move. Limp just drops the ghost and whoo, takes a fair bit of damage from the Requiem, but he gets the kill done and he's not going to care, as that damage will likely be pretty much healed up by the end of the exorcism, as with that kill Limp can start to beat into the mid tower a little bit.
I have to imagine he's not going to get that much damage after taking 80% of his HP in an instant there. So really nice kill coming out from Alliance, but it's not going to net to a tower. Bada is going to make sure that's the case.
Oh, Biver's here as well.
Bring him down. Oh, the heal. Never mind.
Biver's able to grab that arcane rune. Indeed, Hanskin swings across, making sure that Limp is more than fine. The 3 of them.
It's a pretty huge denial, though. DP loves the arcane runes.
Yeah, we're seeing some... feels like, yeah, mainly from Tundra like last game as well. Very good at coming in for the power runes.
Yeah, both teams, when their mid laners are losing, we saw it in the first game when Limp was puck against the Void Spirit, that they swoop in to make sure that winning mid laner does not get those extra runes. I've been talking to a couple mid laners this patch, and they say they don't like it because of how snowbally the nature of the lane is, because you keep getting every rune, and these teams showing what you might need to do against that moving forward.
So down bottom again, S4. Oh, he's going to be saved this time round by FNG. Oh, man, well, I say saved. It might not have been enough, actually, as they're still able to take him out. Second time in this lane here, Tundra, they're being able to just sort of feast on S4's presence.
Yeah, Ursa's one of the best carries against Shaker. Obviously, you can jump over the fissure, which is really nice in those instances, but you're one of the few heroes that has built-in status resistance, and since the nerf of Satanic, which I do believe is the main reason Earthshaker's seeing so much play, on top of the fact that his Ag Shard's completely busted, the fact that you have built-in status resistance makes it so nice to play against Shaker late game compared to a lot of other carries.
Now bottom S4. He's going to pop the up, but the enrage was already off. Skeeter, can he commit it for S4? He can't quite. S4's able to step out of the arena. Father and Skeeter.
Oh, they canceled their TPs because the... Oh, that's so sick. Mind games.
Yeah, Skeeter. The next round of stun was going to come in. He's going to be fine, though, even with the cancelled TP. Won't be threatened.
Yeah, as Ursa, you don't want a TP out there, but with the Death Prophet threatening the TP, you have to. So, Limp delaying canceling his TP to the very last second, and Skeeter manages to respond before his TP goes off. So that was really cool mind games coming out from both players. Don't see that too often.
I see Limp popping the ghost. But we're looking towards
for the
9.
Stack.
Yeah, at least they're able to take away a little bit from that camp, but again, not going to be able to put any pressure onto this tier 1 with the second exorcism now.
Yeah, a bit of a confusing exo there. It does secure the D ward, even though they just instantly reward. That's fascinating by Fada that he does just choose to ward the exact same spot, telling you how important they think the vision around the mid lane, especially of where the Shaker's running around to, because he will be the catalyst to enabling the DP to threaten whoever's defending that mid tower.
Are you a fan of this as well from Nico, baby? That the pure efficiency, he's had some stacks prep for him, and 9 minutes and he's going to have the brown boots and Maelstrom done. So a 9-minute Maelstrom here on Nico, baby.
Yeah, the weak part about Maelstrom compared to Battle Fury is that you usually have to go other items first because you don't get the innate regen components. But the IO alleviates that problem. And I've seen this a bit. I think Miracle did this as well. I don't know if he had an IO. I think he had a CM.
Yeah, he didn't have an IO that game for sure, yeah.
Yeah, where if you can rush this Maelstrom, it feels really good. And it looks like Hanskin's been stacking, so they're both going to get their levels. The sooner that 6 comes out, the sooner Nico, baby, will be able to be globally teleported and make heroes like Mars, who don't quite have the gas in the tank to solo kill people, just that much more of a threat on the map. As it looks like Fada making a nice rotation to top, knowing that Troll does not want to lane against Brewmaster. Troll as a carry does get threatened by the Primal Split, which makes Brew really nice in lane against him. And capitalizing on that good matchup at the mid-game point.
So the Alliance really
a lot of pressure on towers.
Yeah, for this mid tower. They're going to drop the arena down on poor old Biver there. It shows his face, and S4 has no mercy. Arena dropped down, and the Rubik's disposed of.
Now you got to do it. Annoying long-range nuking supports defending their tower. They must be killed. Looks like a lot of investment, but it does force a reaction from 33, which frees up a bit of space for Nico, baby, to farm top. Yes, they're down by 2k, but their items are going to be quite effective for how much net worth they cost. The Maelstrom will be a lot of damage for Troll. He has the innate survivability from the IO, so he'll be able to fight with just those items. The Death Prophet, pretty far behind, all things considered. The fact that he got a couple kills mid lane, 1-0-1 compared to the SF, who's 0-1-0, but he's still winning by 700 net worth.
Nine's making a move. He's going to see if he can get the catch on the Nico, baby, and he'll get the spread up. Hanskin indeed already prepping to take Nico, baby, out of here. As they'll keep Nico, baby, safe. Hanskin probably will die, though, on the way back. Not really much hope for him, but saving his carry.
Paying off, though. If he hadn't gotten 6 at this point, then that reload wouldn't have been online and his carry would have died. So a little bit of efficiency goes a long way. Hitting these timings at the exact moments you need them. As 9 looks to come bottom. S4, they have the Centaur stop.
Oh, Fisher out to break the combo, but S4 still looking very dead here. A couple of raises from 9.
That fissure was almost good for Tundra because 9 got to hold on to his ultimate. Which this part of the game against SF is terrifying. As a carry player, as any hero that's looking to farm by yourself, you just die, man. It's so scary to play against. And he's got the Fairy's Trinket, which is amazing for SF. I mean, it just seems like an amazing item for most mid laners. But SF especially, he's dishing out the spell damage this early on. Queuing up the Blink Dagger, so his reach is going to be insane. Also helps him not die to relocate ganks. Right now, most of their stuns.
Hey, and here we go. S4. He's found the catch. Are they going to be able to burst him in time? They will. God's Rebuke takes him out. As 33 falls over to the side, Nico, baby, and Hanskin, they're chasing down Skeeter. FNG's going to have Fisher again in a few seconds. TP's coming in. Do they want to dive for this? They certainly do. They're straight in. Echo Slam, a little off the mark, but it didn't matter. The Fisher will finish the job. FNG, he gets the job done. As they'll also be able to clean up Fada. So, the job's a good one.
If nothing's happening in this game, it heavily favors Tundra because they have really good single target pickoff and more independent heroes so they can spread the map for farm and efficiency. And this is exactly what Alliance has to do to claw back into this game.
Oh.
Stolen Spear. That's unacceptable, S4. You can cover that with Bulwark. That's like a Pudge giving away Rot, or giving away Hook when you can cover with Rot.
If anything,
that's very scary, Rubik with level 4 Spear.
Spear did kind of save Hanskin, though.
You know what? That was tactical by S4.
Yeah.
That's why he's a TI winner.
It was like, I'm going to give him Spear, so he uses it to save Handscam from the slow of 33. And yeah, big brain plays there from S4.
That's predicting how the game's going to look. That's
he
truly
saw that
understanding
happen.
the game state.
He knew exactly what was going to go up. Now we see it on Nico Baby's farm. BKB progress being made on top of the Maelstrom.
Yeah, got to do it against SF and the Brewmaster.
Yeah.
There's just no substitute. Any other item, even like S and Y, doesn't matter how tanky you are, you just die to the SF ult. Going for the early Ags on 33 this game. Brewmaster looks scary in the right hands, man. Not many teams are picking this hero, but it looks the team fight presence and the Ags makes him scale so well in the late game. There's really no downtime that you can capitalize on with the 2 charges, just in case Kyle forgot to read the patch notes again.
For sure, and 33 definitely the man to make it look the strongest, really. I mean, he's always been a top brew player through the patches.
If the hero has more than 1 unit, I'll consider 33 to be probably one of the best players in the world.
That's true.
He's the opposite of me.
See what they're able to pull off here around the mid. That tier 1 tower still standing here. Lions really want to finish it off. And Limp, with a few hits, should get it. 33 can look for the deny. Oh,
the fort!
They actually keep it alive here. I mean, at least set them up for being able to easily deny it themselves.
What a bounty!
And they will. Fine. Able to take that down.
They might try to trade Roche here. Ursa looks like he's running in.
Yeah, Lions on totally the opposite side of the map.
Scanning, they know. They're
Okay,
teleporting instantly. They are not willing to give this up.
Oh, they're coming for this. Here we go. Alliance have arrived.
This is so fast. I don't know if they're going to be ready.
Limp. He's heading straight in. Silence down at the 3 of them. He's in. There's the fish around onto the 2 of them. Can they burst through 33 before the ult? No. 33 is able to get the primal split off. Turns, starts to focus the damage onto Limp. Over to the side though, Nico Baby's been brought in by Handskin straight onto Skeeter. Skeeter has to pop the ult and try and escape, but Limp, he's got the setup with the ult. Silence to follow up, they're in on top of Skeeter. The Ursa, he's trying to run. Limp, is he able to finish him off in time? He is. Limp gets the kill over in the river as well. S4 and FNG controlling 9. 9 will get the ult off, but Limp's able to finish him. As Limp gets the double, and Alliance, they're ready to start looking for more. 33 has been silenced, has no escape. As Alliance take down a 3rd around the pit. And now they look to move in and take Roshan for themselves.
Yeah, they have Brewmaster, but they just can't fight this team fight from Alliance. IO Troll incredibly strong, looping around the back lines, always catching Skeeter isolated. Basically neutering his damage output. He's constantly having to run away from Nico Baby. And Limp, FNG, and S4, that teamfight wombo combo, control plus the damage. They have so much to worry about. That 9, he's trying to dish out his damage. He has a lot of it, but he's just constantly controlled and zoned throughout the course of the fight. Enchantress pretty underwhelming in these team fights. Rubik, until he gets more levels, underwhelming as well. This arena was incredibly good. 9 not able to get his ultimate at all there, you saw on the bottom right, as Skeeter's getting chased.
Yeah, I mean, it's just such a big difference, right, what Skeeter can offer at this stage compared to Nico Baby. It feels like not even close. I mean, especially with this BKB done, Maelstrom BKB on the Troll, compared to an Ursa who's got a Battle Fury and only now just really starting to make progress into the BKB. The Ursa just doesn't stand a chance in these 5v5s.
Yeah, this Troll Ursa matchup's an interesting one. It kind of goes both ways. Whoever has more threat behind them seems like the better hero in the matchup. Because both heroes can kill each other, and both heroes can survive against each other.
Yeah.
But it's like who represents the ability to run at the other guy. And it's completely dependent upon your lineups. It's a very fascinating carry matchup to me. Something you don't necessarily see too often where they're both in the meta. So I definitely love learning more about these matchups as I see more and more games with teams picking them. At least it's not Wraith King, you know, maybe get to see a different hero.
Yeah, someone else than the King. There's a lot, 18 minutes in. Starting to threaten these, taking these tier 2 towers, really getting the ball rolling and immediately hitting with the smoke as they'll look to sweep over 9 and Skeeter inside Alliance's jungle right now.
They have Blink Dagger on S4. They don't want this target though.
They don't want
They're
the
looping
edge.
around. I like this.
Radiant's bottom tower
Go
is
for the
under
juicy
attack.
stuff.
They're going for the
Radiant's
long
bottom
sweep
tower
around.
has fallen.
They
Might
might
get
find.
Skeeter.
They might indeed. Skeeter. Oh, S4, who's he going for? He's going for 33. Silence onto Skeeter over to the side. S4, is he
Yes,
going to be able to
Zach.
finish 33 in time? He's not. 33 gets the primal split off. Skeeter down to the low ground with the Earth Shock. The ghost shot damage, not enough to take him out. As he jumps out, TP's away, Skeeter will make it out of that. 33, he's been able to get the Wind Panda out. As he's actually able to get, well, 9 at least gets the kill onto Hansked. And 33 will manage to get himself out.
Yeah, I can't believe they managed to get out there. That was an impressive escape. I thought they were for sure going to get him there on Alliance. Skeeter being there actually saved 33's life because they were forced to utilize their spells on him rather than following up S4 with his Arena Spear combo.
Still with that slight lead Alliance, but again, it's another game where it's all very close here. 19 minutes. Nico Baby hunting for 9. 9 is rather speedy though. Can Nico Baby close in on this with the face? Yasher is trying 9. He's going to just rev up the ult. Has 2 to push Nico Baby back. Cannot risk this troll getting on top of him, but now he's not going to have any ult for the fight. And Fada, he's going to get left behind here.
I like how FNG's taken over more of a 5-position shaker role here. I think the Shard does enable this playstyle. He's just running around with a Bassy fissuring. Most shakers go for the maxed Aftershock in order to help them farm their blink, but he's just maxed out the fissure. And he knows all his team requires of him is that extra little bit of control and teamfight presence, and he's now got the Shard. So, super annoying to deal with on any hero. Need those BKBs for the Radiance. Ursa's almost got his 500 off. SF's almost got his as well, but he's a little bit further off, like 1700.
Oh, for sure, especially for these heroes trying to rev up their ultimates, the Requiems, the primal splits, these constant little interruptions of stuns from FNG are going to be a huge nuisance.
I should probably just pick the team with Shaker on it to win the game. Shaker seems ridiculous.
Yeah, and as you say, FNG doing an excellent job this game. 207, involved in 9 of the 10 kills that Alliance has found.
I really like Nico Baby's item progression here. S and Y, just gonna make him be able to hold on to the BKB that much longer. Amps up the regen he gets from IO. He's got plenty of damage with the overcharge.
On again.
Oh.
I'm in FNG. He finds the setup, and S4's got the follow-up. As that Skeeter gone for 40 seconds. And this Ursa's game just getting slowed down heavily in comparison to Nico Baby.
I really think this game's over for Skeeter. I've experienced this matchup on both sides, and it really is snowbally. Like, when you fall behind, you're just never able to do damage. You're not... Troll's not a hero Ursa can burst. He's got 25 armor, he's got an IO behind him, a Shaker counter initiation. He's never going to be able to threaten that 6 overpower attack where he just kills Nico Baby. And when Ursa can't function like that, and Nico Baby, the problem with Troll, we saw it last game against the PL, is that he also prevents you from killing his teammates because you just whirling axe him. So super frustrating. You can't ignore the Troll, and so now that he can't afford to focus the Troll, I don't know where you go from here. I actually don't really see a road of recovery back into the farm war for Skeeter. I think they're going to have to get some big SF ult combo off on Nico Baby, but they're going to also have to bait out his BKB first. Tall ask for Tundra here.
I mean, they're headed out with this smoke, but Alliance not in any sort of position to be caught out. And if more than anything,
that's the benefit of going Maelstrom over Battle Fury.
Yeah.
Your BKB just comes out 2,000 gold sooner. And you're seeing this timing window that Alliance had, they have hit it hard. As Skeeter has died now 3 times prior to hitting his BKB after having a really good start to his game. Just chasing him around the map, forcing fights that they know Tundra cannot take.
Alliance with the smoke. Tundra. Fiver. He's going to dispel on Limb. They're still looking for the lead, and S4 is going to commit. He's found the opening onto 9, but they're able to turn, and S4's getting burst low, but he's still alive. The Fisher into the aftershock, into the Echo Slam.
Holy
From afar, he doesn't even need to hit them. It's just keeping that aftershock going and going and going. As FNG just locks them all down from a mile off.
They're just gone. There were 4 heroes there, and then there were none.
I mean,
that was crazy amount of damage. Nico Baby gets teleported right into the back, pushes BKB ultimate, Maelstrom procs going everywhere. They just evaporated.
They really did. And then now does the base. The tier 3's gone. The Rex as well. They're being taken. 24 minutes in here. Alliance continuing to just cement this lead that they have. Bash it done on Nico Baby. I mean, we'll see it again, bro. Just look at the stuns. Look, S4's in. Looks like they're going to be able to turn it, but suddenly, boom. Fisher out onto the free. Boom. Enchant Totem keeping the aftershock going into the Echo, making sure that 9 doesn't get any chance to respond.
There is something fundamentally
wrong
with Earthshaker Echo slamming on the outside of the fight,
and it's still
and
it's
having
great.
it stun everybody.
And I think Fada there, that was sort of his reaction to letting them get Shaker, I think. As Alliance,
Go again.
They might just get 33s as well. They're just getting split up. 9, he's getting bashed here. Nico Baby looking to chase him down. 9's trying to run, but the range bash there. Gets the kill. 33, he's trying to run. S4, he's going to have Blink in a second. See a 33 can hide from this. He's hiding, he's open. He's got no TP though, so he's going to have to stay very quiet. But he'll be
I love watching Nico Baby. He gives me like a whole new perspective on these aggressive mid-game carries.
Yeah.
I think I've underestimated Troll this patch, and maybe Nico Baby's just making it look a little too good. But his presence in these games is felt, and the IO really enabling it this game because he can just be there anywhere. SF's playmaking potential is gone because he has to Yules people. He usually is going to blink Yules people in order to set it up. And if they just instantly relocate on top of that, he has no way to defend himself. Nico Baby just BKB ults, runs him down. Yeah, now he's got a double damage room bottled up. He's almost got that Abyssal Blade completed.
Nice. He's massive.
He's a whole 6,000 gold ahead of Skeeter. He is an Abyssal Blade worth of farm ahead right now.
Well, Tundra, I mean, they know that they've got to keep trying something. They're out with the smoke. Roshan is up as well, so an important fight to take. A win here will mean that the Roshan is likely to be yours. How are they going to start this though, Tundra? Getting FNG wouldn't be a bad shout.
They had the fissure. That's about it though.
Oh, they're in. Skeeter. He's looking for FNG. As he's going to be able to finish him off with the BKB. Skeeter gets the kill. Now he turns over towards S4. He's getting the swipe stacked up. S4's up in the F and now Limp committed with the BKB in the ult. S4 finally
Reload
falls.
just came up.
They get the 2 kills, but now Nico Baby, he's turned up. He's in onto Skeeter. Skeeter jumping down with the enrage, starting to get out of there. S4's come back in with a buyback. Skeeter is doing his best to run away from this 9. He's in with the ult, but Nico Baby's on top of him, takes him down with the battle trance. 33 will be able to TP away. Oh, Willie, the Yules, they get him in time. They put a stop to his escape as 33 will also fall here. Nico Baby joining over as well to get involved in the action, picking up another kill. As they're buying back, we'll see what 33 does with this. I don't know if they're going to be able to actually get to the pit to contest this. Nico Baby's still got a few seconds left of the DD. They're really coming for this though, Tundra. They know that this game's going to be ever so hard if they let Alliance get away with this Roshan.
And you're having a hard enough time killing Troll twice. Or sorry, once, let alone twice.
I mean, Alliance is stepping outside of the pit as well. They're stopping them from taking it.
I think Alliance knows if they don't just spoon feed Tundra the fight that they need to come back in this game, that they're good to go. So even though I think they could force this Roche, they actually have to be careful. Is he going to sneak this?
Oh, he might just a Skeeter. they're not going to get back there in time. Skeeter's going to be able to get in and get it for himself. No, S4 jumps in, but it doesn't matter. Skeeter got it. He gets the kill. He gets the Aegis. He gets the cheese. He takes it from right underneath their noses. They just did not expect him to sneak in and do that at all. Alliance, they weren't ready for that one bit.
I think this is Skeeter's version of a rapier.
Yeah, that was some
big balls play that if you don't get that instantly, the game's actually just over.
I mean, that was, as you say, yeah, Skeeter, we've really seen him before in these situations. He knows to go, just how to go the extra mile and to take that risk to really give his team a good shot at a game here.
Yeah, I admire both the way these teams have played this whole series. Like, they know there's only one way to win this game, and even though it did work for Alliance in the second game, I don't think it's going to work for Tundra here. But I can say with almost certainty, if Troll had gotten that Aegis, this game's 100% over. So, sick play from Skeeter there. Gotta do what you gotta do. You know, probably needs a new pair of pants after wetting himself sits in the fucking pit there.
My goodness. He gives them a shot. I mean, if this Aegis as well makes allows Tundra to come out the next team fight, then that's really just going to be testament to how huge that move was from Skeeter. But we'll see. As you know, still Alliance, still 8K ahead. As you said, it would be very hard for Tundra to deal with Troll twice. I mean, whilst it's still obviously a little more difficult than dealing with him once, Alliance probably do still have the firepower to take down this Ursa twice, unless Tundra are able to get some insane start to the fight. 73. It's going to be forced to
find somebody while Troll's in the air. Limp's invisible, though.
I might just have to use this split to run.
Not a huge commitment since he's got two of them, but not ideal.
And Limp would love to go when this Arcane popped. They are doing it into this Aegis. Skeeter and the Cheese, who did that get handed over to? The Cheese on 33.
I really do chop this game up to those early moves from Alliance when they were down by 2,000 gold. They have such a snowball-heavy lineup on Tundra that if they had not just shut it down ASAP, this game could have easily gotten out of control. And suddenly, you know, over the course of the last 15 minutes, Alliance has accrued this advantage of map control.
Yeah.
Where they were shaking in their boots for the first 10 minutes against that SF ulti, who was just running around picking off whoever he pleased. And now it really feels like the ball's in their court. And Tundra is hesitant to go on anybody. Understandably so. The counter initiation threat on literally any target on Alliance is scary. If you go on Shaker, there's the IO relocate. If you go on anyone else, there's the Shaker.
And do you like this as well from Nico Baby getting the Blink Dagger in his Troll build this game?
Used to not want to do this, but Swift Blink is just such an insane item that Blink Dagger will pay for itself in terms of slot usage. So yeah, I like it. Helps him pick and choose his targets in the fight.
They're watching Nico Baby mid. I know how hard it is to jump on him with Hanskin sitting behind though. Very hard target to start the fight on. They've got to find some way of getting on top of either FNG or Hanskin to start this off.
I personally love the addition of the Swift Blink and the Strength Blink just because it allows these carries that love to buy Blink but could never afford to dedicate an entire slot to it to go for it. Because once you get that Swift Blink, once you activate it, it is 75 damage and 75 attack speed. Not to mention the fact that you're usually running at 700 move speed. And you have a Blink.
Bottom 9. They're in on top of him. They come in with a relocate. But 9...
He didn't trust his bash.
9's able to get out. And they're going to lose their IO. 9 will end up going down as S4's able to come in with the arena on the back of it all. Also Limp committing on a buyback takes down the Rubik. Well, they have the buyback come out for 9. Skeeter is moving on to S4. Primal split ready to go again. They are hitting hard into the Ursa, but they've lost S4. Skeeter's going to have the second life. Good to go. 9 up to the high ground, but Limp and Nico Baby are chasing him down. He did buy back for this. 9 He's silenced. 33 trying his best to save him as he sends Limp up in the air. Gives time for 9 to break away, but Nico Baby's chasing him with a blink. Skeeter's on top of him, but with the Abyssal Blade, Nico Baby closes the gap onto 9. It's a dieback from the SF. Skeeter pops the Enrage, starts to try and stand his ground against Nico Baby with the Yule Scepter from Limp. Kites up some of the Enrage. Fada trying to fight FNG, but the fish is out. The chain stuns are there, holding Skeeter down. FNG will fall, but Alliance, they've got the cleanup here by the looks of it, unless the buyback from Skeeter can change anything. As Limp and Nico Baby, they're a little cautious now that this Ursa's going to be coming in for another round. There'll be a buyback from FNG, and the outpost is available for Alliance to TP in so they can close the gap. Hanskin comes over the cheese, healing 33 up, but he's got no split for 40 seconds. They're in with the silence. Nico Baby blinks his Skeeter. He's looking for the backlines. He's in onto Hanskin. He's trying to close in, but the bashes are from Nico Baby coming out. As Skeeter is turning towards Limp. Another Yule wasting time at this Enrage. Skeeter's back down. Could he quite finish off Limp? He can't. Limp's up again in the air. Limp's gonna finally fall, but at the cost of Skeeter's life and at the cost of Biver's as well. Fada, he'll also get taken out as Alliance will manage to team wipe Tundra.
Radiant's top tower.
Just not enough gas in the tank to go the whole course for Tundra. They have one volley of spells, and Alliance managed to survive it, spended a couple buybacks, and Nico Baby triumphs. He is unkillable. They just cannot deal with this guy. There's nothing, like that Paladin sword is just icing on the cake. Suddenly he's got lifesteal and extra regen amp from the IO in tandem with his Sange and Yasha. And the best part about this for Alliance is the guy that's responsible for killing the base is the guy that's also unkillable.
Yep.
So they will be able to capitalize.
He's taking it all down here. Tundra, they're back in, but their base just getting taken away in front of them. 9, oh, he's jumping in with a BKB. He's going to go for the ult here on the IO. Has he quite got him? No, it's not enough damage. And now Nico Baby.
He had 8 souls.
Is ready to turn and is just, okay, that explains a lot there. So,
I was wondering, I'm like, did he ult? Like, what happened there?
And then they're going to call it. They know that this one it's over and done with. Alliance will take this game 3. The series, it's theirs. After they really do come in with a very, very, very fancy looking game 3 performance.
Do you ever see those gag acts where the guy pulls out a shotgun and he shoots it and it's like a little like
water pistol
confetti pops out? That's what that SF ulti looks like at the end there. Well played.